Welcome back. The grand finals here at Valorant Challengers Philippines. It's the final day, and we're going to be finding out which of these teams are going to be the second representative to the East SEA finals here in the Philippines. Now, I'm so excited for this because we have one hell of a program here today. We get to find out which of these teams write their name in the stars and become the next legends in the Philippine scene. And of course, to write that for you is going to be us, your panel and the casters here today. My name is Illustrado. Welcome to the show. This is Updraft by The Predator, the pre-show. And before we get anything started, of course, let's take a moment right now to introduce everybody on the panel. Your fellow astronomers, your fellow historians here to talk about the amazing teams coming up here today. Viminal and Ling. How are you guys feeling, Vim?
Howdy. Well, it's always great to be here alongside you guys. And of course, I can't wait to get into today's grand finals. How you feeling, Ling?
Man, I'm just excited and at the same time scared. I mean, this is quite surprising for us to actually see this type of matchup, and I'm looking forward to whatever team has to offer for the games itself. So,
And these two teams here, definitely fresh, fresh starters. I mean, these guys not exactly long-time players in Valorant. I mean, sure, you got Hashira, who has had quite a bit of experience since First Strike, but in terms of longevity, not exactly not exactly, Brenny Sports level in terms of how long they've been playing together. And what makes this
Mhm.
interesting here is that now that the vacuum of power is sort of there because of Bren's, already qualified, because they're already qualified, we now have to figure out which of these two teams will take his place, take the stead on the top two slot here. Now, Viminal, what are your thoughts going into the first day? I want to ask you, how
Yeah.
do you feel like this is going to go for the first one?
For for the first match here,
Yeah, I mean,
for
just like for how,
Pirates and
yeah.
yeah, I I think it's gonna be a hell of a match. I think it's definitely gonna be a close series between Pirates and Hashira here in the grand finals. And both of these teams have improved so much. I think Pirates have improved really fast as well, albeit a bit later than Hashira. But I think it's going to be a really close one.
Yeah, I think
Mm.
it's been a little bit of a long time coming for 6045 Pirates, but now with the roster changes, Ling, these guys are looking so much better. They're looking lethal. They're looking deadly. And Hashira, you think they'll be ready for it? I feel like right now it seems like if you put things into context and you look at 6045 Pirates, it seems like the Pirates are where Hashira was, I'd say a month or two ago. But they're quickly getting up to speed. They're already in the grand finals.
Indeed, and that definitely says a lot coming out from both of them, especially for a team like Pirates, which has been like not exactly the most favored team to end up in this series. But then again, they have proven everyone wrong here on towards the community and pretty much everyone in the talent pool because we are not expecting that type of performance to them to be able to knock off Alpha Esports coming out from the semifinals and that 3-2 scoreline, or rather that 3-2 score rather 1-2 scoreline was pretty much a big on itself on what Pirates can actually do, and this is could be an indicator or a preview on what they could do more, especially that this final is a best of five.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and speaking of previews right here, sorry, I'm going to cut you off there. We do have to move on. We have to take a look back, take a step back. What we got previously, we got LFO versus Wild Korea. The first recap. This is what we saw previously in the first day here of VCT Philippines. This was on Friday, and this is the first quarterfinal really where Wild Korea took a very surprising win up against LFO here, who was one of the favorites to actually be the qualifier here. Now, Vim,
yeah,
LFO here, a very strong squad, but they didn't have their star player EJ.
yeah. I mean, the difference of having EJ there, and of course, the difference of adding a different player into your full 5-man roster really changes the dynamic of the team. And we talked about this in length yesterday when we were trying to dissect what happened here. We can all agree that Kitty, their substitute player, the 6-man, did a pretty decent job at trying to fill in the roles of EJ, but still not quite enough to have the same amount of impact that EJ normally does. And it feels like Empire really struggled during their offensive phase here. They were pretty okay on defense, but different story on the offense, and that's why Wildcard was able to gain the upper hand here.
Hmm. I guess not only that in terms of like Kitty's individual play, I would do like to point out that it's just the team overall not exactly really comfortable with the type of play style that they currently has, and definitely would like to add in that it's just the big boy shoes that he has to fill in with what EJ left for him. I mean, it's great individual plays are coming out, but then again, Empire has something in mind that is not exactly properly and well executed, and this is where we actually put every effort for them to prepare for this tournament come to waste, and it's just quite sad for us not to see them here inside this rather in the finals.
Yeah, I think we were all expecting. I mean, part of us were expecting either maybe GXR, maybe Empire, former Empire rather, and Hashira maybe to be in that grand final. It's rather unfortunate that none of those outcomes actually came to light and were maybe
Mhm.
and potentially alpha actually, but we were all surprised at how this is all gonna go, how it all went down here. A little bit unfortunate because we saw honestly the bracket wasn't exactly the most friendly bracket for the veteran squad. You had the three favorites to take this tournament up on the bottom half of the bracket, and all
Yeah.
of the new guys sort of right there at the very top. But Viminal, I don't know. I'm not entirely, I'd say, happy per se about how it went down, but I'm very truly, honestly, interested in how this could play out because this is one of those opportunities where we can see a very, very big upset in the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, it was set up for success. It seemed like it was either Pirates or AE that was going to be set up for success here, and Pirates was able to defeat AE despite being always looked at as the underdogs. Time and again, our predictions have been wrong once we bet against Pirates. So over here, now that LFO has been defeated by Welkure, Hashira is now the favored one here. So this could be a potential upset. Again, Pirates going to be coming into this one as the underdogs, right? And
Yeah.
if they take down Hashira, it's going to be a huge upset, I think.
You know, Ling,
Mhm.
I feel like if there was any team that could have taken down Hashira, it probably would have been LFO. But
Mhm.
right now we're gonna see 6045 Pirates, and that's a little bit of surprise. But let's reel it back even further here. The semifinals. Let's take a quick look at what exactly went down in the previous semifinals. We mentioned Alpha Esports just a second ago, and the Pirates as well. They had to go through Alpha in order to get here to the grand final.
Yep.
So I'm gonna start off with you. I'm gonna start off with you here, Ling. Alpha Esports, we said, and I think this is the most crucial, the most salient point across the day. If they wanted to get to the grand finals, they had to change something, and
Yep.
Mhm.
they just didn't. They played the same old thing. Um, Granted, Gian Sanity had an amazing performance, and GK Baby actually stepped up and played, I'd say, one of the better games of his life so far that we've seen him as that Jet. But it still just wasn't enough to overcome 6045 Pirates.
Maybe it's just more of a problem that Alpha Esports definitely did fail to oversee, because I definitely see them unlocking a lot more potential if they just had to take the risk of experimenting a lot more, even on mid series. Because we've seen Gian Sanity or on a different role, such as a duelist, and it does look like that it fits perfectly well for him. And I do have to say this for GK Baby. I mean, you really have to give up these type of opportunities for you as well to not shine as a duelist, but to actually have a better contribution to the team. And it may not be fragging, but also look at it in another lens, that you could actually be rather live up to a different role, and this might actually be a better decision for the team overall.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be a thing wherein we were just sort of teased or thrown a curveball during the show match that we were discussing before, wherein Gian Sanity was on the duelist, but maybe they weren't really planning to do that since the beginning. Maybe, maybe it's
Maybe
just
they're just having fun.
yeah, they were just having fun. It was a show match, nothing more than that. But there has to be a reason why he chooses to go with the Sentinel time and again. And maybe that's not exactly the best case scenario for their team. And again, he has to make those calls. He has to be really comfortable during a tournament setting, and it's really different if you're going to be on that main fragging role. So maybe this is AE's best form, and it's just not quite good enough yet.
And you have to bear in mind that this might have something to do with Gian Sanity being the shot caller, and
Yeah,
at the
yeah.
same time, he has to shot call, and might be a little bit more difficult if he's on the Jet entering, which I don't feel is not necessarily true, because if Dubstep can do it, if if other top tier teams can do it, then so should
It should be
so should Gian
possible,
Sanity.
yes, but it again really depends on your play style, right?
Yeah, the play style, sure it goes into it, but at the same time, I feel like they're just a little bit too easily read here. One of the things I actually noticed, Ling, and I was doing some VOD reviews with the team, and we were sort of trying to study what exactly goes wrong with Alpha. Try to notice this: every time Gian Sanity dies,
It's
it
hard
seems
for them
like
to get back.
they don't know what to do. Yeah,
Hmm.
you know what I mean? They start to scramble, and I don't know whether because Gian Sanity stops shot calling or something like that, but it seems like they start to panic.
Honestly, that shouldn't be the case overall, given that your IGL has died. Because I definitely know for a fact that he has a better look at what the POVs are happening for each and every player in the game. I mean, this should be his opportunity to focus a lot more on IGLing and doing the shot calling.
Yeah.
But then again, it's just with GN Sanity off the equation, not only will he have to focus on IGLing, but also they lost a crucially amount of firepower the team currently has.
Mm.
There, like, sure, there's a lot of clutch potential for ITZ and reliable fragging potential for the other players for the team, such as Chris M. But then again, do have to say, Gianzani has been sort of a pillar that each and every member has held on to. And I might have to say, if that pillar just easily been tumbled down, I don't see any chance for them to actually have a better chance on winning a round, or then again winning a series with him being picked off so easily.
This is also, I think, goes hand in hand with the rest of the members of AE. Look, Gian Sanity, he was amazing on the games. Like, let's just
Mhm.
end it there. But what we were expecting, I think we were all expecting a little bit more from ITZ, who had a quiet game on Icebox.
Yeah.
We were expecting a little bit more from Chris M, especially, and they were all kind of really, I think, shut down. In fairness, I think Viminal might have done to do. It might have something to do with the fact that the new double duel is set up, and the combination play of Winter Love. Just the setup right there
Yeah.
from 6045 Pirates was so difficult for them to deal with that they couldn't get the frags. But at the end of the day, just the kills, they seemed like they were coming into the semifinals cold.
Yeah. I mean, it could have been, honestly, it could have been an off day for AE here. Even Gian Sanity, whom we always look at as a very consistent player, had a very so-called off game coming into game 3 on Ascent here.
Yeah.
It was very rare to see him at the bottom of the scoreboard with only 3 frags for, like, you know, the first parts of the first half of the game. And it's really telling. When that happens, they get completely shut down, and it's just a really good play by Pirates that time. Fireside Jin
Yeah.
was popping off.
I agree here. And Fireside Jin, glad that people took a risk on him and that the Pirates actually took him in, because he's now one of the strongest duelists that we have around. And hoping to see him succeed in the future in whatever endeavor he may have. But let's go and talk about the next matchup here, the second semifinals. It was Hashira versus Walkore. And both of these teams really strong. Walkore, they showed up on the first map and they did quite well on split, but like we said yesterday, it seems like Hashira won the draft pick. It
Mhm.
seems like they really did win the map vetoes, and in the end, they played, I think, even better and very, very solid in the second game, leading
Mhm.
us to a clean sweep here. Ling, what are your thoughts on the sort of matchup that we had yesterday?
I mean, for the best of three series, for the first map alone, I just see Valkyrie having a chance. Early point of the game was solely because they were capitalizing on mistakes that Hashira did, and it's a good thing that Hashira did not exactly put up with that type of thing all throughout the games. Because then again, they had enough time to reassess what they were doing wrong, and good thing that they did figure that one along the way. But then again, for Valkyrie, I definitely say that they lack completely on a lot of fundamentals inside the game that I would definitely say Hashira knew a lot better. They played on flash-based rather. They played on agents I would not have to say would be completely reliable, such as the Viper, and running on no Sentinel on Vine. I mean, yeah, the intent is there, but then again, I definitely see going up against a team like Hashira knowing how to deal with this problem. There's no much to anchor on site, and Valkyrie, let's just say they don't really have anything much to say or anything much to do, given that they completely given up just by agent picks alone.
Yeah.
I think if anybody, Viminal, knows how to handle those kind of comps, it's got to be Hashira.
Mm. I mean, it was really questionable coming into the bind game. Walker's team composition, double controller, double smoke. Basically, you block off the enemies, but you also block off your teammates. So
Yeah.
again, on paper, it's a very interesting comp. And at the beginning of the act, a lot of us, Trix included, was like speculating on whether or not double controllers would be the meta. And on paper,
It
it
can
kind of
be.
can work, right? But it's really hard to execute for that very reason.
I just think on bind it's not very doable, right?
Maybe it's the map, right? Because there's a lot of very like enclosed, tight spaces.
And the sites aren't exactly the biggest of sites. They're
Right.
small sites. A is a little bit bigger, but even then, it's not exactly Icebox or B site on Icebox. It's just a very small map. I don't think double controller really works on it.
Yeah.
And if you could go double controller, okay, fine, but you got to have a sentinel because these sites are so hard. B site is so hard to lock down. You need at least one, I feel like. So you need to have one on A, one on B to make up for that gap. But they just went for the double initiator
Yeah.
and a lot of intel on it, but they never really went for those intel aggressive plays. And every time they did, Hashira was there to shut them down
Hmm.
and turn things around, whether it was clutching or playing aggressive on the other side of the map. It's similar to what we saw before, where Hashira played against Archangel, and Archangel just knew how to respond to this when Hashira was doing those crazy, those clever plays that they started off doing back when they were sort of more fresh.
Hmm.
And Archangel just said, "Okay, fine, do your thing. We'll just go to the other side of the map," and that's what Hashira did.
Mhm.
So I think it's a little bit of it's a building block where they were, where Walcure was, but
Yeah.
it's not, I'd say, exactly sustainable.
Mhm.
Definitely do agree with you there. I mean, for the side of Hashira, however, during the first couple, I mean, the couple of these games, Hashira was playing really well on the first map, but then kind of got a little bit greedy in some instances. The captain Rabbit also mentioned that he felt like it was a bit of a messy performance, all things considered. Although the second game, I think they were pretty strong, they were pretty solid, and it was more or less of a stomp compared to the first one. But definitely Hashira trying to keep their heads, they're really eyes up on the sky and like feet on the ground here. Really having that level-headed perspective coming into this grand final. So I think is very, very important.
And just so you know, this is something that at Hashira, I know for a fact they're really trying to not get carried away by victories. It's something that has
Yep.
been reiterated by not just the coaching staff, but also by the heads of the team. We're like,
Yep.
yeah, we sure we won once, but we can't let this get to our heads. It has to be
Yeah.
constant, steady development. And because if you make those mistakes and get all cocky,
That's
then
when
you
things
kind
start
of
falling down. Yeah.
Mhm.
exactly. So Ling, before we go and talk and go and move on and go any further rather, we do have to remind everybody that today we're going to be streaming on two separate channels. We got English and Filipino, and if you want to tune in here, it's going to be on English at twitch.tv/ppgl underscore vctph. That's the English stream. And on Filipino, it's facebook.com/ppglgg. Both panel segments are going to be in English, and you can catch both of the languages on YouTube because we'll be streaming on both. So just follow these links here below. And yeah, we got you guys covered. So no matter where you want to tune in, we're going to we got your back here, whether you want to listen on English or in Filipino, because on English, you got that combination of Asarai, Dax, and Black and Blue, and soon
Yep.
maybe Illustrato's going to be joining them. maybe. And on Filipino, obviously, much love to Ray Ray, Anvil, and Tayror.
Terrar.
Did I get them all?
Yeah.
Tayror, right?
Yeah.
Those, I think it's Tayrar.
I
Uh,
mean, I would always just call her Taylor, but then it's
yeah,
actually Terror. Yeah.
Taywar.
right. Yeah, but Viminal, you have a little something for the audience, don't you?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Always
Yeah.
do. Always do. My middle name is the giveaway here. If you want to win 1,500 Valorant points, guys, 10 of you will be selected and announced at the end of the stream. All you have to do is like and follow the PPGL Facebook page, like and share the stream with a caption of which team you're rooting for, and make sure the post is public so we see it with the official hashtags Valorant Challengers, VCTPH, and PPGL Valorant. Again, a total of 10 of you will win 1,500 Valorant points each at the end of the stream. So, what are you waiting for? Do it.
Yeah, do it. Just in the words of Shia LaBeouf, just
Just go
do it.
it.
Just do it.
Just do it.
But you know what else we got to do today? We have to have Ling bring out her rice cooker because it's that time of the day for our segment here with Ling and her unnamed rice cooker. So,
Mhm.
last chance for you guys to name the rice cooker. And yes, I'm going with this. Uh, drop the name, drop in chat, drop the chat, drop in chat. Wow, words are
Wow.
so hard today. I'm just, whoo. Drop in chat what you guys think Link's rice cooker name should be. We'll give the top votes maybe a prize. Link's gonna give you guys a battle pass.
Why?
I'm just
Or you
kidding. I'm
could
just
just
kidding.
rely on the giveaway
Yeah,
here on the
yeah.
stream. I
We'll give you
mean,
2 raffle ticket entries instead of one. But uh, yeah. So yeah, Link, rice cooker. What you got for us today in that magical pot of yours? There's got to be something special because yesterday he got it quite wrong with the Hashira arc today, but today it might be something different.
I mean,
Hmm.
it's not me that's wrong. Technically, it's the rice cooker's
True.
Yeah.
opinion
I
True.
mean,
that is wrong.
the rice cooker did say it was going to be Hashira's redemption arc. I guess this could
Hmm.
count because Hashira is back at the grand finals, right?
Yeah.
Could,
Exactly.
you know.
Yeah.
But what do we have
Anyway,
today?
what we have today from you, sir or ma'am. I mean, not assuming your gender or anything, but yeah. What secrets do you have us for today?
Welcome to 2021, where we now have to not assume the genders of rice cookers,
Yes.
guys. Think so. This
Yes.
is very progressive world
We're
we live
we're
in.
just
Well, it has to be a girl because it's pretty vague. What they're
Right.
trying to say, or what he or she is trying to say. It
Oh.
only says.
okay.
I
Okay.
mean,
Okay. What did she say? It's a she now. It's
Okay.
a she
okay.
now.
It only says, "Don't stop believing." Whoa, what?
Isn't that
Clearly,
from a song?
clearly, the rice cooker has been taking too many pages out of my dad's 80s retro playlist. Okay. And while I am quite a fan of Journey, I feel like that might be a message for 6045 Pirates. They've
Yeah.
come a long way. I feel like I feel like we're just trying to interpret it as best that we can. But we
I
can't
kind
really
of
understand.
yeah.
The rice cooker moves in mysterious ways, doesn't it, Phil?
It's
Hmm.
thought process is on a different dimension. I
Just
do
can't.
believe.
No.
But perhaps yeah, I'm gonna echo your statement there, Listrato. I really do think the statement here is about pirates. There's an
Hmm.
incredible story behind this team. Pirates always was the underdog from everyone's predictions, but time and again they would prove everyone wrong. They'd still be here, and now they're here for the grand finals for the first time. They're set up for success by their org, by their fans and friends, and
Yeah.
honestly, it's such an incredible journey to witness here.
Well, speaking of journeys, let's go ahead and take a look at our journey here in the VCT Philippines. We got to day three now. It's day three. It's been an exciting run here. A lot of upsets, a lot of twists and turns. But at the end, here we are at the grand finals, and we got to see these two teams. Now we'll pull up the tournament bracket for you guys, see where exactly we stand at the very, very last day. So, Ling, tell us a little bit about what you see here. Oh, no, sorry. But before I go back to Ling, I do have to get onto this for the minute though. So let's go and talk about Pirates. Yeah, Pirates versus Vendetta. They started off there. That was the first match they went off to, and followed it up with Alpha Esports. And it wasn't exactly the cleanest of victories. They got a 2-0 in the first one, 2-1 in the next one. And then right now, they're going to head off against Pirates and Hashira. But up next, Hashira, their journey, it was a little bit more straightforward. It's a 2-1 for against GXR. It was quite scary. One of the biggest comebacks we've seen in VCT. I'm just going to say this already. The biggest comeback we've ever seen in VCT Philippines. We saw that from Hashira GXR. Ling, where are we right now?
I mean, looking at the side of things here, I mean, even if you do consider what happened here in the qualifiers, so whoever went down here on Challengers 3, you really do have to consider who were the teams to beat for their side. Pirates has continuously barred against Oasis Gaming, and of course, same goes the likes for Kadiliman, who failed to actually qualify, but also giving a lot of hopes for their community. But then again, the 8 teams right here, the journey wasn't easy. I wouldn't exactly say the same thing for Alpha Esports, but then again, they have proven themselves on what they can actually do. And rather, instead of just relying on whatever they're placed or whoever they're going to be up against, they definitely did put out the show. And we cannot discount how well deserving these both of teams are here in the grand finals, which is Pirates versus Hashira.
Yeah, indeed here. But let's go ahead and move on right now. We got a special video, and I think it's another Galawang Pro Gamer. If I'm not no, sorry, we do not have a special video for you guys this time around. Unfortunately, I lied. I'm a big fat liar, and my nose is gonna grow a little bit longer because I'm not a real boy anymore. So, what we do actually have is to talk about the upcoming series, the best of five. Here we go, guys.
Right.
Let's go and start to break this down here on the panel. We've been waiting all day for this. It's Hashira versus the 6045 Pirates. I'll start with you, Vim, on this. Because you wanted to talk about the Pirates first, and I think this is the
Mhm.
first time you wanted to go ahead and talk about them. So break it down for us. The Pirates roster, these guys, they've come so far from, so far down, and now they're here in the grand final.
Yeah. So Pirates, they've been here since the beginning of VCT, right?
Yeah.
But like, they've never really been in the running up until today, and it's just such an incredible journey to witness, and so much development happening for this team. Senor Carl and their dynamic with Fireside Jin here, incredible duo. But again, Senor Carl, he was actually a previous member of the team who was benched because he had to focus on his studies. Now he's back, and now um, I do believe Kira is no longer part of the roster. And this iteration of Pirates, this particular iteration in the roster, is looking better than ever.
Hey, we failed to mention Flash, because he remember the last time he came up here, we were all like, "Oh
Yeah.
my God, Flash is crazy." So far, he hasn't really been shining. He hasn't really been
And
shining for his team, Ling. But I feel like this might be one of the series that he could pop off here because before the roster swap, it was just Fireside Jin and sometimes Flash.
Yeah.
Could we be
mhm.
seeing a trio emerge, just sort of just like Jeremy Hatred, and Envy trio, like in Hashira?
I mean, the Trinity could actually be able to rise here for this tournament and the series alone. But I do have to point out, I mean, with Flash's performance, I guess it has been in and out lately because there's like two duels who are basically sweeping off the server, and there's literally nothing much to kill or nothing much left for him to actually pick
Yeah.
off, given that no one is going to be able to penetrate the site since they're forcing out a lot of duels. Senior Carl, let's just say they've sharpened up the edges of the sword and make that double edge for them because the Farsighten and the Senior Carl duo is lethal in itself, and it's hard for them to actually imagine not being able to just do another performance once again, just doing their own thing, and teammates right behind them running
Yeah,
off.
I agree with you here, and maybe it's just because you know just after all the dust has settled and all the debris is gone, there's nothing really left for Flash to clean up. But it still doesn't really transition into the numbers. The stats don't lie.
Mhm.
Because the stats don't lie that Flash has been sort of well, not necessarily underperforming. It's just that we expected, I think, him to be a little bit more top of the bracket. But having said that, as a sentinel, you can't always rely on that because you're usually locking down sites and playing retakes.
Mhm.
Mhm.
So it's very hit or miss. You're usually at the bottom or at the top of the scoreboard. For me, sentinels is a very it's a very hit or miss thing. It's either you're at the bottom or the top, and you can't really do anything either way unless you have a really good coordinated team. In which case, you start to play retakes together. Viminal.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and move on here. Let's go ahead and talk about the next team here, Hashira, and these guys started from the woodworks way, 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 way back. Really
Mhm.
strong lineup, and these boys just have gone so far.
Yeah, I actually have a question about this roster. How long has Hatred and 2766 with Envy? I know this is basically the latest iteration. Hashira has had quite a few iterations in their past, but I'm actually struggling to remember when Hatred sort of entered the scene here, because he basically is a star
January.
player that came out of nowhere. I was
Yeah.
asking, where did this guy come from? And he has
So
so much talent. Yeah.
for just for the record, if you guys want to know where he actually came from, it started off way, way, way back when the roster of Hashira had to go through some roster changes, and
Yeah.
Hashira actually took a break from First Strike. After First Strike, they took a long break to sort of redefine the roster, and this is what they came up with. Now, Hatred is actually the brother of the former roster member of
Oh, okay.
Hashira, Shirum's brother.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
we put him in, we subbed him in for, we got him in for that, and now he's being Hatred. And honestly, it was just a great pickup.
Yeah.
But this was really mostly formed in January. So, Ling, for a team that has been formed in January, just the growth of these guys, exponential.
Exponential growth, and might have to say they have continually reinvented themselves to an identity that I might have to say that I've definitely been known for. Although we could not exactly see Envy anymore with those playing around the flashes with the sky, but then again, they are still going to be able to pop off, or rather, have a lot more to do given that he is going to be settling for the Sentinel role. We did mention that a while ago with the conversation with Flash, but then again, this player on itself, I mean, completely reliable with the frags, locking down sight, and embracing his role completely, and not exactly lacking in terms of what he can contribute with the team. And let's just say Hashira has been sticking on towards their guns and looking on whatever they have to nitpick on towards their game style, or on towards their play style. That has been great overall. The decisions that they've been making and the leadership that they have been going through is what actually made Hashira right now.
I genuinely think I like Envy on the Sentinel because
Well, yeah.
I feel like, you know, having a person who's really able to lock down the sites quite well, a person like Envy, it's such a strong thing to have in your pocket, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, one of my first memories of Envy was when I watched him for the first time in action here in VCT, and he was actually on a cipher in Haven, and we were remarking on how he is able to open up the sites while the rest of his team was on the other side of the map, and because of those really strange lurks that would he would be able to get an opening kill onto the site, and then the rest of the team would rotate. But I, for one, think it's interesting that he's relegated to the Sentinel role because he is capable of flexing from time to time, and I think that's just a really important skill to have in your back pocket. When you need to go for that flex, you can always count on Indy. But sure, I really respect and admire the changes that are being made here. If he's meant to focus on a single role, I think that's for the best. But if the need arises, he can always go back to flexing, which is, I think, the good scenario for Hashira.
I think it's a lot more about the mentality that they're not afraid to try things and
Yeah.
see what might be better, what might be best. Because again, reinventing, Ling said yesterday, you know, reinventing yourself is one of the, you actually, both of you guys said this yesterday. Reinventing yourself is one of the elements, one of the characteristic of a championship level team. And this is something that I guess they're constantly trying to find the balance of maybe what's going to work for them against Bren, what's going to work for them against Empire, you know, because there's different things that you have to prepare. There's just so little time to do it. But let's go ahead and move on with our discussion. We'll take a look at two individual players that we want to zone in on, that we want to focus on the head to head now coming up for you guys right here. And we're going to be taking a closer look at Fireside Agent and Jeremy Ling. Tell me about it.
Man, First Hygiene has been continuously been popping off, regardless if the burden has been lightened off from his shoulders with a double duelist role, but he's still gonna be able to shine. But then again, if you look at this in a side-by-side comparison to comparing to how Jeremy is performing, I would definitely have to say that both players still has a lot more to offer, given the fact of the matter that there's a lot of support systems circling around these players. And let's just say enabling Jeremy and Fire Sargent in the team could be the largest winning condition coming out from both of them. Hashira being the more tactical one, and let's just say for the side of Pirates having a more straightforward approach, just letting Fire Sargent off the leash.
Yeah, and Farsighted when he just comes undone, when he just comes, you know, um, into a server with just unbridled talent, just the way that he's
Mhm.
able to take over a game, and this is something that I think Hashira is should be wary of because they've struggled against teams with strong aimers. This is something that happened with them with GXR. They struggled against Fireside Jin previously, you know, and dealing with that is something that I think Hashira is something is literally working on. This is the number one thing that they've been working on this week. Hopefully that transitions well. But yeah, let's go ahead and move on. We're talking about the map veto right now. We're just about to show you guys where we are at the start of the day. And Viminal, I want to get your thoughts on this because you know this matchup so well.
All right. So, looks like we're going to be going to Bind, Haven, and Ascent for the first three maps here. Talking about the first three maps here, this is selected by Hashira. No surprise here. Bind, we've seen how consistent Hashira has been. They've made a statement on this map against the best teams, especially them starting on offense. It's been a sight to see. Haven, however, is selected by Pirates. Now, this is also very interesting because we've discussed that perhaps maybe Haven is where Hashira is weakest.
Yeah.
They've had some losses on Haven here on the broadcast in VCT. Pirates may be capitalizing on that information. I think this is some pretty smart map picks. It's sort of like back and forth, not really favoring one or the other. It's definitely gonna boil down to whether or not these teams are gonna be on point today.
What about
Ma-
you, Ling? What are your thoughts on the map
on
picks here today?
Sorry, honestly, I'm just a bit concerned on how the map picks are definitely going to be coming out in order. We all know Pirates is a team that's known for their plays on Icebox, but then
Yeah.
again, having it on the deciding or the last map could be something that could make them falter or definitely struggle throughout the series. Because I was expecting this to come out sooner in this tournament, but then again, in this best of five, you all know that it's going to be the first team to actually reach up to the three maps to win. And
Mhm.
let's just say Pirates in itself could not exactly win the bag here on towards the map pickings alone just because of the order itself.
I agree. And honestly, I looked at the map picks earlier today when I saw it, and I was like, "Oh, Hashira won this pick. Hashira won the map veto
Mhm.
because look, the two best maps of Hashira, I think they're coming up first and third, and then they got split on. They got the defensive side on split start. That's very dangerous. Not to mention Icebox is coming up last, which is like one of the best maps of the Pirates.
Yep.
It's gonna be a hairy grand finals, which is why I called 3-1. Hashira might take a loss on Haven here, just because historically they haven't been winning Haven, but they still might be good at it. Suddenly they might be good at it today. Who knows?
Who
But
knows?
yeah, like I said, it's just you never really know. But in terms of the pecking order of the draft, I feel like so much went wrong here for 6045 Pirates. Do you think it's a big deal here, Vim?
It, Taking into account, yes, the order, seeing as how Icebox is at the last of the rotation, that could be a problem for the Pirates, especially if they're going to be relying on momentum right now, because there's probably a 70-80% chance that Hashira is going to take this bind map.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
very few out there in the audience are probably expecting Pirates to come out on top here in bind at least. So if they're going to bounce off of that momentum, it's going to look really grim for the Pirates. But for my predictions here, man, it's just really hard to say. I think it's still gonna be. I'm gonna bet on Pirates this time around. Honestly, I've never predicted that they would win a series, and I feel
This
like
might be the day.
this might be the day. And I really think they're set up for success here. I'm gonna side with Ling this time around. It's gonna be a 3-2 in favor of Pirates for me.
3-2.
Yeah.
All right, Ling. Even Ling's kind of going like, what?
What?
Ling.
Okay, here's the thing.
Yeah.
I am just quite surprised how your mind is completely changed. Just for the map pickings alone. But then again, we all know Hasher is a very reliable team in taking out the series. But as much as I want to bet against the winning horse that everyone believes to be, I still have my high hopes on Pirates on what they can actually do. We see them continuously improve, and then again, there's nothing stopping them now.
I mean,
So
here's the thing. I think if they beat Hashira Unbind, then
I mean,
everything kind of like
that's
turns tables, right?
mm,
So a lot rides on this first game, and honestly,
What's your
I can't
number
wait.
here? What's your
What's your
prediction
prediction?
number?
Yeah,
I would have to say this 3-2 for Pirates.
Wow, this panel has just
Man.
lost its mind here today. I'm gonna be the voice of reason for you guys. All right, these two guys, don't listen to them. 3-1 Hashir. Hashir is gonna lose Haven and win everything else. I'm gonna keep it real. All right, because clearly we're in a
Damn
pipe
them.
dream fantasy panel discussion right now. So
okay.
just me being the voice of reason. That's it. All right. So you heard from our panelists and so-called analysts here today. But now it's time to hear from the casters. We got the grand finals, guys. We're going to find out which of these teams is going to represent the Philippines in the SEA Challenger Finals. And of course, to do that, your amazing casters will be taking care of you for the last time. For now, my name is Illustrato on panel. On behalf of my panel, Viminal and Ling, we'll see you guys in a bit when we come into the game itself, because now it's going to be the grand final, Hashira versus 6045 Pirates.
is this a fight of animes? Because Pirates, One Piece, Hashira, Demon Slayer, what's up with that? My name is Astra. Of course, with me now is Dax, and we're here for the grand finals. What do you have to say about that, man?
First things first, I thought you were gonna give me a pickup line, and then you just went full Super Saiyan Asarai over there. But we are over the moon in the hype because here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Grand finals time. Pirates versus Hashira. And as Asarai mentioned, these guys have made, quite an identity for themselves. It's not the anime kind, but more of they've really grown here in the Challengers Philippines. Hashira, they made a splash in stage number 1, immediately a contender facing off against the best. They took back their spot. They're like, new Hashira, new look, still the same old performance. And they've done even better now, winning it out in stage number 2, week number 1, and getting here to the finals. But on the other side, a bit of a change of pace. Pirates, they showed up in stage 1 also, and it was like hi and goodbye. And then when you get to stage 2, right? It seemed like they were just getting better. The first run around, it was the Far Side Jin and Flash show. And in the second one, it was now get the jail key away from from the captain, unlock the chains of Senior Carl from the brig, and bring him there. Even though it wasn't the best performance in week number 2, it felt like they were playing as a team. And now, here in week number 3, beating out familiar faces, familiar places, and new teams on the PH scene, just making it to the finals, really showing how much they've grown and how much they've progressed. I gotta say, Asrai, this is a matchup that really proves how the whole scene is growing. Both Pirates and Hashira deserve to be here, and they just did it in different ways, in different paces, and now they will be meeting each other in 5 maps.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with that one. It seems like there was just, I don't know, we basically made a time skip in the span of a week or so, and all of these teams are looking better than they were when they started in VCT. Again, stage 1 was something different. It's always been the Bren show, but when we came to stage 2, the adapting, the maturity of these teams has gone to the next level, and we're seeing a different set of contenders coming into the grand finals. Again, people might say, yeah, but it's Bren already qualified, but you cannot deny the fact that teams like Hashira, the former SV Empire, now looking for Org, and this 6045 Pirates all have what it takes to be able to take down any team right now in the VCT and be able to dominate the scene in any of these particular weeks if you sleep on them. And hopefully now, Hashira won't sleep on their opponents, because 6045 Pirates, like you said here, Dax, they're looking quite damn scary.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Yep. Pirates, a lot of sacrifice really in their belt right now. I know for a fact there are things going on for Pirates, but they have chosen to be here, that this is going to be their chance to make it to that region. And you can really see that they've played so well together. It really feels like that they aren't just a friend group anymore. They are a whole team coordinated to be one of the best in the PH scene. But Hashira, come on, Asarai, we gotta tell it straight. They are technically now a sort of defending champion. They won in week number 1, sure. They got kicked out in week number 2, but they're back in the finals in week number 3. They're trying to reclaim that throne and say, we belong to the region. And as the panels mentioned, map draft-wise, it's a strong start here for Hashira. You get maps number 1 and 3 going in their favor. I love the fact that Pirates picked up Haven for map number 2 just to turn the tide, but it really feels like if Pirates doesn't get one of these 3 maps, I mean, obviously the series would be over, but it will be so crucial for Pirates to steal a map away from Hashira here and now, because that latter half with Split and Icebox, it seems like that's set sail for Pirate territory when we get there.
Yeah, although if they do go for, let's say, Split, I think there still should be a chance for the Pirates, because yesterday when we saw Hashira, even if they did win the series altogether, it seems like Split is also a kind of toss-up for them. It's a mystery if they're going to be able to make it happen or not. And with the addition of Pirates' strategic regime, it seems like they're going to be able to at least make them a run for their money. But like you said, Dax, definitely agree with you on that one as well. They just need to be able to get at least 2 games in the first part of this series, because maps be important, yo. In any case now, as the Hashira boys will be starting the attack. Setups from Rabbit. They will be charging right out, but nobody's controlling U-Haul. And that's only going to be, I believe, Flash, who is situated on the A heavens. And he will back away as the nade throws him off balance.
It's time to go for the toss. Flash in the meantime. Gonna be peeking yet again from that tower. And Spike gonna get planted. Wall right now being broken on down. Seems like it's a shower side plant here for the side of Hashira, who of course will be running that single duelist Sage combination. So potent on this. Really just made a name for themselves in the VCT with behind itself an Envy and Hatred. There you have it. The stability of Envy. And of course the Battle Sage getting on the board. Jeremy and 2766. Absolutely no slouches. And 1-0. A clean round there for Hashira.
Rabbit just throws out paranoias that the rest of the Hashira boys can always capitalize on. Like, he just throws paranoias that aren't really beneficial for him, but it's so beneficial for people like Envy who just pop right out. And because he's just so used to the timing, it's a flawless consecutive full motion for them. And with that, that's going to be a flawless pistol. And here we go to the second round. Pirates don't really have much money, but they're going to go for the state control onto the B long. Got to be careful here as Fire Sage and will get slowed down by the slow orb as well as spotted by the recon dart. But he will back away safely underneath of Hookah. Nestled in there will be his shorty. And the rest of Hashira with the bomb or with the spike is looking for the B.
Sneaky peeky with that shorty. Looking for that last surprise. Thing is though, Hashira, they are aware that that Jet was running on around trying to get the orbs. They have an idea that Fire Sergeant is nearby. But in any case, they're trying to get a bit more of that intel and see who is going to be playing on things like Octagon and things like Hookah and ever. Hashira have already secured it. 2766 in the meantime, trying to fight for that B-long angle. It's all about positioning here. Envy, of course, classic lurk onto A side. Dart right now gonna get broken on down. And Hashira, it's time here. Look at that, Jeremy. He's set for liftoff and he's flying on in the backside. Envy on the board to get rid of Flash, but Nico does get rid of the raise in response to for the Sova there of Pirates. But Hashira able to set up on B side, but Fire Sergeant, he's coming on in, Asteroid, and the Jet, he's danger close, but he gets spotted by the Spectre of all things. Alert, alert, it's a shorty in hand, and it's all up to 2GE now. Not gonna happen. Hashira didn't even plant it there. Now they do, get some bonus money, and 2-0 is our score.
I'm not sure what Fire Sage was trying to hope to get there, or if his shorty was spotted initially. That's why nobody picked him on the container. It was pretty smart for Hashira not to just charge right in and make sure that the crossfire and the trade would always be possible for them, because you never know that if you allow Fire Sage to steal like a Spectre, he can just make frags out of nowhere, get frags out of nowhere. I think to be more specific here, it's going to be the first buy round for the Pirates. And just to point out as well, 2GE on this Astro, we've seen how good a team like Alpha Esports can do with this. And maybe 2GE is able to get some info off of that, because they were the ones that, again, I would remind the viewers here, we're the ones that beat the Alpha Esports roster in such a dominant fashion. Although that was a 2-1, it showed the evolution definitely of the Pirates as well.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to highlight their playstyle there. And, you know, Pirates, they are Astro believers. Come on, if you're Pirates, you're always in the seas. You have to rely on the stars to guide you, and that's what the Astro is all about for the combos. But Hashira, honestly, they were one of the first teams to experiment on the Astra, but they said, nope, I don't think this is going to work for us. So Rabbit back on the Omen instead. Their paranoias have been huge, and it's always a contention point, Asteroid. Do you go with what's new, or do you stick around in what has been tried and tested? And I'd love to see that right now. Hashira, of course, having a very distinct playstyle from Pirates, which we'll get to later. Fire Sergeant, though, he has a gun, and he's ready to go for the pounce. Good kill on the Hatred, preventing any kind of shenanigans from the Sage. 5v4 right now, and Hashira looking to go on to B site. They have 2 rifles, though, interesting enough, so we'll see what they can do with this.
I mean, if there's a song that is called What's New Pussycat, and there's a song in a show called What's New Scooby-Doo, why not try What's New, right? In any case, Fire Saiyan does have a boosted angle here, and is about to spot out Rabbit, who was not aware of the high ground position of the Fire Saiyan dude. 7 bullets and a dream, but he still will be able to finalize the kill onto 2766, and this is just looking pretty damn good. As Envy, though, where does he get these kills from? Gets a third onto Nico. Not gonna be able to find 2GE, who was already looking at Hookah, but still, in the end, it's gonna be Pirates to win. But what an expensive round done by Envy, who was just underneath Hookah.
Man, that was such a surprising time. It's like you clean your room, right? And then one of your pets topples over the bucket that you use to dump all the dirty water. Because it really felt like Farsigen, he was just in cruise control by that point, getting the kills there. But Envy, again, sometimes he's invincible, sometimes he's invisible. And he was just not spotted there underneath the hookah. It was 6 kills now to his name. A good set there, really damaging Pirates where it counts. But luckily for the side of the defense here, they have the Blade Storm now thanks to Farsigen and his kills. And he's ready to go for the Storm. Let's see what he can do with it.
He's just that good. Is going to be the gravity well activated already. They are expending a lot of the stars for 2GE at the very start here. You can really see how much control I think Pirates do want to take on this A short and force Hashira to go elsewhere. But as we can see now on the minimap on their top left, guys, check it out. All the utilities for Pirates have been situated on A. I think for B, they're okay with giving it up and just getting a portion control, maybe on Hookah or onto Octagon. Jeremy, though, finds a nice little shot onto 2GE, partially in his body, but still able to translate that into a kill, and his Rabbit gets another one. This could be a really safe A take. Flash, though, he's into the corner, waiting for a bit of that one, and he just creeps up onto the Creeper himself, finds another onto Jeremy. He's already down to 74, and Jeremy finalizes that one. And we're down to the 4 versus 2. Nico and Singer Carl coming in from both sides of the angle. No, just going to be on the spawn. Left. But that wall from Hatred, gonna have to keep them honest for the moment as Hatred has to back away. Recon Dart spots him. The punish will not be commenced.
Yeah, Hatred gonna be going on down, and here we go. Trying to go for the heals on Jeremy, but no, he's already dead, Hatred. You have to get the revenge, and he will do so there. Nico now all alone, 2766, will look his counterpart in the eye and take him down. And now we're seeing the elements here, Asarai, of these two teams. Hashira, it's a macro game for them. Envy, putting in the damage in the last round before that previous round, right? And they took advantage of it. They was like, okay, they have the lesser guns. We can just go on into the site and be A-okay. Pirates in the meantime, they will be relying on those microfights. They will be relying on those duels as much as possible. And here we go again. We get the melting pot of culture in the PH scene that we know and love, distinct styles. But my biggest concern for Pirates is in a situation like this, they really don't perform as well compared to a matchup where they mirror, like, okay, you go for against Alpha, is just who can outdo, who can outcarry the other. But against teams like, Hashira, teams like Bren, they do struggle to try and pierce that upper echelon because these guys, they try to change it up. And I feel like if the Pirates do take this series, it will define them as that top team that is absolutely complete because they're really one of the best at what they do. But the question is now, are they the best at pretty much handling anything that is in front of them?
Adaptability was what we saw when they went up against Alpha Esports at that last game that they had. I think that was on Ascent, but Bind, I think, is not the same variant as that particular map, and it does force Pirates, I think, to play a bit more one-dimensional. You can see how many bodies they put onto the A site, which is both their big utility users, that being, of course, the Killjoy as well as the Astra. So with that in mind, maybe there is some form of difficulties right now for Pirates to go to that next level. Jeremy starts the fight here, though, but Singer Carl gets forced out as he hears the showstopper coming up. Wallbangs will be had. Nico has to respect that and come all the way through elbow here as Fire Sage and creeps right back up once again. Will not get the kill as he was just jumping up and down, and of course the distance was too much for the shorty to really get that value off of. And here we go to that point where I don't think Pirates will be able to get this once again. They're going to have to go through the murder hole, and Nico's positioning on elbow as he tries to escape is blotted out by the wall. They can hear him breaking it as well, and it's only a matter of time. And there you go. He's dropped down. That's going to be it. Jeremy picks up another weapon here, and he basically just upgrades from the Judge. And Hashira really decisive with the rounds that they have here on the attacking side.
Yeah, Hashira, the executions are on point, and, I remember telling you at the start of the stage, it's like, Asarai, thank God the Bucky's gonna get nerfed. We're gonna see less shotguns. So just I had a countdown and everything. How many days left to see no shotguns? But then you have the likes of Alpha, the likes of Hashira, the likes of Pirates, loving the Judge. I'm just like, okay, here we go again. And this is the perfect map to do so, right? As Farsigen, operator in hand, barely misses the mark onto Jeremy. He looked dead in the eye, and luckily for the Rays, he was just not brought on to the high heavens there. So Hashira now know that there is going to be an up in hand, but do they know that Senior Carl is going to be looking to say Ola here by the reception of short with that Judge? We'll find out as Hashira now are moving to play into A site.
Well, Envy here is just going to be sneaking up for the moment, Dax. The rest of Hashira are also situated now on the short angle. This is actually a good transition for them because they know that Fire Sage is going to be on B. So what's the point of not going there? Jeremy just sprays out of his damn mind, making sure that his opponent will not be there. The Linus from Nico, though, this could actually be really good for them to trade onto Hatred. And this is still palpable for the members of Pirates. They just have to just regress for a moment. They still do have Fire Saiyajin, but these utilities, man, it's being utilized to just delay them even further. Rabbit even has a paranoia, and the steps for Pirates to go above and beyond is going to be a tad too high, maybe. They are going to be breaking the wall now. Spotting out one onto U-Haul, waiting for Rabbit to already show his fangs, but he will use the paranoia instead. Jeremy into the corner, and that is so strong. CQC with the judge on U-Haul. You better damn well be sure that you're not going to be able to win that. Nico, he spots out another one, and Ferris Agent left to his own devices. There's going to be, of course, the chase down from Jeremy. There's going to be the lineup as well, but he is tanking the damage, and there's one more, 2766. I don't think he's going to have enough time, but the thing about that, though, is the spike was not even half the fuse, and that's going to be another round for Hashira.
What timing there from Jeremy. And I gotta say, Asurai, that was really smart from Jeremy all throughout that round. So they get the kill on the Senior Carl, and they see that that's gonna be a judge. Rabbit, in the meantime, I believe he got rezzed on upright. So he didn't have a gun. He had to go for spike duty. But Jeremy left the rifle there, and then he held on to the lamps. You mentioned it. CQC, the name of the game on that U-Haul, and effective enough to put the surprise on and put on the pressure. Farside Jin, incredible shot for the off. Danger close, still gets the kill onto Jeremy anyway. But as you mentioned, damage has been done. Halfway on the defuse, just was not met whatsoever. And then you get the Hunter's Fury, you get that shock that also plus the timer. There was just no way for the objective to be taken. And now Pirates, they will also lose their captain right now. Farside Jin will go down. Hashira is on a warpath here.
Man, when you got the momentum and when you're Hashira, it seems like nothing can go wrong for you. And look at this alert from Envy. Even spots out to the tripwire. He can get a second kill, and 2GE, he's just not having a good day at all. At the start of this one, he's set up a couple of utilities here and there, but the shot's really not connecting. And in the end, isn't that what matters all in all? Hatred's going to be charging right in, and look at the balls on this man as he just charges right through with his wall. Nobody expecting it because they thought that he was just going to retreat behind. That's Hatred. He likes to go for these aggressive fights. He likes to go for the battle stage, and he likes to go for the spray down all the way through that spawn entrance. 6-1 in Hashira. My goodness, they are just feeling it right now, Mr. Dax.
Classic Hatred. On Bind, he is pretty much the pilot. He is just a driver of that APC. On the defense, he uses it for cover, and suddenly, surprise, I'm peeking with the wall. And save case, in that post plant, he was just like, okay, I'm gonna wall on up, but I'm gonna stay high on the second floor, basically, on top of this barrier orb. And it really is just confidence from a guy like this. Good call though for Hashira. They knew that they had that gun advantage, so they went for the aggressive peek like that. They might be punished now if they do so, and you can see the Hashira changing the pace yet again, trying to feel out the competition, figure out where Fireside Jin is as much as possible, because that operator is in the hands of the Jet yet again. But Hashira right now, this is a big gap here, Asurai, and it's getting bigger and bigger if this keeps up.
A small little slit turning into a tremendous gash. You need to call in some form of healing because right now, Hashira, everything that they're throwing out is just able to read, or rather just disrupt anything that Pirates wants to get set up. Like, you saw that. They threw a couple of utilities on Hookah, and they made sure with 2766's drone that he can make sure that Senior Carl's not going to be there maybe in the close quarter angles, and it also just disrupts everything. So now Jeremy's going to find another kill. H is going to be able to come in here, and Senior Carl, he has to win this fight right here, right now. Knows one is into the corner, but this is a two-man setup. He does find the one first. Senior Carl will get the second as he sprays down perfectly with the Phantom, leading the charge for the Pirates, and this man is doing magic. But as the other end, there's also a magic user here, and that's Hatred. And Alakazam, be is mine.
Presto, depresso, and Pirates now just going on down yet again. You can see the elements are there for both sides. For Pirates, if you give them the chance to go for the duels, right, then they're gonna win it. They can just out-aim you. But Hashira, play positioning right, make them walk into your funnels, make them walk into your traps. That's where things just align for a squad like this. Hatred had such a good time handling the battlefield there onto the defensive spawn just because of that barrier orb. And we had someone waiting on the elbow as well. Hashira in control of the positioning. And that's the biggest one. Envy right now, the caught jumping up on top. And the timing there from Fire Cyanogen was absolutely perfect. They need a kill like that just to try and clutch out a thrifty round like this. But we'll see right now because Jeremy spots out Flash. Goodbye to the traps. The Astro of 2GE trying to get in the way. Showstopper hunting down a target. And Senor Carl, he's going to get that last surprise there indeed. It's Jeremy now on the board. And oh, Pirates retrieve a gun. 3v3 on the B side. Again, Hashira with a stellar post plant. We'll see how this is going to work.
It's not even Hashira being good at taking A or just B. They're just good at taking sites, period. And this has really put a hamper on Pirates because they're left kind of having to adjust a lot, but not really having the utilities or the capability to counter that for the moment. 2GE and Fire Cyanogen, they need to find the kills first. That's going to be Fire Cyanogen drop down, not going to be having his blades up. And look at the rest of Hashira here, just charging right through. The Cosmic Divide, though, giving some opening. And Fire Cyanogen is using this to his regard. It's not going to work out in the end as a 2 versus 1 is going to be too much for him to handle. And he goes back to the drawing board as the rest of the Pirates still only have 1 in this first game in Bind.
Muffle those footsteps and the sound of silence at the end of everything. Unfortunately, though, even though Fire Cyanogen putting on a bit of a performance there after the kill onto Envy and over to B site, just not enough right now. Hashira, again, put them on a post-plant situation. More often than not, they are prepared to position themselves accordingly. It really is just familiar ground here for Hashira right now, Asura. It really seems like they just know this map by the back of their hand. And for Pirates, they want to fight. It's like, they're challenging Hashira. They're trying to say, fight me, come on, look at me, duel me. And Hashira refuses to do so because if you have to fight someone like Hatred, it's either a wall is in your way or he's on top of it, right? Jeremy, in the meantime, gonna flush you out with all the utility of the raise there and more. 2766, of course, darting on around. Rabbit with huge paranoias and Envy. You don't even know where this guy is half the time. If you can spot him out, sure, you can kill him. But if he spots you first, then you are dead in the water. Pirates, again, they're still showing up the way they know how. They know how to fight, and you can see it with some of the score lines, especially from what we see from the two duelists. But the big problem right now for Pirates is Flash is all the way down below. It's not that he's really having a terrible time. It's just more is Hashira imposing as soon as they get on site. So the traps of the Killjoy, they cannot work out whatsoever. Jeremy, though, gonna get tagged by the foot there by the operator. But Pirates, they need a break. They needed to break that leg and break the face of the Raze. It's still 5v5 in a round that it really feels like it's that 4-1 setup that they're desperately trying to make work.
One of the problems right now for Pirates is, I think more so than not, it's just Fire Cyanogen not getting the initial kills. And that seems like such a simple thing, but with how the setup and how the momentum of the Pirates are trying to go about this, it's just not working in their favor. Nico, though, he has done a lot of things to clutch for the Pirates yesterday, and he's doing that right now. Rabbit steps up into the plate. You should be getting taken here by the detain. Second early, or second later, that might have been him being drawn out. Opponents are going to be coming from both sides. Fire Cyanogen will be on A, and if ever he rotates, there's going to be one here on B, and immediately spots out that the operator was there already. Is that going to gravitate the rotation from Singer Carl? But here's the thing. He's near the teleporter. If Rabbit plants right now, Singer Carl can just go straight up, and because there's no more time, Rabbit has to commit for the A side. He knows that he has to get the kill first onto Fire Cyanogen on Heaven, but he's using as much time as possible so that he has an opportunity to do so. But he will give himself some dark cover that will put Singer Carl to rotate now. But it seems like he's going to go all the way around and leave Fire Cyanogen to at least get that info against Rabbit, who still has his smoke. It's about to dissipate in about a second or two. Knowing that, he just backs away. But here's the kicker here, Dax. He also has a lot of utility still left, with Paranoia being the better of them.
Yeah, we'll see though if that blind can get a connection as Rabbit now creeping on forward. Senior Carl though with the spot, and that was really smart here for both sides. Pirates, they know it's an omen. They can go for it from the shadows. Both sides are still in perilous states. But then Fire Sergeant denying the TP anyway. Rabbit responding in kind with the dark cover, right? And from that point on, it had to be Pirates hunting down the Omen. They did so, they got the round, and in that situation, it was pretty much the Pirates playbook. You see the guys in front of you, you kill the guys in front of you, especially onto the short side. And you gotta love it from the Pirates when they can actually play that style here. But again, for Hashira, the whole game plan, the whole win condition is to get in the way of that. Prevent them from getting those sidelines, prevent them from getting those duels, and things are good to go. Asher, though, and Pirates, I think, yeah, the round hasn't started yet, Asteroid. We got pause as soon as the barriers do come on out, and it's a 6-round gap between these two teams.
It's still workable. The mentality of the Pirates right now, you can see that Fire Saiyajin, he wants to get that initial frag at the very start. Maybe force out Hatred's res if it's up, or basically just give them that numbers advantage at the start of the round. He's challenging it, and he's giving away his super important tailwind for the later stage of that round just for that one fact, because he knows that he needs to create that momentum for his team and disrupt the one that is being built up right now by Hashira. Jeremy, though, what is happening? They retreat and they come into basically the shooting galore for one of the intensive fraggers of Hashira, and that is not what's supposed to be happening here. But Pirates will get punished for that. They do lose the one already in the form of Nico. Here's going to be Fire Saiyajin all the way up onto short. They will be connecting on him, but he's got to be careful as well because Senior Carl also has, not Senior Carl, but I think Jeremy, no, never mind, does not have his ultimate. The kill onto the trade with Hatred, and Senior Carl is here, all crept up the way onto Mark, and he's about to find 3, but everybody was prepared for his big little flanks, and they were just waiting for somebody to edge too close to the fire, and, well, that was going to be Senior Carl burned immediately.
I don't even know if Rabbit did that on purpose. He was looking to the left just to surprise whoever was looking in front of him, and Jeremy, he protected his teammate and took down the Raze out of nowhere. So Hashira, a lot of trust in the squadron. They are playing together. Same things for Pirates, actually. But 2GE right now, over onto the defense side, trying to block that vision with the Nebula, but the Recon Bolt's going to be getting a tag anyway. And it seems like Envy so pesky with the camera gameplay there. Rabbit, though, on the other side of the tin can. Here comes Envy, here comes Rabbit. The crossfire is just so strong. If you try to play tic-tac-toe on B side, it really feels like Hashira has all the spaces in the world and more. 9-2, last round of the half, and this attacking side right now has really shown us what the game plan of Hashira is coming into the series. Just dominate the sites and play the sight lines. Pirates, they're gonna have to adjust, especially when they get on the attacking side. We'll see if that tempo is gonna change, and a good chance might be now.
You said it already, man. Pirates, because they went for this double duelist comp on defense at the start, right? They have to find these frags first because they don't really have that many utility to slow down the pace of the game. I know that they have the Astra as well as the Killjoy, but it seems like Hashira have done a good enough job at just being able to evade those particular utilities and still find some value on across a part of the map here. Senior Carl will be using his ultimate, but a tad bit too early, and Hashira did the perfect job at just kind of baiting him on that one. It's going to be 2GE only with his utility here, or as well as his stinger. Maybe it's going to be enough. He runs away, but he gets chased down by the ult. No, that was his teammates as he tries to double up onto the, I would say, sacrifice there of 2GE. A trade for a trade, 3 versus 3, and this seems to be at least a workable situation for Pirates, but they're gonna have to go through a lot, especially when Envy has the operator. It's gonna be so difficult, but now that they spot him on bathrooms there, maybe they can work against him. But Jeremy is here, 1 versus 1 for Singer Carl.
Oh, the raise, and that is going to be Jeremy getting the difference on. There we have the takedown into the showstopper now. Flash, though, in the meantime, the kill onto 2766, and here comes the rocket, but apparently it's flying a little too far off. Envy, though, operator in hand, gets that kill. Flash in the meantime in a 1v2 slate, and can he do it? He knows that the Cypher is there. He knows that the raise is on the other side, but Envy will use that small little moment to get that kill and capture this ass right. 10-2 right now, coming into the next half. If Hashira is able to get the pistol, it's going to be bad news bears here for Pirates.
It's incredibly bad news bears. I mean, you know, the only good bear that I think I've ever really enjoyed, or maybe as of recent, is probably the Wee Bear bears. But this is not the bears that we were probably enjoying.
This is like you have grizzly bear, you have panda bear, right? You have ice bear. This is more like
Yes.
the espresso bear for pirates, and
Yeah, just bear with me.
yeah, exactly. They have to bear with this. Pardon the pun there. Might as well go with the Asrai cringe of the day by this point, right? But the thing is, for pirates, they need to bear with what Hashira is doing. They need to realize that they cannot just try to force contact anymore because the battlefield is always being manipulated by Hashira. You think, right, that pirates, they have that Astra, they have that Sova, and they have that Killjoy. They can actually guide the movements of Hashira on that attack side, but it just didn't happen. Whenever Hashira would step up onto a plate, set up onto the site, it was just them taking the reins of the objective itself. And from that point on, it gave them round after round. But this time, now the pirates can carve out their own destiny. It's up to them on what side they're gonna take. Can they use the combos now between the Astra plus maybe the Raze, maybe the Sova there as well? We'll find out. Pistol time. Here we go. And second half is upon us.
Gonna be the shock darts from Nico there. He's gonna have some information, and Rabbit takes off the head of Flash. The back away for the moment. The rest of Hashira is starting to rotate now. Nico's just charging into the back of the side already. Wants to get the kill first. Noda one is going to be coming through to heaven side. Spots it, flicks it, not going to miss it. Or going to miss it, actually. Rabbit drops down. He's there already, but Nico holds his ground for the moment, but only just for that particular instance. And still, in the end, it's going to be the quick retakes for Hashira to win them that one out, and we're only 2 rounds away. Pirates, I think they have to go for the force buy. They don't want to go in overtime, basically, like, how many rounds? 9 straight rounds? 10 straight rounds? Just to try to make that happen?
They need to surprise the opposition right now. They need to find a way to jumpstart their victories. And as you mentioned, right, force buy might be the way to go. And you can see it already. 3 Spectres, a Stinger, and a Judge. It's time to fly on high with Farsight. Can he get close enough? But Hashira, they already have an inkling. They sniff out what the plan is going to be from the attacking side. All of them going to be on the Spectres. It's do or die time with the SMGs right here, right now for the first map. And here we are at it again. Wall on up though by Hatred. And I like this a lot from Hashira because this now confirms that there's going to be some faster fire rates on the other side. Nanoswarm though going to get thrown on over. And the Pirates trying to take control of the hook of Farsight though gets on top and gets rid of Envy. Hatred in the meantime on the other side. There we go with the spray down into the takedown. And the Pirates trying to play a 2-prong attack over onto the B side. Who we go? But still, Jeremy is alive and he is going to be beating on 2 GE there. Painshell's going to get thrown over to the backside. Rabbit now trying to play the flank in the first place. And over onto the Octagon. That's a TKO from Jeremy. A triple kill for the Raze and Hashira. It doesn't matter how much pressure you apply. They are still going to come up ahead. And this is now map point for them.
Well, apply ointment to the burn, but it seems like it's too much sizzle, it's too much heat for Pirates to handle. And Hashira, they're starting to slowly prove to us that in this Weeb game, well, it seems like Demon Slayer is going to be the one to come out on top of the Pirates. Maybe on the second game we'll be seeing something different, but I don't know what's going to be it's going to transpire here. There's better weapons overall for Hashira. They have more control with the agents that they have. It's going to be very difficult for Pirates here. And looking at the kills as well, Fire Saiyajin, again, very slow onto the uptake. He's going to have the Judge in hand, but they all but give away the U-Haul for the moment just because they know that there could be a quick little dash here in Fire Saiyajin. He's used all of his utility now. He's used all of the Cloud Burst, and he still hasn't gotten a kill. Even if they get the Spike planted down, a lot of the delay tools for Pirates have already but expended just to take the A side.
At least they are there, and at least they set up that post plant, and we'll see now what they can do as Hashira is prepared with 4 Spectres and a rifle, and that is going to be Hatred, of course. He is just cruise control with the Spectre. He's doing it again, Lambo style. He's trying to go for another one, and yes, he does! A triple kill with the Spectre. SMG God truly Farsight in the meantime catching out the Sage there, but Senior Carl, he's on the hunt, and there we go with the flick of the wrist. He finds the Sova at that midpoint of his jump. And the Pirates, they need that one. You know, you can breathe a little bit, Pirates fans, because this squad, no matter how far the gap is, they will not give up. They will fight against the best, and they will fight for the best kind of situation for them. And in that heave of desperation, Asai, sure, they use their utilities early on just to secure it. It's worth it. You want to have that set up for the Astra. You want to make sure that your duelists are in position to go for the kills. And the Pirates, they're still alive here. But for how long? That'll be a question, because Hashira, it's hero rifle time actually for Jeremy. This is interesting because it might be a round where Hashira is saying, okay, let's get ults and then let's win the game next time.
A perfect game is needed here for Pirates. And with Jeremy being there into the cross and him getting the kill onto Fire Saiyajin, arguably the point man for attacking when Pirates are going to be on the opposite side of the map here. It's going to be very difficult for them. Crossfire is already being set up, and this is going to be nigh just impossible as the shotguns come out, the shorty to come through. But of course, with the rest of Pirates still being alive, well, this could be something that Pirates will work towards winning. Of course, it's only going to be Rabbit with the classic in hand, and his footsteps are being heard. He's jumping up and down, left and right. Recon Dart will be there, tries to flick to the left, but in the end, Pirates hold true. 12-4, they still need 8 more.
Yeah, and Senior Carl, he watched the tapes. He knows how Rabbit moves around his dark cover. And I love the fact that both sides of that dark orb, there was Pirates waiting on the other side looking to go for the kill. So a good round for Pirates, but I mentioned it before, Asurai, Hashira. They have so many rounds to give, and that last one's like, okay, we lost that, but look what they get. Look at what they get in return, right? 2766. He has the Hunter's Fury now. Hatred has the res, and Jeremy has the Showstopper. I love the fact that Pirates will respond in kind of 3 ultimates of their own, but this does put a big wrench in the plans of the Pirates. Can they figure that out, though? That'll be the question. Rifles are abound now here for the defensive side as well. This is the uphill battle now for Pirates. This is where the first step to that comeback will truly happen. If it's going to be a reality here, Asarai, it has to be now. It has to be this round, or else Hashira will take map number 1.
I don't know what's going to happen here.
Right here.
It's going to be difficult, but there is going to be that quick pause, I believe, just to maybe allow Pirates to figure stuff out, or maybe that was Hashira, I'm not even sure. But either way, there's just so many things that can really disrupt the Pirates, and like you said, man, but that's why they're the ones playing, and we're the ones who are just viewing. It's because they're the ones who know how to do just that. If they can't, they're gonna be at least pushed to a game 2 with Hashira getting that 1 advantage. And we did talk about how they need to be able to get at least 2 games in the first part of the series to have a comfortable chance at winning, because the latter portion of the maps that we have for this best of 5 definitely does not favor Pirates, at least track record wise. Fire Saiyajin will spot out ahead then and there, backs away immediately. There is an orb here, but Nico as well as the Jet do have their ultimates, so it's going to be wasted. Envy into the corner now, but as 2766 uses his Hunter's Fury to spot out onto A short, doesn't find anything. This is where Hashira tend to kind of second guess themselves. Is it going to be here on A, or are we going to go for B where it's all at?
Yeah, we have a siege on to B. At least the Pirates able to avoid the Hunter's Fury there, and then it's going to give them a good chance to step up onto B side. But Envy now with a catch onto Senior Carl. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, though. In response, Fire Saiyajin flings in the blades and gets rid of Hatred. And I like the fact that the Pirates are doing it again here, Asteroid. They're using their utilities to set up on a site and be ready to go. Cosmic Divide, though, to blockade a little bit of that vision yet again. It is going to be a sneaky time here. Noise going to get muffled, but these kills are going to be so essential. Boombot, though, going on over to the other side. Rabbit right now hitting that paranoia. Far Jin has to back on the way. 2GE, though, with the kill. And inside the cloud versus all about sneaky peeky plays. And Rabbit, apparently, he will get a bit of a backstab there, but he will actually get stabbed in the back by the Jet instead. And the Pirates, they commit a lot, but they will make it happen anyway. Another round here, and just to build on the point you were making, I personally think that this first half of the map draft, right, is Hashira favorite. You have the likes of Bind and Ascent for maps number 1 and 3. I love the fact that I mentioned a while ago that the Pirates rather picked Haven for map number 2 because historically Hashira hasn't a good sign for it. But the longer the series go, and especially if we get to Icebox, then the Pirates has a really good chance at taking this win. But there is a caveat: split no matter how contestable Hashira is, they find ways to wrap up series on a B take there. So there's so many elements right now to the story, and there's so many elements to see how much these teams have grown. But right now, it's just a variance of playstyle, and Hashira is the one coming up ahead.
Of course, Hashira now still, oh man, Hatred on his Bucky. He's gonna find the one. What a shot from Envy. Flash, I think that was a bit too, I was thinking eager for him, or at least a bit too hopeful. Jeremy's gonna get spotted there with Nico as he puts out the shock darts, and they gotta back away, but they can actually save the weapon of Flash and bring it into this particular retake if they do also want to. Fire Saiyajin, though, look at how close he's gotten onto the spawn already, but Classics to take down Fire Saiyajin? Are you kidding me? And then now they're going to be able to get another Phantom into their hands? And the Spike is still not yet into danger territory in terms of that ticking, and there could actually be a retake here that just will not be denied. Hatred, he also has a chance to revive somebody right now, but the Crossfire is going to be there. The takedown from Nico, the 4K as well. That was too close for comfort, but in the end, as long as Pirates win the round, that is still a win to their favor.
Yeah, costly, but secure anyway. And Nico with a beautiful shot there. Beautiful kill onto Rapid as well. And just another one on the board that really made a mark in that round. And it seemed like this could have been the Hatred show, honestly. The cards were there. The stars were aligned for him to go for a res and retake that A site. But no, it seems like the Pirates, they refuse to lose. And I love this never give up mentality from them. They always want to find these fights. And it does feel like they're a lot more comfortable on the attacking side because they have to see what Hashira is doing first before anything else. And it allows them to at least have that chance to move on around, have that chance to be a bit more malleable than compared to their defense. And they're showing us here that the comeback is starting to happen. And this is going to be a big sign for them because look at this, Asteroid. Ultimates are going to be online soon here for Pirates. If they can last a few more rounds, then they're going to be having not just parity, but basically the advantage versus Hashira.
It's a few more stretches for Pirates here, definitely. But Hashira is already at the finish line. They just need one more step, and everything that they can take, everything that they can use to get that advantage is so crucial here. Oh, wait, check out this Envy tripwire. If he gets hit by this Fire Sage, could be in trouble, but he spots it out before anything happens there. Because there was a wallbang spot, if you guys did not know, they're already at the back of the site. Or at the spawn. Senior Carl is going to be able to spot out Hatred, who does go for the pre-fire, but Senior Carl really showing his stock here. Fire Sage, and also a beautiful job at just finding out all the utilities as Flash puts out everything that he has. Fire Sage is just ripping through left, right, and center. And as Senior Carl spots out another, it's only Rapid to remain. There's going to be the nade, and he panics, has to push out because the explosion would kill him. And now Pirates, they mount a comeback, and they're getting all of these advantages. 5 more rounds before we go to the overtime.
And Hashira, they're struggling on the retake, and I feel like the biggest thing right now is they're a bit too frugal. They have so many ultimates to use, and a while ago, I'd even say just smash them all down. You were up by how many points before? You were really in the driver's seat with those ultimates. Might as well just use them and swing the tides in your favor. But now they have to consider being a bit more frugal because it's only a handful of a lead versus the Pirates. Not only that, Senor Carl, Fire Sergeant, ready with their ults, 2 GE, Flash, 1 away from it. And we saw Nico unleash it a while ago. The Pirates, they're getting that parity I mentioned. They've finally seen a bit of that booty, and the Hashira way has to stop them as soon as possible, or the Pirates will really crawl on back from the abyss, from Davy Jones' locker, and shut down the squadron, unless, Senor Carl, he wins that one out, but Hatred, he gets the kill. Is he tempted, though, to go for the res?
He has a wall. He can definitely do just that. Are they going to go for the quick trigger here? Because there's going to be already more bodies for Hashira to use. And these shots from Hatred, these shots from Jeremy just to connect. Insanity, Redefined. 2 will be coming from the B side. Rabbit has gone all the way around. And he's going to be able to hit a flank of his life. Nobody can actually elevate themselves with their abilities to go to heaven. And this kind of pincers in the rest. Nico's going to be into the corner now in a good flank. A crucial flank onto his opponent, but what was happening there? Just putting out your knife after 1 kill, that's always punishable. To be able to spot out a Rabbit there who was maybe hoping that his opponent has gone through all the way heaven. but Pirates still do it once again. One alive, but that's all that they need, and they will have the money to keep buying back up. The economy is heavily in their favor, and Pirates just need 4 more.
Yeah, the Pirates, they've set sail back to greener pastures, and now they have the guns here, Asarai. They have the ultimates, and they are in control of this half. Gotta say, though, you still gotta remember, Pirates, you are looking at a team on map point. You cannot afford to make any silly mistake, and luckily for them, they had that gun advantage and a stellar spot out by the last remaining member, so it was still okay for them. But they still need to be careful. You need to be responsible of your actions, and even though Nico has been incredible in this game, in this map especially, you have to make sure that you're always ready for someone to come. So 12-8 right now. The Pirates have shown us the streak to end all the streaks and just keep at it again and again. Hashira, in the meantime, not this roster, but the name itself, we've seen this team suffer, losing out in comeback situations, losing out because the other team is able to keep up with the parity. And is it just gonna be a jinx in the name, or is it gonna be Jeremy pushing on forward? Rabbit is there as well. So much aggression right now from Hashira, but it seems like the Pirates get a bit of the read. Showstopper now to flush out the cubby. Farsight giving chase, but cannot catch that quick little wily Rabbit. But the Bunny now with the hop, and Rabbit with that takedown. Jeremy answering back, and the Showstopper, which catch out Senior Carl. Turnabout is fair play here, Asarai, and it's Hashira now with the advantage.
That's all I'm gonna say, because that was the messiest thing I've ever seen in my life. And not only that, I think Pirates just wanted to go for these really aggressive punishes, though. The trade's looking to be slightly in their favor. It's only going to be flash to remain, but that's all what they need. Oh my goodness, I've just lost my voice here just because of how close and crucial that was from Flash.
10 seconds
He
left.
needs to run. He needs to go. 10 seconds. He needs to plant. Where is it going to be? Hatred knows that this is going to be a true one, not a fake. And Flash peeks right out, but Jeremy, rather Hatred is going to get that last kill. And we finish game number 1 with an almost clutch again from Pirates. But there was just no bit of information for Flash there. And he had to peek now because he knows that he was getting already hunted.
Yeah, Hashira will take the win. It seemed like the writing was on the wall there as soon as they got to double digits. But the Pirates, they made sure that prophecy wasn't fulfilled as soon as possible. They still fought back, and they showed us they have a lot of bite in them on Vine. But like I said, you cannot be messy, and you cannot expect the cleanup to be the thing to work out all the time. Flash, he's been absolutely clutch for Pirates. He was the first one to relieve FSJ of the carry duty. He was like, yo, I got this. And I can still remember that Icebox game where he's turned it up to 11 and clutched it round after round. And he really is that clutch factor here for the team. But come on, make him try to go for that ace, try to go for every single takedown. That's too much to ask. And it really was Pirates trying to climb up the hole that they dug for themselves. Hashira, again and again, the takes were so stellar on the attacking side, and on the defense, they got that initial momentum to stifle whatever Pirates wanted to do. Pirates, though, good attacking side. You can see the elements there. The duels are still strong, but they need to rethink a lot of things here, Asarai, because it's a matter of playstyle, and I feel like this is the kryptonite of Pirates as a whole.
And even though that was a win for Hashira, you saw when we switched their cams, they didn't look happy about that. They knew that they had a lot of issues going into the second half, and Pirates, they were really mounting that comeback. No matter how you look at it, even if you say Pirates, they didn't do a good job when we started the game, when they went to attacking side, people like Senior Carl, players like Fire Saiyajin definitely put their stock when they're going to be the ones reaching in onto the site. And now that we are going to go to our second map, they have to be a bit afraid of that. Anyways, we're going to go for a quick break, and when we do come back, it's going to be, again, second game between the Pirates and Hashira. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. The dust has settled for game one, and Hashira has come out on top. What's going to happen here on our second game as we come back from the break? My name is Asarai. With me now is Dax. And my man, that would have been a comeback for the Pirates, but it was just too much of a stretch for them. That 10-2, was it? 9-3? Really just did kind of, what's the word here? Hampered everything that Pirates wanted to do when they got into that second half. And even if they got more rounds, it just was not enough of a push.
Just no space to breathe, basically. When you
Yeah.
feel like you're at the bottom of the pits and you're staring at the other side of the barrel there, Asarai, it's just so difficult because there is that added pressure that you have to always execute properly. You always have to be the ones coming up on top. And there's like, oh, we can go next round. It's no problem. It's going to be fine. Don't worry. Nice try. Because if you say NT, it just means that you probably lost the map by that point, right? So for the Pirates, an incredible effort to go for the comeback. You can see that this team refuses to lose. This team, when they find the duels, they are so potent. And that's really the thing that has just kept them alive. You let them look at you, they will shoot you, they will kill you. But Hashira, in the meantime, again, battlefield manipulation is the way to go. And I'm liking what I'm seeing here from Hashira and how they control that blind map. It was their map pick, and they're going to be truly tested now as we get into the second one, because historically, Hashira, they've struggled heavily on a map like this. We are going to be going into Haven, and I feel like this is such a good map pick for Pirates as well. We saw how potent they could be on the attacking side, how potent they could be on the pushes. So when they get the attack, when they go for those three sides to try and find those duels, with Hasha more scattered compared to the other maps, this is a big chance for them to find the fights and to find those wins.
The big problem I think that that the Pirates do have on this map is, I think, the same problem that Fulcrum Esports also had in this map when they played on Haven, if I'm not mistaken, is that they just can't get the setups or can't execute quickly enough without getting punished by lurkers. And this is where, Hashira loves to try to do, is to always to push angles when after a couple of seconds, after maybe 2766 has put his recon dart and no pulse or no info has been gotten from those pulses, they will just push in. And this is where now the complexity of the Haven map comes into the play, where three sites, multiple entrances, and a lot of long angles really mess you up if you do not have the proper how do I say this? The proper intelligence or the proper intel on what is happening on those particular angles. But I believe we are going to be giving you some intel of what is to come for you, our viewers. So Dax, I'll leave you on that one.
So you guys have recon darts. This is a giveaway dart coming your way. Let's just try to pull it up right now. Here we have it. There we go. So like and follow that PPGL Facebook page. And don't forget to share that stream with the caption of which team you're rooting for. Make sure the post is public with the official hashtags, hashtag Valorant Challengers, hashtag VCTPH, and hashtag PPGL Valorant. A total of 10 winners will win 1,500 Valorant points later on at the end of the broadcast, so stay tuned for that. But back to what we were talking about, Mr. Asura. You mentioned the lurks, you mentioned the pushes, and yes, Hashira, they have two prime suspects for that. You can put them on the wall, you can say, was it you? Or was it you? It's either Envy doing it or it's Rabbit doing it. One of these two guys will try to get in your face and then move on away to your side, to your behind, and suddenly you just don't expect that kind of shot to connect. And how the hell did he make it? Hashira right now looking to make it a reality though. They're looking for that win here, Asrai. It hasn't been the best history for them. This is really the map that exposes the weaknesses of Hashira as a whole. And the Pirates, this is the map that they should take. This is the map that they need to take to stay alive in this series. Because if they are down 2-0 as we move into our next map after this one, the odds are even stacked more so in favor of Hashira.
It's going to be very difficult, I think, for Pirates. But if they can create some openings, if they can at least set the pace for the first part of this map, it could be a chance. Also, to point out, Nico's not going to be playing on a Sova this time. He's going to be on a Sky, mind you. Okay. 2GE is going to be on the Sage himself. Where's the Omen here or the controller? It's going to be Flash this time. And Fire Saiyajin is going to be on a Phoenix. This is looking to be an incredible Flash comp and a post-plan comp as Flash does hover over the Brimstone. We got ourselves some setups here from the Pirates. This is exciting.
Variety is the spice of life, and right now Pirates gonna be spicing things up and giving us a Sky Brim Phoenix composition. I'm loving this a lot because this really feels like a configuration you don't see too often. So I do believe it is still double duelist. I do believe they're running that stage, and the Pirates right now, they're gonna try to throw a big wrench in the plans and the expectations of Hashira as a whole. So a lot of flashes, as you mentioned. You have the Phoenix, you have the guiding lights of the sky as well, all about the blinds right now as they get onto the site. And then you have the additional smokes. You have the Brimstone setting things up, Incendiary for that post-plant if ever, and then you also have that Jet, the Cloudburst for the entry. To top it all off, there is the top-up from the Sage. And the thing about this one, right, is it's not just double flash. It's not just 1.5 smokes if you count the little itty-bitty cloudburst there from the Jets. It's also double heals. So the more of these fights that Pirates can stay alive in, the better they're gonna come out, because medication and healthcare apparently universal for the defense right now.
Sana all. But it's a triple heal anyways, because they have Fire Saiyajin on a Phoenix. I mean, it's a self heal, but there is a lot of sustain on this comp, and mind you that does make a lot of sense. That I think what's team did that, I think previously on Haven, was it 60-45 Pirates as well when they did the same thing, or was that a different one? Maybe Dreamfire or something back in like stage 1. In any case here though, Senior Carl's already going to be on the quick. Spotted out by the Sova drones. Got to back away immediately, but he does have his teammate to the corner. Does go for the pop flash, but in the end, Fire Senior was taken out, and this Collage Burst will only prolong the inevitable, and that is Senior Carl down to the ground. And here we go. A-side should be theirs. Although, 2GE, he's lurking behind the site, but Jeremy's just too good of a shot.
Oh, so sneaky there from the Jet, and here we go with Nico answering back. He gets killed, but Jeremy with 3 so far, and Flash now the only one left. Gonna get consumed by Dragon, and Hashira will take that first one. Jeremy, why? Why did... Jeremy, do you not want free money, Jeremy? Come on, put that spike down. But despite that, I do want to commend what Hashira is gonna do right now, because they know they've struggled on a map like this, and they say, screw all our plans, screw all the things that we've studied. We go to a core comp, and it's just as basic as it can be, Asarai. This is pretty much hard contact right now from Hashira as much as possible. Jeremy and Hatred on Jet plus Reina. The blinds will not affect Hashira at all. It's all about them getting quickly onto the site. Double intel between 2766 and Indy, and Rabbit on the Omen. This is as vanilla as it can get from Hashira. And I like the approach because they know they struggle on this map. They know they've had problems, even though they're that innovative team. So they just go back to the basics, back to chapter 1, back to the books. And an A-take like that really is the way to go. Go on in, go on ham, and get the takedowns. This is also a really good sign for them because overall, Pirates is playing a comp that doesn't really have that hard sentinel. So there's no Killjoy, there's no Cypher to stem the tide. They will have to use things like the Hot Hands or the Incendiary early if they want to stop a flow. They're from Hashira. And the reads right now, the read game has to be strong for Pirates. They need to know where Hashira's going in fast, or else they're going to get overwhelmed on the site yet again.
We turn to dust.
Oh, but with a shot like that from 2GE, it makes you a bit hopeful here. He had to at least bring himself back up and say that he's here for a reason. Sorry, that was just like a Van Helsing thing, you know, the Hugh Jackman one.
Yeah, I kind of remember. It's like I had a flashback. I just couldn't tell what it was. The reference game, the reference game a little on the old side here, Asarai. We were talking about an old guy's sickness a while ago. It also exposed there. Jeremy though with a kill onto Senior Carl, and there's one thing about compositions and there's the other about the teams. But let's look into the round right now first before we talk about that. Envy with the kill. Nico almost catching out Jeremy there. But as I said, Hashira, they're already stationed onto a site. It seems like Envy is the one playing first contact here, fighting for his life and fighting Nico to the death with those pistols. A good duel between them. 2GE quite low already. And as far as Saiyajin trying to rotate all the way from A, Envy right now gonna get caught out by the beautiful headshot there by the Sage again. Now the heal is here from the Sage, 72 HE for him right now. Hot Hand's gonna get thrown. Far Saiyajin putting it into the corner. Doesn't flush out anyone from Hashira. 2766 also onto the long angle so far. And here we have it, the Pirates. They're trying to get the taps with those sheriffs, but apparently they are gonna get removed from the law here as Hashira will take another one. And just to wrap up my point here, Asrai, you know, Hashira playing a contact comp, Pirates playing a flash utility comp. But in the end, Pirates is still that team that looks for the contact. Hashira is still that team that looks to make the plays. And it seems like, you know, there's gonna be a chance. So Pirates, can they beat Hashira at their own game? Can Hashira beat Pirates at their own game? We'll find out. This game, this map is gonna be one of the interesting ones as we get now the buys from Team Pirates.
Different skin, same DNA.
That's perfect, actually. Exactly.
Yeah. We're wearing a different hat, but still the same person underneath. Singer Carl, though, very aggressive with his positioning here. Has to crouch down so it doesn't get spotted. That smoke is at least provide him with a bit of safety as he does go in for the first contact. Will be Envy, though, but Envy's Ultra Instinct, man, it just spots him right back out. Or either that, or Hashira was just putting a couple of bodies on A, and then ultimately, or all along, they're still going to go straight here onto the B side. For Sajin, oh, he doesn't even have a chance. Envy's lurking, his smooth criminal movements. My goodness. And Rabbit's about to throw out a Paranoia. There's going to be a quick charge in, and this close quarter combat is helping at least Pirates not get really punished by that blind. But in the end, it's still going to be that corner where multiple members are looking through. But it's a 1 versus 1. And it's the ring around the rosy.
Okay, no, they're... Oh, can we keep this angle until someone shoots someone? That was just the ring around the rosy indeed, and Rabbits! Oh, it's like Wonderland there on B side for Hashira. The Rabbit, of course, able to get out of that hat, get out of that trick, and give Hashira the 3rd points on the board. Funny stuff. I love how they just basically chased each other by that point. It's like, hey, where are you going? I'm going the same way you're going. You wanna do this together? No, you can go ahead. I'll catch up. And eventually, Rabbit got the spot and got the takedown. This is gonna be an eco right now for Pirates. But like we said, they're dealing with hard contact on the other side. And honestly, that should be the way they would like it. Let's see if they can fight for their lives. They can fight Hashira at an aggressive stance. As here we go into another round, and Hashira looking to play for that A.
Scout destroyed.
There's going to be the scout spotted out. Jeremy is peeking. Okay. Nice little headshot there. Nico's going to be here with the Sheriff. They know that there's going to be just worse for wear weapons for Pirates. And they're holding on to the angles. They're still respecting because of the power that they do have with these Sheriffs, but still, of course, there will be chances where the peaks from Hatred, the peaks from Jeremy is going to net them kills here and there, and it does. Hatred now knows that Singer Carl was at the back of the site already, and that there's nothing that's going to be happening with that one. Fire Sajin lines up with the hot hands, but that's only going to be delaying the inevitable fact that this spike is going to get planted down. Flash on the heavens will be using with his Marshall there, but I don't think they can really make anything happen with this one. Fire Sajin, though, he only gets that one, and that's going to be it for that one, 4-0.
Hashira again taking another round. The Pirates. Thing is here, Asarai, it just feels like they need to win the fight. That's it. Because Hashira, they're just going to go for it anyway. And honestly, I wouldn't really remove just deciding to play post-plant, play retake from the equation here for Pirates. They have a lot of tools that can flush out the competition on a site itself. And they're confident enough to play a bit of the entry on the defense itself and, you know, let Hashira set up and do whatever they can. I feel like they have the utility to do so. They can really separate things with the Barrier Orb. They can go with so much flash there from both the Phoenix and the Sky. And if you know the lineups right with the Molly plus the Sky Smokes, then Flash can do such a good job entering on in alongside Senior Carl, who is probably like 5 steps ahead with a Tailwind. So the Pirates, they just need to figure out what they want to do with this. Are they going to play aggressive defense from the get-go? Or are they going to play retake? Because just playing on a defensive stance and holding the line hasn't really worked out versus Hashira. And Hashira is just using that numbers advantage that you get because of the Haven. But Senior Carl, that's a good start. Catch out the lurk, catch out the players separated. And Hashira now is a man down.
Yes, finally, at least a light at the end of the tunnel for this 5th round. A kill without Hatred being back on his Sage really does allow at least Pirates to be aware that, okay, if we get that 1 kill, there's no chance that he's going to be coming back. And there's no pressure for us to chase these frags and at least allow us to position correctly on the map itself. Fire Sage is going to be playing the close corner here, does not have anybody with him. And like I said here, Dax, the kind of spread defense that is really netted because of the Haven map without proper sentinels really just put a lot of hampering to the possibility of clutches here for Pirates. Although, there's the Brimstone ult, going to be stopping the engage for the moment, and this is actually looking pretty good for the Pirates right now, as 2766 and Envy are going to have to run, tuck tail and run maybe straight into the spike there. Get it planted down. I don't think there's going to be enough time. It's still going to get planted. No way.
It doesn't matter. Even though it's planted, it was 0.016, I think, late to the party. I don't know if my eyes were fast enough to read that, but yeah, the 4-second timer, it takes 4 seconds, guys, to put that spike down. So if you pass that 4 seconds, you just need to go for the kills as soon as possible. So Pirates, they eventually take it, and in a way, they had a bit of a sentinel to help them out with the name of the Orbital Cannon or the big laser beam in the sky from the Brimstone. But when do you actually get that? When can you deny an area like that with your composition right now? You need to either get the setup the proper read or you need an ultimate on the Brim. That's it. And that's why having no sentinel here on Haven is quite a perilous thing unless you're playing like a hardcore duelist composition. Far Saiyajin, though, that's the kill we're looking for. And the Pirates right now, even though we see the worries of them on the defense, they have one simple answer: get the kill. And with Far Saiyajin getting off to a good start, that's exactly what they need with the comp that they're running. Guiding Light right now, trying to get that intel, confirms that B site is the way to go. The Reina, though, of Hatred popping. The Empress right now looking all around, trying to find the target. And apparently Far Saiyajin able to avoid the sight lines there with the jump and goes for the running back instead. But he's sent back to the link area. Senior Carl, though, with the Blade Storm there. Flash gonna get on the board. Hatred, though, with a kill onto the Phoenix. And as we see a scramble, Hashira didn't even plant onto B. They're going over to C instead. A good read and a good call for Rabbit to lead the team over onto another site. And the chase is on. The Pirates, they don't know if they're going to be committing on a site like this or not. Hatred, though, in the meantime, walking into the dark cover. But Flash is ready for 1 and 2. It's 3 in a row for the Brimstone to wrap up the round. And there you have it. Pirates waking on up when they need to the most.
They left Fire Saiyajin to fend off for himself. I think this is how Pirates are going to at least get these really gritty wins, is that they just allow Fire Saiyajin to do Fire Saiyajin things. Because normally when you have your duelist at close quarter combat, while we're seeing the replay here, you saw Fire Saiyajin was there onto Garage. He was just by himself. Flash was near the vicinity, but he was nowhere near enough to actually net refrags. And like you said, Dax, as long as Fire Saiyajin is heated up and he can connect these shots, they will have a point man at a power point position here in the Haven side that they can always rely on. And this allows people like Flash to at least play their own game and allows them to go for lurk plays where they think Hashira will not be expecting it, because they think that there's going to be more support for Fire Saiyajin when there's very actually little to none. And this does give some opportunities for Pirates to make something happen. But the thing about that in the end, though, is that it's very risky. They put a lot of emphasis on just putting a lot of their net onto Fire Saiyajin, but as Senior Carl gets a kill there, that could be a step in the right direction. Lots of blades missing by 2G, or onto 2GE rather. And that's not going to be the kills that he needs, but that's going to be a trade that Pirates would definitely want. There's going to be the neural tap already, but this is a numbers discrepancy. They're going to have the spike planted down here. The damage will be done. Envy, though, does not have his lineup with the Cypher Cage just yet, but he does have the Operator, and if he peeks out, it's going to be a certain death for 2GE. Nico setting up the flash down.
Yeah, here we go. Pirates trying to play the retake, and 2G with the catch out to NV. Far Sergeant on the board, and as 2766 tries to hold the line with a double kill. It's Flash catching out the Sova at the tail end of that. And you mentioned it, Azra. The Pirates, they're happy about trades like that. They're gonna take that. They're gonna go for the advantage and see if Hashira does commit onto a site. Because the element of surprise right now for Hashira that will put Pirates on their toes no matter what is the question of, where am I gonna put this spike? Where am I gonna put this? Is it gonna be A? Is it gonna be B? Or is it gonna be C, right? It's a wily question, but as soon as Pirates gets that answer, you know they're forced to be reckoned with. And that's what I was talking about a while ago. If they play retake, it's gonna be very strong. I'd love to see this more here from 6045 Pirates.
I think the weak game of the Pirates coming into the Haven map is their defense. Because again, people might say Haven can be, it's such a obvious thing, but it can be an attack or defender-sided map. But more so than that, I always go back to what Trick said before when she was in the analyst with us, is that Haven is all about that aggressive aiming. And if you can win your aim duels, you win the game out. But at least going back to what I was talking about, Pirates, they have an atrocious defender side. But with these utilities that they have, it's working. And when we go to the attacking side, Fire Saiyajin's Phoenix will, I would say, just have to show its worth. Now, Flash here is going to be, of course, using his Stim Beacon just to get a bit of extra momentum with that fire rate, but he cannot control the spray back down. Fire Saiyajin is going to be into the corner, not going to have ultimate just yet. Spot out the one onto the right side, but can still just not find the wins that he needs. 2 versus 1 for Nico. He's going to be into the corner of this smoke, and he backs away smartly, knowing that he has everything with his teammate here. And Nico has to go for the reach and grab, but he finds the target. Still not going to connect. And Hashira, after losing a couple of bits of the round, they still bring it back around with the 5-3. Good start for them, or a good continual effort from them.
Yeah, and Hashira, the utilities that they still have, they can get so much value from it. You can see Envy being extra sneaky, 2766 on the board yet again, really stepping it up. And for Hashira, you know, this roster, they were already good as soon as they came on in, but the biggest improvements have to be both the Sova and the Cypher. Envy really making a star, making a name for himself, basically, here in VCT. 2766 also stepping it up during his rotations. And, you know, I'll even consider Amix, right? He also plays on other maps, and he's really gotten even better. This Hashira team, they just make it work. They just make sure that everyone gets even better, becomes the optimal form that they are. And Hatred with a win there on the far side, Jin, is such a good sign. The Pirates a while ago getting the rounds that they need because they use their utilities. But in the round previous to this, right, they were just going on into the site, again, going for that hard contact. And Hashira was the one trying to outmaneuver the opposition, and we're happy to take the win. 2 rifles though, 2 shares. What can Pirates do with these smoking guns? There's always a chance for a team like this to get the kills, and there you have it, 2GE on the board versus Hatred. The power of Pirates is never in question. It's all about the tactics right now. Who can outsmart the other? Flash though peeking on forward, but Jeremy will go for the coverage. But Nico and 2GE, they still get the takedowns anyway. 2766, he's ready with the Hunter's Fury. He's looking to lock it on from the other side. Nico though with a kill onto the Cypher there. And now it's time for the Sova to hold, but it's not gonna happen. 2GE is playing Battle Medic, and not only does he go for the res, he goes for the triple. It's Pirates now 1 away from tying it up.
Looking much more secured now. Utilizing Nico's flashes to get that information. You can see that they're giving points around the map, or they're giving up some angles here around the map as the defenders, but they immediately cover it with the flashpoints, or sorry, not the flashpoints, but the guiding lights from the sky of the Pirates. And this is what's allowing Pirates to move around. This is what we saw from them yesterday. This is what we wanted to see from them when we went for that bind map, but it seems like it was just lacking. But now, as they are finding their groove ever so slightly, they are kind of rallying behind Fire Saiyajin. Senior Carl, he second guesses himself, but doesn't get punished immediately, and at least will still be rewarded with a kill. Fire Saiyajin, he's into the corner, he's crouched in here, and he's thinking to himself, why am I crouching? Oh, he does for a jump. I wonder if that was a bait, or if that was a mispress, because now they know that he's somewhere near, and he doesn't have any support. Senior Carl backs away as the wall is still up. And this could actually work now. The crossfire is going to be deadly. As the smoke dissipates, or as the smoke gets thrown to the face of Senior Carl, Fire Saiyajin is onto his own devices. Rabbit will get shut down, or will get denied his from the shadows. And with 40 seconds, where is Hashira gonna go?
Yeah, the thing is, Pirates, they stifled already the push with that initial pick. And Senior Carl, he's imposing on this B side. That's right, he's scary to be the watchdog in the middle. And that operator, man, just get that
30
sideline,
seconds
get that
left.
takedown. Nika, though, he's had enough. Seeker's gonna be into play, and the Anno Kingdom is upon us. Envy has to push on forward because of the Guiding Light's there. And now Senior Carl, he's creeping closer and closer to execute Rabbit on the spot. Puts it onto the temple and gets that takedown. Hatred, though, with the response to get through, but Flash able to burn him down. In the meantime, Nico gonna get exposed by the Cypher Traps. 2766 is all alone yet again. And even though the Sova has been absolutely clutch, can he do it here? Not gonna happen. 5-5, the Pirates able to tie it up. And they're getting a really good feel for their comp here, Asarai. They're understanding now how they can deal with Hashira bit by bit. And it's working out so well for them. A bit of that retake, a bit of the imposition, and the operator to basically seal the deal for rounds like this. Hashira now is the one tested. They know they struggle on a map like this. They kept it simple to try and just refine their play right. But Pirates, they're finding the answers right now, and Hashira has to be on notice.
They still have money to buy in this round. And that's gonna put them on at least some form of firepower to counteract or even challenge the Pirates here. But like I said, they need to be on the notice. Envy, though, he's at such a close angle from Fire Sage, and he's just waiting here. He really wants to be able to get this lurk working, but I think this is where Envy kind of doesn't, how do you say this, because it doesn't get that value as a lurker, is that he doesn't try to challenge these particular angles, even if it's deadly, compared to, let's say, Gion Sanity or Dispenser that we see that after a couple of seconds, they will still try to figure out, get more map control for the team, and this gives more options for Hashira. This does put them in a position where they're kind of relegated in a certain corner. But Fire Sage smartly backs off. He feels that something could be amiss coming outside of the entrance of that garage. But Nico gets the first contact, does get dropped down, and Fire Saiyajin is going to be wrapping around here. But look at where the rest of Hashira are, as well as the Spike. It's going to go to C.
Yeah, move on around, make the noise, Jeremy,
left.
with the impression. And Pirates, they have to respect it, already rotate and realize we have been bamboozled. We have been fooled. The spike is nowhere here, and the question right now gonna get answered, and ding, ding, ding. It's the wrong door that you went through. Spike planted, Hasha, perfect paranoia. And someone is waiting, and his name is Inby. Goes for the spray down into the takedown. You mentioned it, how he plays it a bit more safe, but this time it's working on out. And Inby gonna get to Senior Carl, though, all alone. Operator gets a shot anyway on the jumping Cypher. It doesn't matter if that white has, it's tipping in the favor of Hasha right now, because it will just be the winds of change for the Pirates to hit that shot anyway. Still though, 3v1 should be a change, should be a save rather here for the side of Pirates. So Hashira will keep the lead here, Asarai. And to build on your point, I do agree, if you play that flank and you get more and more map control, especially on the defense, it removes the options for the attacking side basically to move on around to another site for free. And when you're playing a bit of a lurk on the attacking side rather, then you're punishing that kind of play. So maybe, just maybe, a bit more ground can be taken here by both sides. But Pirates, though, it's been very direct. It's basically Farsage and peeking from the double doors and going for the fight there. And you can see how many times he's been punished. It's not the best day at the office for Farsage, and he's still as potent as can be when he's not caught out. But apparently, with the spotlight on him for such a long time here in stage number 2, the spotlight is also on him now in this map in terms of target prioritization.
That's the problem. I think because he plays this certain style of aggressive angle holding, and he doesn't have anybody to support him, when he's not on a duelist that can reposition, it becomes obvious what his weaknesses are. Is that if he can't get the kill, there's nobody to pick it up for him, and excuse me, that opens up possibilities for the team. It's such a simple thing, but it works. It works against the favor of Pirates because he's on a Phoenix. Yes, Phoenix has so much utility. He has blinds, he has a wall, a flame wall, he has a molly that can stop you from rushing right in. But the crucial fact is, Fire Sage likes to peek these aggressive angles, and he's a 50-50 now. If he can't increase the chances of winning that, it doesn't work into the favor of Pirates. Of course, we're still 6-5, and it's pretty even. But you can see at least some of these rounds, if maybe he was on Arena, maybe if he was on his Jet, it could have been a different fact here. Of course, Senior Carl is going to be playing on the Jet himself, but you can see that at least that difference of play from Fire Saiyajin is still showing, even if he plays this this Phoenix. And I think right now, Hashira, if they haven't spotted him on A yet, they already know, again, he's just playing once on the gate, if I'm not mistaken, or in the garage doors.
Yeah, he's just waiting there. And that's the thing about the Phoenix as an agent. Just are so strong with your kit, but it does feel like it's more of effectively, it's more effective rather in the close range setup. Curveballs, you know, you just throw them out there. Blaze Ball, not too long. Go for the heals, go for that intel, and then the hot hands, of course, for zoning potential. So overall, Fire Saiyajin unable to get close enough to be of any value in these initial parts of the rounds. But when they go for that raid sake, that's where he can really shine. Atmosphere though is the call. Very slow round here for Hashira, but eventually they will jump the gun and they will go for the push onto A. Hatred with a kill onto Nico, but 2G and Flash on the board is what we're talking about. If the Pirates get the proper read at the proper time, they're happy to go for that fights and get those kills. Flash 2766, one apiece, 2G there again. And while Invi is all alone, Senor Carl will dash on in to get that takedown. The Pirates, they get a good read at the end of the first half, tie things up, and here we go, 6-6.
That's a great defense from them. Having somebody on Graffiti hold the fort while Flash and 2GE just come in to challenge. Even if he does die, the guy from Graffiti, it's still going to be the trades and the positive trades to come out for the Pirates. Now, the flip on the switch. It's going to be a quick peek onto A. But if memory does serve me correct, it should also be a straight-up C. Not having the Breachstone might make that difficult, but since they do have Fire Saiyajin charging right in, this does kind of put me reminiscent to when Borgum was still playing the Phoenix. Of course, they do have a Sky as well, which is multiple flashes. So this could actually work here and now. Hater's going to get spotted out, and the dog doesn't even find its mark. The backing away of both 2766 and Hatred, and the takedown of Fire Saiyajin is not going to help them at all. Senior Carl does charge right in here to the site, but look at the blinds coming in. The Leer is so effective that it stops everybody from just rushing into the site right now. And as Flash to remain, that is going to be a flawless. Yes, Hashira are bleeding or basically hurt, but in the end, they still win it, and they still win it with everybody still alive.
That's right. It's not about quantity. It's quality. And a quality paranoid there at the right place at the right time, preventing the demise of many people of Hashira. Rabbit has to be proud of that utility. And the thing is, I was about to say, you know, Pirates, they're going to be a lot more comfortable now on the attacking side. They have so many of these flashes, and they're going to be going for the push on down. But for Hashira taking that pistol, this is going to be a good sign for them. We've seen the struggles of Hashira as a whole on a map like this, and every round that they can effectively get for free, and every round that they can have that economic advantage against their opponents, that's where the star power of Hashira as a whole really can shine, because their macro game is so on point. I'd love to see how they're going to be manipulating the Pirates economy right now. And one more thing is, how many kills can they get per round? Will Hashira make sure that Pirates will bleed for these takes? Or can the Pirates overwhelm the opposition the same way that happened in the initial parts of the first half and stifle whatever kind of plans Hashira has in the first place?
I don't know if they're going to be able to do that, but what I do know that they're going to try to make happen now is triple sheriff, the quadra sheriff. They're really going to go for aggressive peaks here. And I don't know where they're going to be looking straight up. We do have, of course, the look onto the dragon. Pirates now, as we resume this game, it's going to be looking to just charge right out. It's going to be the quick peek from Rabbit. He could actually get caught out here. A slow with the ghost. A tap slow with the ghosts. And a quick headshot should provide them with enough leeway to maybe get a kill onto Rabbit, as Envy is going to be playing the crossfire, but he only has the ghost as well. And this is actually probably the workable site for Pirates, because the two members of Hashira who did not buy up is both here on C. But there is going to be the walls here, the traps here, and Envy into the corner there as well.
Yeah, it's just all about utility here for Hashira, but you mentioned it, the firepower is not there. The Pirates able to overwhelm and set up on C side. Even though that is going to be a great paranoia and a great setup there with the Cypher traps, it's still not enough on the shots themselves. And Hashira kind of shooting themselves in the foot there. They have to go for the retake now with the Spectres in hand, but Senor Carl, he just gets a little bit of that head over to the window, and this is going to be a beautiful takedown there. Onto another one, 276 on the, gonna fall rather. Nico on the board, and the Pirates, they steal it away. Hashira, they still need to respect the composition of the other side. They still need to respect who they're fighting. And Pirates is a team that is basically renowned down in the PH team to be able to go for the shot and hit them as nutty as can be. So 7-7, and now it's Hashira on the back, but the Pirates with an incredible round in the last one.
That goes there.
I
This should do.
I don't have an idea about how that transpires. Why it was both of the Ghost players on C. I get that there is traps for from Envy there, but that definitely was probably the weakest side, and Pirates didn't know, but they're gamble to go for C because I think if you're just not looking too good, C is always the place to go. If you can just hug the left side and clear up slowly as can be and scan the entire site, I think C is the easiest that you can go for. It worked out in their favor because one, C is easy to take than the other sites. Two, there's only ghosts on there and they had sheriffs, and if they can take shots, which they can, it's going to be easier for them. And now they've kind of reset the economy. You're talking about how the macro play could work for Hashira here, but now that Pirates is working the money angle, what's going to be happening for Hashira?
Well, what's gonna happen for Hashira is they need to play it clutch with the Sheriffs the same way Pirates did a while ago. And here comes the B take already. Thing is though, when the Pirates get the right read against Hashira, no matter what side it is, they're the ones getting that win. So Senor Carl now watching on over onto ceiling. We've already seen the demise of Jeremy there. And this Sky Smoke gonna be dissipating in front of us, and Senor Carl will snuff up the lives of not just one, but two so far. But Envy, extra sneaky, gets a bit of the crunch there and catches out the Jet. Nico in the meantime with the refrag in response to 766 now. He's been the star of the show here for Hashira so far. Can he do it again? He only has a Ghost, and Farside has the rifle, the bigger gun, brings in the bigger bang for their buck, and the Pirates now take the lead away from Hashira.
This will be Hashira having the money to buy up as well. What's going to be the setup for them? What could probably happen is aggressive mid take. We've seen this be done multiple times already by Hashira. They're probably going to ask Rabbit to smoke the window as Senor Carl, or rather, sorry, not Senor Carl, but rather Hatred and Jeremy try to peek out. And then because Hatred is on that Reyna, if he can get a kill, it's either heal or a reposition from him with the dismiss. But they're kind of doing the same thing on A though. And look at this corner where they've tucked themselves. Because the Cloudburst does blot that vision from the cross of Hatred, they don't know that he's going to be here. And the crossfire is perfect from Rabbit. If they go to A, they have to have their due diligence to at least flush out this particular angle here and now. But if they do get it, if they do get the kill onto Hatred, Rabbit is in no position to actually get away here. And he has to fight for dear life. Senor Carl, though, wow, was he just waiting for that? He gets another shot as well. 2 kills, a site. Open up.
Thank you for walking into that one, says Senor Carl. Tip your waitress and tip it over to A side. As interesting enough, 2GE making some noise in the garage. But thing is, the Pirates, they've already committed. The spike is already down, so Hashira knows the objective is there. Do they know that it's only 2 people? But that's 2 lives now in the hands of Farside, and running back is committed. Here we go with the shots from Envy. Right place, right time. Yet again, the ultimate opportunity is there with the Cypher. And here comes 2GE now, able to reinforce. But Jeremy catching out Senor Carl there to give the advantage to Hashira. Curveball gonna be into play. The Sage though with a takedown onto the Jet. And here comes the spray down, a bit of a lineup there, but Envy is still getting the kill. 1v1, Odin versus Rifle, but it's 2GE. Not too late to the party whatsoever. He makes it on time to give Pirates the reprieve that they need. And 9-7, the Pirates looking to run away with it, Asarai.
Man, oh man. First and foremost, Senor Carl, great 2 entry frags. It was 2GE to finish off the round, but Senor Carl, his, I don't know, he's just ability to wait for that over-eagerness of Hashira to get some control on long backfired for Hashira, and you saw the fruits of his patience. It bore a bit more fruits there. I don't know where I was going with it, but Anyways, I'm gonna go stick with that one as it seems like Pirates are gonna be sticking it to Hashira 7-9. There is going to be the weaker weapons for Hashira here. Pistols only in hand. But when Hatred does have a Sheriff, you still have to respect that he is that crack of a shot. And a bit of opening here. And closing the gap distance. And he can actually provide some terror. Oh, Hatred as well as Jeremy. They're creeping up. Fire Agent's waiting for this. And the smoke's about to dissipate as well.
Oh, but the blade, silent assassin there for Jeremy, and enough is enough. Fire Sergeant gonna go on down, but Flash in the meantime with a kill out the Hatred, and it seems like the other front here for the side of Pirates being held together. Great defensive hold on the attacking side here for the side of Pirates, but Rabbit, he wants to be sneaky, looking for that lineup, and Flash, he might get executed, but 2GE! Bodyguard with an eye in the sky. 6 kills right there, but Jeremy right now with a Blaze Storm being absolutely lethal. Invido on the board again. There we go, and dash on the way, and Invi trying to cover the tracks. Jeremy gonna get 3 so far. 1v1 is who can clutch against who. It's Flash doing it there. And I think the Pirates knew they got scanned by that intel. And Flash using the highlight on him for a bit of that cover. From that point on, it just really messed up the aim of Invi. Flash, proper situation, proper timing, and the proper call to give the Pirates that round. But Hashira, I love what they did there. Suddenly getting and going for the throats of Pirates.
That was too close for comfort. Fire Sage knew was about to come, but the ability to execute of Jeremy is top-notch. It just allows this kind of aggressive peak that normally a team wouldn't be able to translate as threat or even as a round victory into something doable for them. In any case, though, Flash, like you said, man, he just used that bit of neural theft to his own advantage. In any case here, that is Pirates breaking the double digits on the rounds, and they're still making it work. Their attacking side definitely better than what we saw for the first half, and this is where I also pointed out that I believe that Pirates do love to go for this one. I know that they're not going to be on the breach anymore, but Nico does do a good job with the Sky, that it still allows them to take the site quite effectively, whichever they would want to go. The smoke is going to stop them in the tracks, and Jeremy lines up one that could have been the collateral, but Revive is up for 2GE, and Jeremy, he's still hungry. But now as they heard the tailwind, now as they know that the operator is there, they're not going to be peeking it out. Flash is going to be in such a detrimental position, but the rest of Pirates is all but gone to the A site already, and as Fire Sage is rushing right in as he is trying to scan out the entirety of the A site. They will be able to take this, but they also have to be aware that without their smoker, Heaven is deadly.
Looks like Step Brim got stuck there onto the cubby, huh? But here we have it. Pirates right now gonna be over onto the A site. Even though they lost the orbital strike from this round, they're still gonna try to hold. They know Jeremy is a crack shot from the Blade Storms a while ago to the operator right now. There we have the Paranoia into play and Envy on the board, but 2GE, he's fallen. Fireside in the meantime with the answer. Hatred gonna get 2 so far. Jeremy with 3. Dynamic duelist duo. Pretty much the standard here for the side of Hashira. And a beautiful retake. Now, the operator is going to be a big game changer here, as right. The pace will be neutered here from the side of Pirates. Wherever Jeremy will be stationed, you have to be wary. And the Pirates, they will have to notice that the long-range bombardment there from Hashira is something to watch out for. But there is one thing that they can use if they can confirm exactly where Jeremy is, and that is that Brim ult.
Losing Flash, I think, was the most difficult thing there for the Pirates, because you see the way that they play, they needed something to kind of blot the vision of Hashira. Not actually kind of, but they really needed something like a smoke from Flash. Even if they would want, or even if they were betting on Hashira being slow on the challenge, look at how aggressive they are, knowing that Flash isn't there. Dude, there's no smoke on A because we got Flash already on C long. They just charge right now, and we see the power of Hashira once again. I mean, their gunplay is rather nutty. Now going into this one, Pirates still do have the advantage, but like you said, this change of dynamic with the sniper makes it incredibly difficult for Pirates to really break the site. And as the R reset in terms of economy, only 2GE and Flash to have the Vandals, they decide to go for B. They set up the smokes as well as the hot hands, but this is only temporary. They need to get more. They need to get kills now before anything else happens.
Yeah, and Hashira can be able to at least catch that far side Jin, but the Sheriff getting it tapped onto one, making it 4v4. Spike planted 2, GE tried to hold the line, Nico on the board as well, and even though Hashira still has the operator, it's up to Rabbit to play the front line. Here we go with a bit of a scope on it, doesn't get the kill, and Rabbit, he's got a quad already. Dark cover gonna be in the way, Flash in the meantime. That orbital strike is coming. Paranoid gonna get thrown. Doesn't really matter because the eye of the sky will just burn on down on the B side. Rabbit wanting to go for the ace, but is there enough time in the first place to go for the defuse? It's up to Flash to make it happen, to spray down into the takedown. Flash gonna be looking on that as well to avoid the headshots and the micro movements from the Brimstone, giving Pirates basically the round. Rabbit though, he wants the ace. He's running there. He sees the Brim, and finally he will get the Penta, but it doesn't matter how many kills you get for that round because the Pirates have bought enough time and put that spike firmly on B.
Before anybody calls out Flash for not knowing where Rabbit was, when you're in that position where you just clutch the heck out of a round by yourself, you can imagine the amount of pressure that he was in, and he already got the round for Pirates. Also, just to kind of backtrack a little bit to what he did with that particular play, he faked the coming out from grass and went back to the peak on window and just challenged with his Vandal. Incredibly smart play. I think they thought that Flash was with an operator, but he traded that with a Vandal if I'm not mistaken, and that's why I think he had everything set into motion. Such an incredible play from this man. But of course, Hatred is on another level, down to 16, cannot heal himself back up again, and he will get chased down by Nico, who spots out too. They line up beautifully for him. Singer Carl spots out the barrel, and that's gonna be the kill here for Pirates, only leaving it to the capable hands of Jeremy, but he only has an operator, and this is a 4 versus 1. Unless he can go a la Wardell, I don't think this is gonna happen, but gets the kill onto Singer Carl, and now it could actually just transpire, but maybe he's just gonna back away here, because even if he does have the blades, it's an operator, and they're almost broke. Just save it. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, Jeremy, oh me, oh my. Looks like the guy has said, you know, I'll play for myself this time. And back on away. A good snipe at the tail end of that. But thing is, Asterai, there is just one thing that really works for Pirates. No matter the map, if they get the read on you, they will be able to get that win. And that's really just been the way to go for the Pirates. As Jeremy gets another beautiful exit frag there. The fact of the matter is, we know that the Hashira struggles on a map like this. And the Pirates, they have so many options to choose from. But on that first half, they were able to figure out in time where Hashira was going to go. Here on their attacking side, they figure out how the Hashira setup is going to be. And from that point on, right, they just get the read at the right time. They get the push that they want, and things are smooth sailing for 60-45 Pirates. One thing they did at the very start of that round was catch out Rabbit playing the TP. And yeah, this is just Hashira right now, down by 4. The Pirates have made the comeback a reality this time, Asterai. It wasn't the biggest thing to do so, because it was 6-6 in the score as we got into the first half. And oh, did you see that? Did the trooper just get stuck on Envy? Wow, I don't know what I just witnessed, but yeah, back to what I mentioned, right? The Pirates, they actualized their comeback, and now they're one away from getting this win. Wasn't really the comeback per se, but the momentum. Pirates just kept at it, went for more and more of those rounds, and really just removed the initial lead that Hashira had at the start of this game.
They've all but erased my memory of that bind game, because Pirates is doing an incredible job here. And no matter what you say, even if that was a 12-5, a 12-3 on bind, as long as you can get the comebacks, as long as you can get the series win, that's all that matters in the end. Jeremy will not get the tap connection though, but through the smoke does. And he whips out the blades immediately. We'll go for the challenge once again, but here comes the Jellyfish, and he straight up looks at the Heaven side. Nico's charging right in. They're playing on default right now. Has the smoke popped out, or rather the flash popped out, and Envy capitalizes. Everybody just mowed down. Everybody just taken away. And Hashira, I don't understand why Pirates charged in onto C there and got caught, as Hashira just was already on the case. Everybody and their mothers was already popping out from garage as well as spawn.
Yeah, that's a small weakness of this guy. Sure, you can figure out that someone is there, but do you even know how many people are there? Do you even know where they are specifically? You know that they saw the flash, that's pretty much it. But the Pirates, they assumed a little too much on that C take, and the Hashira squad had that surprise party waiting there, went for the kills, went for the guns, and now it will be an economic state here for the Pirates. 2 hero rifles for Flash and Fire Saiyajin. Flash has been exceptional on a map like this. Fire Saiyajin, honestly, he is now the lowest part of the scoreboard here for Pirates, but this is a good sign for the Pirates in the long run. If the Pirates can have Fire Saiyajin on and off game and are still winning, that's a big, big improvement from what we've seen so far in the Stage 2 run. They've really gotten so much better here in week number 3. They've made it the Grand Finals for good reason and impressed many. For now, though, we'll see if they can seal the deal on a round like this or in the next few rounds. Because Hashira, they're imposing again with that operator on Jeremy. And this defenses, man, they're just waiting on out onto the other side. Fire Saiyajin bringing out the flames on the C side. Dart is there, though, to get a bit of that intel. It's confirmation out to Hashira that C is the place to be at. And Envy with that first kill. Make that too. Sneaky peeky. Goes for a third. 2766 to help him out and to get that takedown. But the damage has been done. And it's all left to Senor Carl here, Asarai.
Well, 2766, he knew where he was gonna sprout or pop his head from, which was Garage Tunnel. And Hashira all but started to net that comeback. Look at Envy's perspective here. Beautifully executed. 1, 2, hides behind his Cypher Cage. And 2GE, he all but needed to just charge out and hope to get that refrag. But the problem is, Cypher Cage, it's noisy. When you're an opponent, you push through it. So there was no chance that he would have caught Envy unawares. And that was just 3K for Envy. And now, I'm pretty sure we're going to go to at least overtime. Because the thing about that, though, is there's 4 ultimates for Hashira. And if they can get the win here against Pirates, which I think they will, they're going to reset their economy once again. And they're going to have the better weapons going into the next round after this one. So, at least economically speaking, Pirates is in a disadvantage.
Okay, it's Asarai. It's time to see if the crystal ball you're looking at is the right one or in a different dimension. As, you know, Pirates, this is their chance. They have the rifle, sure. And just to play a bit of devil's advocate, sure, Hashira has ultimates, but we saw the situation before on Bind, and they were just so frugal about it. It's like, nah, let's not use it. And it let the Pirates mount a bit of the comeback at the end of the second half. So it's still a chance here for the Pirates. They just need to make sure they get the right reads and execute properly this time. But I love the positioning here from Hashira. They have their 2 duelists on the A side. Hatred playing the short angle. Jeremy on the long side with the operator. And where are the sidelines? Who will get the spot onto who first? That will be the question. Jeremy right now waiting patiently. And as we do get the guiding light there, Jeremy going to be looking on away. But someone is coming in a flash. Why would you slow walk into that one? Jeremy with a takedown. A freebie there for Hashira. There's the rest of from 2GE. And Hatred, he will do his job as well. Kill off the Senior Carl. Advantage now for Team Hashira.
Jeremy is so aggressive. He's just going to be into the corner here with the Sheriff, and everything just falls into place for Jeremy. The rest of Hashira as well. And everything that could have gone wrong for the Pirates, they tried to hold off and play the slow game, but they played too slowly. Flash was revived, but the only thing he can do now is get a charge onto his ultimate once again and save this Vandal. But can he even do that as he was getting hounded down by Envy? Looks like that is going to be the case. But broken economy, not a lot of ultimates, and everything falling into the hands of Hashira and Jeremy hitting the shots that he needs. And he knew that he was in their corner there. And once again, wanted to point out, Rabbit's paranoia, always on point. They were blinded.
Absolutely. You know, 11 assists, I feel like that should be more from Rabbit. I honestly feel like the stats are lying to us right now. I know he's probably blinded more people than that. It just led to 11 kills from his teammates. But besides that fact, man, you know, Hashira, when they get the utility and when they get the pacemakers, it really feels like they're a team that can command the scene here. And with Jeremy hitting shots that freely, then okay, you gotta know, you gotta respect that operator. And the Pirates, they literally walk into that one, but they still have a chance coming into this one because they have the orbital strike, but Hashira already saying no. Goodbye 2-3 already. No Girl Scout cookies for you. 2766 on the board there. And Flash, he wanted to dream of a reality with post plant, but instead he will just get planted on down as fertilizer for the grass. We are going into overtime, so Asrai, your prediction has come through. But it just goes to show for the Pirates, they need to seal the deal in more secure ways. In the last few rounds that we got there, they walked into Hashira's traps. They walked into a setup that Hashira had, and they just said, okay, sure, let's fight. And what happened there? It blew up in their face.
Now here's the point. Pirates went in incredibly aggressive outside the B site. And you saw how much contact play Fire Saiyajin wanted to do there with the Spectre, no doubt, and not even preparing his own flash. Maybe that's the reason why just going in with the dry peaks, not the best thing, especially when all of the smokes doesn't really allow him to prepare his aim. In any case, you are going to have another pause. Could be a tactical from the Pirates because they do need to have a bit of time to investigate or talk among themselves what happened with those 4 rounds straight. Hashira just came out of nowhere, came out of the woodwork and caught Pirates unawares, where Pirates, I think they just got the same medicine that they did on the first half when we see Jeremy already on an operator and he's down to 26 kills, or he's up 26 kills. What's the option for Pirates to do anything? Even if they can flash, they think that the one flash is already to stop the rotation, but the repeaks is just hurting them.
That's the thing. The Pirates already learned their lesson from Bind. If you are in a desperate scenario, you can use your utilities more so to just get that spike down. They have such a good post plant, especially with the Brimstone, and they just didn't do enough to deal with Jeremy. Overall, though, the Pirates, they showed their strength yet again, but in the last few rounds that we had them there, a bit of complacency coming in to having that lead. And Hashira, they're showing their grit this time. It feels like there's a reversal of script. The Hashira way finding a bit of that comeback on a map that they struggle in. A while ago, the Pirates and their squad and their crew doing an incredible job at looking to bring it back from Bind, from desperate scenario to desperate scenario. But Pirates, this is the Senior Carl special. It's just like a burrito, some nachos on the side, and a headshot in direct combat. Now, can we see Senior Carl get another kill? That'll be the question. There comes the Leer into play. Danger close inside the Cloudburst right now. And Jeremy, he'll be able to outmaneuver the competition, but 2G with the kill out the Hatred. And Hashira right now, even though they got rid of the jet, the damage has been done. They're man down, and Hashira is stationed and committing on a site.
There's gonna be at least the smokes from Rabbit that should be up once again, but he only can use another one. He does have his paranoia that connects onto nobody, and as they know, there's nothing else to blind the rest of the Pirates. It's all about that contact play, but Jeremy, very good crossfire now coming in. Fire Saiyajin, he has to come big, which he does. Big boy pants, Warren. That's gonna be the first round. Take it into overtime. One more, and they can at least reset this series once again, 1-1. But it's gonna be difficult. We've seen Pirates struggle on the attacking side, especially when they need to come big in the final moments. And Hashira, they figured something out. Maybe they're going to put Jeremy once again on a naked operator. I don't know, but there's something that Pirates has to do different when we saw them on that last couple of rounds on regulation.
The big question is, though, has the gong of the ancestors been sound? Has it been rung? And has the stone dragon on Seaside infused the spirit to clutch it out for Fire Saiyajin? Because we said it a while ago, very quiet game for Fire Saiyajin, but he needed to step it up for the team, and he did so in such a good way, shutting down Jeremy there. You know, that matchup between Fire Saiyajin and Jeremy, really one of the best ones you can get in duelists here in the P8 side. But one of these duelists are 29 kills, and he's so close to getting that 30, bro. On the other side, it's only 12, but just so impactful in that overtime situation. Never count out Fire Saiyajin. And like I said, this is honestly a good sign for the Pirates that they're in the lead in a situation where Fire Saiyajin is struggling. If he was on point and everyone else had this form, wouldn't really be too surprised to see the Pirates run away on a map like this. But Hashira never giving on up, working as a team to set things up, especially with things like the paranoia. And with Jeremy just so cracked here in the later parts of the game, 2766 a while ago, keeping Hashira afloat. It's time to see if they can hold on defense and force out another overtime, or will Pirates be able to get that 14-12 win?
There is the utility being thrown out by Nico. Was immediately destroyed before Jeremy's cross could have been spotted. But Rabbit enforces the smoke here. They're not really going to allow too much control from the attackers just yet. Fire Saiyajin making sure that nobody has creeped up underneath of window. And he pre-fires as well, just to sweep up the entirety of that grass area. But Pirates is still really to do much. Senior Carl now creeping back up. They have a minute onto the clock here, Dak. So there's a lot that they can still do with this amount of time that they have. They've gotten the map control that they need. I like how they've shown some forces here on the A side already because it does spot them. 2GE, he's trying to see as well if Envy has pointed or has put the camera up and is just passively looking through C long. Can't really go about this, and that recon dart will spot him, but Jeremy off cam goes in for the big flanks. This is not looking too good, and as they get hit by that recon dart, as they get hit by the tripwires and everything, this is just all down to Flash once again. 69 HP, and everybody's still alive from Hashira. And we're going to go to second overtime. Hashira, flawless victory.
That's the thing, the Pirates, they just didn't cover their starboard area. So unfortunate because Jeremy, he got 2 kills so quickly. And then 2766 added on over, giving Hashira the confidence to peek on the C-Long. And the damage was done, the round was over. And the Pirates now back to square number 1. They had the lead after such a good run here on the second half of regulation. The attacking side is where they truly shined there and then. But now in that overtime, they look so lost in what they had to do. Hashira, they're understanding that they can get more and more of the map if the Pirates aren't going to be covering those flanks, going to those areas. And that's the thing, the Pirates, they don't have a Sentinel to watch over for those initial indications. You have Hatred now killing Farsigen. You got Jeremy on the board as well. Flash though will catch out the Jet. But on the C side we go, Asarai, and Hashira forcing post-plant immediately.
They're charging right in and they're taking command. They haven't done this in the past couple of rounds, only about the reaction plays, but that's been enough to keep them afloat. But now they need to strike hard and strike fast. 2GE though, spotting out the one. Rabbit will be able to get the connection, and Senior Carl is here to the corner. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. And that's going to be Hashira pushing the last round now. Pirates, they've done so much just to keep the stabilize, keep the advantage, but Hashira is still here.
They don't want to lose on Haven anymore, Asarai. It's such a big blemish on the record of Hashira, basically, that this is a map that they cannot figure things out on. And we said it at the very start of this game, the lurk play, the push play from Hashira on their defense, it really feels like it's so passive, it's so defensive, and it's a little bit scared because Envy, incredible at setting up onto a site, but you mentioned other teams, they're willing to just go the distance with people like the Omen, people like the Cypher, to go all the way to the other side of the map. And in that case, Jeremy said, let me try that one out in the round where it was Hashira defending, right? He got the initial kills, broke the Pirates on the attacking side, and when the Hashira attack came on in, they just went in ham, went for the site, and took Pirates by surprise. So this is now going to be a big moment for the Pirates. We've seen them be stellar on the attacking side, but Hashira, it seems like they got a little bit of the number. For now, though, since Hashira played the lurk and played the push a while ago, it's Pirates playing defensively. Hashira going back to the roots and going back to the defense side as well, and a standstill here that will work out in terms of Hashira because that time is ticking.
40 seconds. Now they're going to try to go for their Hail Mary on A. Is this deja vu all over again, or will they be able to break Groundhog Day? We'll see. Jeremy is getting that information, puts out the one-way immediately, but Nico's forcing the flashes here in 30 seconds. That's not a lot of time. Charges right in. Hatred does get the kill. 2 for 2 in terms of the trade. Senior Carl does have the back of the site. Smoke will allow Rabbit to come through, and they've got to be careful because he can sneak in and deny this post plan. It's not going to look too good. Flash has to come big, and there's Senior Carl once again. Now Envy to remain. That wall is plugging him up, but he can still push through that. But Senior Carl as well as Flash do go and double up. They know that Envy is right here. He's gonna try to do his best. He does have his camera up, but look at the use of that ultimate just to allow them to reposition and force Envy back more. He's down to 70, and can he even go through this wall? That's gonna be a yes. Checking graffiti, can hear the footsteps. He spots out the one already, which was on short. Can he double up? Spots another. Needs to re-peek that one, but he knows he's not there, or he think he knows.
This is no problem.
God, 1v1, Envy, what are you gonna do to me? And that's not gonna be it. In triple overtime we go.
And here we have it now. On the other side of the coin, no pressure whatsoever from Hashira from any other angle. They go into a barrier orb there with Envy, and even though we know how stellar Envy is in the clutch and hitting the shots, just Flash I don't know what happens with this guy, but in rounds where it seems like Pirates is so secure at putting that spike down, he will get that orbital strike, buying on time, the big zone, the big area denial there for Pirates to really capitalize on, and it goes into another overtime just because of that. Hashira and Pirates, you can see right now, it isn't really the strengths that are carrying them to the wins in overtime here, Asterai. It's the weaknesses being exposed by the other side. And if this keeps up, it will just lean into whoever learns from their mistakes first and foremost, twice in a row. We'll find that right now if Hashira can play the attack again. Pirates on the defensive. Another overtime is upon us, ladies and gentlemen.
We push this back. Envy could have gone big. There's too many angles, and he didn't have much time to really clutch it out. In any case here, Hashira, they're going to be looking to once again explode onto the A side. This wall is but a delay, and 2GE is into the correct, or rather not correct, but the close corner at Graffiti here. Flash throws out his molly, as I believe 2GE is giving that information out. Hashira do have 40 seconds into the clock, but they are deciding. They're waiting for the wall to break down before anything happens. And now as it does, here's the come in. Flash directly goes into the site. It's going to be the Jerry with 1 kill. Spot at the second, and the beautiful clean take onto the A.
Hashira, they made a sweep on through onto A side, but the hot hand's gonna burn the Cypher on down, and Envy basically gonna fall for free there. So far, Sergeant and his show seems like the spray down though doesn't get the connection. He's putting his own graffiti on that wall, but apparently it will be Rabbit taking him down in response. 2 versus 1. Senor Carl with that naked off. This is gonna be painful if he gets pelleted by the bullets, but he will hit the shot anyway. Onto 2766. 1v1 danger close to the operator to the face. No scope to win it out. The Pirates, they show off in style and do it there. Senor Carl, call in a mariachi band, because you gotta celebrate a shot that nutty. Oh my god, Asterai, what did we just witness there from Senor Carl?
Using the op no scope. You don't see that every day. In that close quarter situation, I think that was the best opportunity for him. And as he did that. He waited for it.
He stuck it.
He stuck it. He just went confidence play. That was his confidence play. No crossfire set up there, because I think they knew that he was on the op and they could just play it as slowly as possible. But Senor Carl also did the thing with the slow peaks and whatnot. He didn't charge in. He didn't want to give that audio cue that he was trying to scan the rest of the members of Hashira who were set up for the post plant. And it allowed him to creep back up and catch them unawares. The first one, definitely. But the second one was a just Chad move from Senor Carl. And Pirates, as we go to triple overtime, are they going to be able to close this out? Or are we going to go to Quadra?
Thing is though, you know, I posited a point a while ago, and it's all about exploiting mistakes. And in that situation, that was just the amazing Hail Mary play that works out for the Pirates. So still very dicey here for both sides. Hashira, I want to see more proactivity there. Just go for more of those angles in this even defense. Pirates in the meantime just need to remember how they play against an op, and no, they just walk into that one yet again. So Farsight gonna go on down. Hashira right now with the man advantage, but the Pirates now, since they know that the Jet is there on the A side, they're happy to swarm onto B. Cyber Cage, no, it's actually just the tripwire there that Rabbit will be using to help him out in this firefight. Spray Brown right now, Paranoia being Prime gonna get tossed on over. Here comes the Sky Smoke still into play, and it seems like the Pirates, they're setting on sail and setting up shop onto B site right now. They go for the wall, separating A link from everything else. Spike planted by Nico, and Hashira looking to come for the retake.
Senor Carl, he's in such a crucial yet dangerous angle here. 2GE though with a 2K from out of nowhere, and it's coming up big, but still Flash. Oh no, it's the same position. He doesn't have the angle anymore. He doesn't have his ultimate anymore, and he has to charge on through. He does get the kill. Stop the defuse and get the round in. Pirates. Flash. How does he keep doing this? And how does he keep replicating it on the B side? This man is the B master, and the series has been reset.
Mistakes were made, and now Pirates are the made men because of it. From the off, not shots there, to what a way to go. What a way to go for Flash. He was just like, I'ma go in, I'ma kill you guys and I'm good to go. Hashira. There was just that awkward spot there, Asarai. They couldn't figure out rather what to really do, if they were gonna stick that spike defuse or they're gonna go for the double peak. And Hashira, it really is just that I'd say the vibes for them on Haven really just don't go in the sync. There are so many more things that Hashira can do on such a big and vast map. The fact of the matter is they're not capitalizing on it. The times that they do, they are heavily rewarded, sure, but the Pirates, man oh man, on the attacking side especially, so overwhelming, so powerful. Flashes into the post plant. Gotta love it, gotta see it, but I will always remember that op shot. How about you?
I will always remember that off shot too. But man, Flash, he comes big in ways that really does save the necks of Pirates. And anyways, we're not gonna get hanged by the noose just yet, as this series has been reset. We're gonna come back after the break and see what happens on game number 3. But Pirates definitely stepping up to the plate here in the grand finals for VCT Philippines Stage 2, Week 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We've had a game of strengths and we've had a game of weaknesses. Overall, though, everything is laid bare by Hashira and the Pirates. We're all tied up 1-1 in a hotly contested contest. And I am Dax. I'm joined by Black and Blue. And man, oh man, what a win that was for the Pirates. We mentioned it many, many times that the Pirates, if you look at the map draft, they need to win in the first 3 maps at least once. And the map they could do so the best in was Haven, and they did not disappoint.
Well, actually, I feel like they're quite fortunate on that too, because initially I felt like Hashira were the ones who initially kind of won that map draft. They have had good performances on Haven, but fortunately this time, well, it was a very valiant effort, of course. We went like quadruple overtime almost even. And so the Pirates able to come out with that one. As we move in Ascent, though, this will be a make or break for both of these teams. This is a map that both of these teams are quite favorable on. Of course, it is a pick for Hashira, but it will be Pirates starting on the defending side. And so, as we go into it, Dax, I'm honestly thrown for a loop here. I think most of us predicted Hashira to come out with this series, but Pirates are just making it and keeping it close, and now we're tied up 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like the Pirates, they want to show on up the way they know how, and they did so in a map like that. But before we get into it, guys, we're going to be directing out over to the streams that we have. You are tuning on in right now to the English stream at twitch.tv/ppgl_VCTPH. But if you want to watch in Filipino, go on over to facebook.com/ppglgg instead. Both streams are live at bit.ly/ppgl-yt or on YouTube. So just go over to YouTube and search PPGL. VODs are there. You can watch them anytime. And we are just happy to have you. Not only that, guys, we have something a little bit for you as well. It's a season of giving in. Oh, wait, I thought it was December. It's April. Okay, anyway, it's always a season of giving, no matter what. And we have a bit of a giveaway for you guys. And Black and Blue, since it was your birthday yesterday, give it away. Tell us how to join.
I guess we can give stuff away for Holy Week and Easter as well. But guys, if you want to be able to, well, join our giveaway here, we're giving away 1,500 Valorant points. All you need to do is like and follow the PPGL Facebook page. Do, of course, also like and share the stream and add in the caption which team you're rooting for. So right now, Hashira or Pirates? Let us know down below in those captions which team you're rooting for once more, and add the official hashtags, #PPGL, Valorant, #Valorant Challengers, and #VCTPH. Guys, at the end of the day, we're going to announce 10 lucky winners, and make sure that your post is public so we can actually see it. So like and follow the page, like and share the stream, add the caption of the team you're rooting for, add the hashtags, and of course, make sure it's public, guys, so we can finally see it. And, well, once more, 1,500 Valorant points on the line. That's more than enough to get you some little goody goods there in the store. And as we're moving into it, Dax, well, we had such a tightly contested map number 2 that I don't doubt that as we move into this series, we're going to get further and further and further, and the games could even be even more highly contested, especially now that we're going to Ascent.
Yeah, and the Pirates, they have that confidence now that they took a map away from Hashira, so they are in that running indeed. But Hashira, you could see how uncomfortable they were on Haven. So many opportunities absolutely missed, a few whiffs here and there, and really cost them the whole map because of the fact that they just not go for it. They're just refusing to budge. They're still stuck in their ways, stuck in their lanes, and it felt like there were so many different situations that the Hashira decided to go be more proactive coming into that map. It would have been a better case for them. But the Pirates, they proved a bit of a push-pull there on the last map, Mr. Black and Blue. They go in with their contact. They go in as dry and as hard as possible onto the site, right? But when it goes to the post plant, they're so stellar at using that utility to station on up, make sure everything is a-okay. And this is going to give them confidence coming into maps like Ascent, Split, and especially Icebox at the end of this 5-map flow. But Hashira going to be on the attacking side, Pirates on the defensive, and Flash, he's comfortable, he's back, he's on that Killjoy, looking to be good to go. Farside Gen on the Reyna, Senor Carl on the Jet, Nico looks to be the Sova 2G on the Omen, and it's a simple composition here for the side of the Pirates. It's what works best for them. It's just the roles that they have been accustomed to so far. In the meantime, for Hashira, it's time to whip at the sky and time to see if the birds can go in favor of the Hashira way this time. Let's see who can get map number 3, who can get the edge going into the series. Pirates versus Hashira continuing on to the night.
Well, for Hashira, they're going with a bit more of an unorthodox lineup. Yeah, this guy is growing increasingly popular and in also like just in strength and how good she is on Ascent. But more importantly, they don't have a true Sentinel. And with them having just that Sage, we've seen them actually do this in the past where they don't have that true Sentinel on their side, even though if they're defending or starting rather on the defensive or rather the attacking side. So when they go over to the defensive side, sometimes it can be a liability to not have that kind of hard Sentinel. Of course, well, Sage, but we all kind of agree she's not really truly a Sentinel. In that case, though, Hashira have been good at flexing at that. So what it does bring them is more sustain in terms of the heals. Obviously, that wall is going to be pretty big, and the soul orb will be very good. But that res, having that sustain, is why they bring that Sage on there. And it's a very different philosophy than having maybe a Killjoy or a Cypher instead of that. And in this case, as the first pistol round goes off, early B initiation with that recon ball, no information found. The side of the Pirates are stacking towards A.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The Hashira squad this time is the one with the double heal composition. And we didn't see it used too often in the last map for Pirates just because the fights were so quick and there was barely any time to actually high on back say, please heal me, please heal me, please heal me, right? So maybe Hashira can get more value now coming into a map like this where it's a lot more wide in the angles. You have these stations where you can kind of fit your way into a nook and cranny and stay safe for the time being. And of course, only 2 sites means that for the Pirates, they can stack a bit better over onto the objective itself. So Hashira now, their plan is to go on to A. They're bringing in the pain train, looking to depart to the station of A sites. And Jeremy, his job is to close that door. But Far Sergeant on the other side, he's on the Reyna and he's looking to just go ham and go wild. 2GE though on the board. Senor Carl gonna get the kill as well. And that's 3 down already for the side of Hashira. 2766 in Hatred, the only ones left. There we go with the shots. There we go with the pokes and prods. And the Pirates, they're feeling the win still. They're going for the kills. It's all up to Hatred right now. He's on 2 so far though here, Black and Blue. And can the Sage do it? 3? Trying to go for a 4th. Not gonna happen. Flash, he clutched it out a while ago. And he will start things off strong with the final kill of the pistol.
Hatred almost made it happen there. If he found Flash, and it definitely could have went their way. But the Pirates, they do open up with a starting well, round here. Hashira, they do this actually quite a bit, wherein their default on the pistol to start things off is 2 main, 1 top mid, and then 2 B main as well. I think we've actually seen that. I think Pirates actually do kind of the same thing now I think about it, that we saw at least from yesterday in these past few weeks. That's also how they play their kind of default pistol up. And in that case, they went to go towards that A main site. The Pirates, they were ready for it though. And here comes out the smoke from Tuge. With that Fireside, he's getting a bit aggressive here. He knows that he can get the up on them if they actually try and push this smoke. So he's being very, very confident with that so far, but I don't think it's going to last. Still, though, Senor Carl on the other end of things here towards mid will find that pig on a 2766, and that's a lot of information being removed from the Hashira squad.
Oh, they're feeling it here, Black and Blue. You can see that the Pirates have really lit the fuses of these cannons. And a martial shot like that from Senor Carl is trying to make a statement that no matter where, no matter what kind of station, what kind of position you want to play in, we are there to shoot you. So far, Saijin closing the door and breaking it down himself. Hates the door, doesn't want it to get in the way of any kind of A takes. As Hashira, they're still pivoting here. Over to the cubby right now, we got Hatred and Rabbit. Hatred has the Sheriff in hand. He's the only one with an upgraded pistol in the remaining members of Hashira, so it's up to him to get that tap. We'll see if he can do it.
He's gonna need to go big here, Hatred. He's the only one, as you said, with that Sheriff, and so a lot of the close-range fights should be going their way, but Tuga's gonna shred him on down like cheese, and he's gonna find the 3rd once more. Hatred going down here, and it's all gonna be on the Rabbit, who could not hop away, as Nico will show them the way out. Pirates will get that second round. Now, for Hashira, of course, this is their first time they're actually going to be able to buy up here. They were not really able to get the spike plant last time, or well, neither of these 2 rounds actually, and so they're still going to be a bit light on that economy utility-wise, but still, they should be able to afford everything for the most part. It's going to be a bit of a bonus here for the Pirates. Luckily, they're on the defense, and so they can kind of pick and choose which angles and which fights they want to take. And in that case, it seems like B main here is going to be that first conduit of where they're going to actually show their intent, because look at this, a triple stack towards B main. Will this be a heavy-handed push?
You know, Hashira, they need that spark and they need it fast. This is going to be bonus time here for the side of Pirates, but since they have all SMGs on the other side, they're holding close and they want to play the fight onto the mains as much as possible. Hashira, though, backing on the way. Expecting a bit of the aggression here from Pirates so far, but they will not walk into that one whatsoever. Senior Carl, though, he has the Sheriff in hand. Here comes Fire Sergeant looking for the spray down, but he needs a takedown to get away from this one. Black and Blue Lear going to be there, but Hatred, he still has an idea of where the opponent is coming from. Fire Sergeant now going to go on down. Senior Carl also caught napping, so Hashira getting the right timings at the right place and at the right time in this round. Envy, though, with the flash, and Nico gonna fall in that firefight. So close to each other. Heals are needed here by Envy, but he doesn't care along the way. He still gets another takedown, and Hashira, big advantage for this one.
Well, Dax, we've seen the Flash do very big things, insane things, save the world countless of times, turn back time, and in this case, I think he's going to need to run even faster than he ever has if he wants to bring this one back. He was able to get that 1v3 clutch, yes, at the end of the last map, but in this case, he was able to get that exit on the Envy. But for the most part, it's already a done deal, honestly. Hashira, there should be a round going to them. Flash, all he can do is try and hurt the economy for the side of Hashira as much as he can, maybe get a pick or two here more. Actually, he can find Rabbit, considering the fact that Rabbit is isolated here, and that might go his way. But Rabbit, on this off angle, is probably going to see him, does give the information out. You're going to try and pincer on him now, and he's going to be in a tough spot here, trying to save it up. But, yeah, there should be a quick cleanup from Hashira. It should be a quick round for them, and they should be down, rather up. Or, yeah, down. Just a single round after this. So, finally, they do get one on the board.
You know, there's so many flavors of ice cream, but in the end, it seems like Flash cannot get out of the shop whatsoever. He was stuck there. He was just pretty much put into his place, and the Pirates now going to be giving up that round to Hashira. Hashira getting on the board finally. They only lost one member along the way, and a really good read and really good timings from them in those site takes. So this is now a chance for Pirates to get back on their high horse and get back with the momentum. They have the rifles this time. We're seeing what's working for them. Find the kills and finding targets as soon as possible. You got the A site now. It's going to be the siege on India from Hashira. And the thing is, Hashira, they're trying to really set things up between Hatred and Jeremy. They have so many ways to flush out the competition and also play the combos as well. Slow Orb plus the Pain Shell is so very strong when you catch someone in the middle. 2766 in the meantime, making sure that no one's overcommitting or over-pushing so far. But Senior Carl by the Tamkench bench, gonna get spotted on out. Still 5v5 as Hashira, they're playing such a gatherful game, I'd say here, Black and Blue. It's all about intel right now between the Sky and the Sova, and Hashira is making sure that everything is fine and dandy before they go on site.
Well, initially it did seem that they were kind of going towards that A alpha site, but now they're just smoke comes out towards short. Kind of tells me they want to go for like a B mid split instead. In this case, well, Hashira, with them being as proficient as they are with bananas and splits of the sort, I won't be too surprised for them to go exactly that. Seems like mid pizza control is what they're going to be taking here. Smoke towards that CT position. You get that bottom mid control, and they look to be walking into market. And you're going to wait actually for the timing here so that they can make that B main push as well. Now the door is closed towards market, but still, I think the fire sale should be up in a second because Hashira are going to force the issue, knocking on the door, telling you guys, open the shop up. We're going to start things here. And here comes the execute towards the B side right now. Nico making first contact into that, and Flash is going to have a lot to hold here. Luckily for him, Rabbit will TP in to help.
10 seconds left.
Pirates now getting the kills that they need to. GE and Far Sergeant on the board there. 2766 though, trying to fight on back, but there's just no time remaining here for Hashira. They were caught midway, they were caught in the speedway, and they were caught over onto B side. It really feels like it's a criminal record being set up onto Hashira, and the Pirates are filing it on to get another round on the board.
Yeah, well, in that case, you saw there, actually not Rabbit, I meant 2GE, 2G. when they actually were going to try and storm on the B side, there was a lot of utility there and lots of manpower already from the side of the Pirates to hold that back. Had Flash in the backside to get TPing on in to help him out, and of course, you had Fire Sajin just holding things down for them. And in that case, Hashira, they tried to play the late game. They tried to kind of play information earlier on, but in the end, I guess there just wasn't enough to work with. And so now, once more, they're going to try their luck here. You can see Rabbit on that Sheriff this time. He's going to have, well, a lot of paperwork to do if he cannot get this round on the board, because the law has to be laid. He has the Sheriff in his hand, 2 away from his ult as well. They do have that res here in Hatred, and so they could potentially go 1 for 1 and get that res on up if they feel like it's a winning situation. And Fire Sajin with him, like playing the short position, they have to know that short is currently in their control right now. Nobody even from the side of Hashira looking to take that away. Rabbit will smoke that top mid pizza position, and now he might just get caught out here if he's not careful, because Senior Carl is looking to do the same.
Exactly. That 1 for 1 trade, though, will be so essential for Hashira, because they know that the opponent has all the rifles in the world and more, and they have one guy here only with a Sheriff. So if they get the trades, they get not only the man advantage, but they get a rifle for free to give them the full arsenal that they would like coming into a round like this. Hashira right now have been shocked by the powerhouse that is the Pirates. Here we go with the push yet again. 2G, though, caught into the corner, and he tries to TP on the way, but Jeremy is just a little bit quicker on the toss, and now Hashira does get that man advantage that they have been looking for. Far Sajin, the wall bang is a go, and the scan from Nico really helping on out in that situation. Hashira have gotten the spike on down, but Flash with the kill onto Jeremy instead. It's 3v3, wall bangs are bound. Rabbit, though, gets the tap and gets the kill onto a few with some help from 2766. It's just a pinch between the Phantom as well as the Sheriff, and now a Vandal taken by Rabbit. Hashira, when they win, they show up with the victory. Truly, just the amount of positioning they were able to take their black and blue, and amount of forward momentum that they were able to hold on to. I love what we're seeing here for Hashira.
Man, I'm not sure if that was a flash from Envy or that was a paranoia from Rabbit. I had to have to check back. I kind of want to assume that it's a paranoia here, considering he doesn't have it on the board. But if it was, that's a great one. You can see actually 2 of them at the very least per flash. The first one going on down flash. Well, a great comeback round there for the side of Hashira, making that one happen. It almost seemed like, things were going to go their way too much. It was a great nade, obviously, by Jeremy to start things off, but then, as they push on in, it seemed like the defense was collapsing on them, but still Hashira able to bring it back, and Senor Carl saying hola and goodbye in the same sentence. Jeremy will be taken down real quick. He is down to 12 HP, though, so has to back on off. Flash has got his back, though. Hatred be taken down. Aldrone finds at least 2 there. Has to know there's probably a third, and as they're heavily stacked here towards B main, I'm not sure if this is the right idea anymore. It's pulled the entire defense from the side of the Pirates to help on out.
They know that the jet is quite low, and Envy is on it. Thing is, though, the Killjoy traps are there, and Flash is ready with a lockdown as well. But sneaky peeky like here for the side of Hashira. They're crawling on in over to the staircase and trying to make it to the market. But Flash right now, he's exposed. He is caught out, and Envy with a takedown. Guiding Light also zone out Nico for the time being. Rico Balto gets the scan into a takedown. Rabbit gonna fall there. Envy, though, with another one on the board. And it's up to the Sky and the Soba to figure things out. They are able to play onto B. Seems like Envy trying to fake things out and force a push, but Pirates are not falling for it. So over onto the default we go. Boathouse might be the place for the defense here right now, as this is going to be the Pirates trying to play the retake here. Black and blue.
They don't have any information gathering here for the side of Hashira, actually. Just expended their Aldrone right now, and they barely have anything else to work with otherwise. And so Fire Sajin, the good opening picker, and the Envy is going to close things down all alone here, getting that double to cap things off. And the Pirates once more extend their lead 2 rounds now here over Hashira. But I mean, initially, yeah, Hashira, it kind of seemed like, although it's like they're a bit too in and over their heads, they still had the man left, which is enough time to make the rotate. Probably felt like in that stead, like if they actually went for the rotate, they'd probably get caught off in transition and did not want to get caught, I guess, with their pants down. And so as they did commit into that, they were actually very fortunate to find that opening pig. Now, yes, of course, Nico was able to get that spray down through the smoke to find Rabbit, which was quite unfortunate for them, but all things considered, I think that round went better than they could have hoped, considering the fact that they gave up 2 opening picks already. And so right now, with Hashira coming back to this with a full actual economy to play off of here with that Rico Vault as well to open up things. Oh, he's actually able to dodge that, I believe, there, Senior Carl, playing right behind the smoke. And as I was saying, yeah, with this finally economy on their side, they're looking to bring the lead back down.
Yeah, Hashira, at the very least, they got something out of that round, and they still have enough to get the buys anyway for this one. Showstopper, Rez, Hunter's Fury, and from the Shadows, plus the Seekers one away. Seems like it's a full plate here for Hashira if ever they get that ultimate orb and they decide to go for more of the push. We'll see though, because Hashira, they are playing it slow and steady right now, Black and Blue. They are really waiting on before they go for the entry, and Jeremy is the one to take point. He's already onto the site with the Showstopper. Pirates, though, with a proper read, backing on away in time, preventing the Showstopper from really getting anything. And a volley from the shock darts on the default, scaring off Hashira just a little bit. But Rabbit is able to put the spike down anyway, and now it's post-plan.
Well, post-plan situation does come on in here. Almost gets that tag, actually, with that information there from Senior Carl. And, well, good paranoid to kind of delay things. But as the Hunter's Fury comes on out, not going to land anything. It will keep them from pushing out of that tree position, though. They do have a good post-plan situation here for the side of Hashira, with two of them being B main. And Rabbit's able to find a second. Will he find a third? He knows where Nico is, but Nico will find him first. Fireside going hot here. He's going to find Envy and keep him in check, but Nico's going to find a second. Now it's a 2v2 as 2766 shuts them all down. A quick double kill for him to get things going. A bunch of double kills going either way, actually, in that one, but in the end, Hashira will take that third round and do get that, it's the round that they really needed, because if they went down 2-5, that would have been very bad for them economically and, of course, here in the round. But now, finally, Pirates, they're the ones on the light buy.
And the Pirates now going to be on the lower economy here. And the thing is, here, Black and Blue, is both teams can really keep each other in check. No matter how hot one of these two teams can really get, it feels like the other side can find the answer, especially on the frag department. So this is still going to be a contest no matter what. Jeremy, though, with a kill on the flash there. And Nico, he got a big hit onto Jeremy, but he is going to be able to stay alive. Senior Carl catching that one out as well. So it's now going to be 4v3. The Pirates at least getting a kill in response. Hater, though, says it's time to get you back into the running in the Resurrection. Going to be a go. Here we go with the Barrier Orb into play. And Hatred, this is his signature. Spectre plus the eco round on the other side. The Barrier Orb will be used for the hyper offensive there, and a quick take by Hashira to tie it up. Gotta love that Hatred special. You're just gonna be seeing so many bullets right in front of you, and let's see what Hashira can do further. Can they keep this up with the momentum, or will the Pirates be able to break it?
Hashira have successfully brought it back here for their side, but the Pirates, after that eco, obviously now they're going to be able to buy on up, and that means that, I guess, this A-side take that Hashira are going to try once more is, well, rather might just be a bit more difficult than they were initially hoping. So, opening smoke here from the side of the Pirates to kind of dissuade them from pushing A main, and that's the right idea right now, because Hashira were looking for that. It's a good read coming in here from Rabbit, rather from Tuge, to put that on out, and the follow-up smoke for that. That's going to actually allow them to cross in wine just in case they want to take that position. You can see here that actually pulls out the Hunter's Fury from Nico after that ping, and 2766, the opposing Sova, taken out, lots of information gained, and a good opening pick.
Yeah, Pirates at least getting a kill for free, and 2766 gonna be gone from this one, but Envy finding one into the middle. That's Senor Carl saying adios, and basically, I don't know what good night is in Spanish, but you know, we just gotta keep it up here for the side of Hashira. They want to go over to the A side yet again. We got 2 GE waiting behind the double box here. The thing is, jump peek, trying to say hello. He has been spotted though by the side of Hashira, and he's flushed that just because he wants to be so mischievous about it. 2 GE now on the board. Nico gonna get a kill there as well. 4v2 as of yet. Rabbit will take his time to go with from the shadows, but it's more of that intel, realizing how the setup here is on A. Nico though with a triple, make that a quad, and the Pirates, the answer back. They get back onto their ship and they set sail yet again for the lead. Another one here for the Cebu roster.
Well, Nico there, starting it off, leaving the docks, and once again anchoring it back home. Getting that opening pick to find 2766, and obviously the last one to get that 4K for him. And he's now at 9 frags here. Tuge at 8, and it's actually a pretty equal distribution of frags here early on in these first 10 rounds for both of these teams. And that's something we haven't actually seen too often here at VCT, at least this weekend specifically. Now, once again, they open with this default one-way smoke towards A main quite a bit. They don't really make a play off of it, though, here, the Pirates. And so I'm curious to see how Hashira are going to react to that, if they're going to still continue to respect that smoke that the 2K has been throwing at you towards A main. They throw it there the one way, and then they close off the whole A main position. That's something that I'm looking for Hashira to kind of abuse if the Pirates are not actually making play off of that. But right now, the Hashira, they've set their sights here towards the B site, and they've crawled in towards the B main, especially Envy there, just looking for information. Nothing being given away yet. Senior Carl being very quiet, very sneaky beaky at the other end of things. He does hear that ult charge right out, and so you can actually see here the Reyna for their side looking to make a play if they actually go for it. Showstopper on out. Senior Carl will let them come on in. He's going to find a frag. Could he find a second? As the Showstopper comes on in, they will get him down, and Jeremy's going to open things up with a Showstopper.
Yeah, when you go for a showstopper play, you gotta make sure someone is watching that lug cubby as soon as everyone else plays the entry. So good kill there by Pirates, but of course Hashira able to overwhelm with the rocket launcher and then now set up onto that pit of B. Fire Sergeant though, 2G and Nico trying to play on in. There we go with Paranoia being thrown on out, but no one over onto B main in that angle. 2766 hiding behind the crate instead, and Fire Sergeant on the board, but Jeremy with the answer. Rabbit though inside the smoke and says, I'm the smoke criminal and I'm gonna say peekaboo, I see you. It's all up to the Omen right now. Can the Pirates do it still? Rabbit, no, he still sticks on his station there, black and blue. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me by this point. And the Pirates, they have just been shamed inside that smoke. Hashira playing it close, but making it even closer margin.
Smoke criminal, he is there. A good post-man position being taken by Hashira. Of course, they did get that double opening while Senior Carl was able to find Hatred there. Still, good comeback from that, Hashira, even though they did have the man advantage. But yeah, now though, as we're moving into it, round number 11, last 2 rounds of the half, and the Pirates, they're low on this economy once more. This is not one that they really want to give up right now. They have to try and get every single round that they can of the defense, because this, I think, is where they shine the most. And they have a good attacking side, yes, but we have seen that take down the likes of Alpha, like yesterday when they played Alpha on Ascent. Pirates, I believe, it's their defense that does look a bit more, well, sustainable and throughout these type of best-of-5 series. And so, right now, they're going to have to try and get everything on the board. Fireside denying that early Al drone towards short, but no one to contest him from that. He will take full control of it because Hashira, they have their sights set here towards A main for the first time, actually the second time. And here comes out the defensive smoke from Tuge.
Now, I gotta give it to the Pirates. It's a tied game right now, but for the past 2 games, it was Hashira getting off to a pretty good start, and the Pirates basically playing comeback. Now, it's just all even, and this is really such a good sign for them because they're evolving every single map that we go on. They're understanding how to play their comps better, and now 2GE, he's expanding a clip and gets rid of Hatred, but Rabbit does find the response. 4v4 over to A side we go. Blades, I'm gonna get shut down there by Jeremy, just pointing on up to the high heavens and giving the Jet the wings there. It's 2 in a row for the Rays. Nico and Flash, the only ones left. There's a Stinger and a Rifle. We'll see what that can do right now as 2766. He's playing basically a post-man location over at B main. Over to the doors. Here comes the Sova. Over up onto the high ground to Killjoy. And Flash, he's picked up a Vandal. Jeremy, the win tree so far. There we have it. The Painsel's being bounced around yet again. Wallbang Frenzy right now, trying to go for the kills. And 2766, he got the angle thanks to the Rays. Hashira just getting a demolition permit onto A sites and giving them the lead.
Look at this. Both top fraggers for either side have got 11 on the board. This tells you how much, well, I guess it has been quite spread out in terms of the fragging potential here from both sides, but Hashira, they do take the lead here finally. Yes, they are a round up, and for the Pirates, of course, it wasn't ego for them, but I still think they did quite a bit of damage in that. Obviously, we're in the last round, and so there won't be much economy to move on over afterwards, but they're able to bring it down to like a 2v1 at the end of things, and it is amicable. But now, as you move into it, you see the Pirates here. They hold this actually quite often, where they have 3A and then 2B, and they give up mid very easily. They're not the type of team to really necessarily fight for that mid pizza part market position. Instead, they like playing this double short stack instead. I think that might just be the right thing to do, considering how heavy-handed Hashira are pushing at the A site sometimes, to be able to get close enough for that retake situation. But Hashira seems like they want to pull back right now.
Yeah, Hashira, they've been really focusing on the main angles here, black and blue. It isn't any kind of mid control that we see from them. The Pirates, in the meantime, they station a member there just in case. And that's the thing, since Hashira realizes that there are members there by the market, there is a bit of that setup. They don't even want to bother with it more often than not. And it does feel like they go with the philosophy, oh, let's get the site and let's win this round. So for now, they're doing it again. Their A main isn't going to work out for them. They feel like the angle isn't just too effective. So they'll be moving over to the Cubby, try to siege on in from the 3 to the Garden Trailblazer right now. They'll be trying to thread the grasslands
30
here, but
seconds left.
Farsighten will hunt it to extinction. And Hashira, they say, okay, if Farsighten is there, if there's one more member there waiting on the other side, this might be the lesser mad angle. But Senor Carl, he is going to be there to get that takedown onto Rabbit. Spike going to get dropped, hated though with the resurrection, and suddenly a siege on in from Invi. He gets close, but isn't going to be close enough, because look at how much time Pirates has been able to buy for themselves. Hashira, they're stuck there, they're making a quick little funnel, but Rabbit, he gets onto the site at the right time. 2766 on the board, and even though it was crunch time there for Hashira, they get the spike down, and they're getting the kills as well. It's all up to 2GE, but can he do it? 1v3? Let's find out, Black and Blue.
Well, as Asari would say it, Hashira here, they put their clutch jeans, they wore it to work, and now Tuge, he is in the 1v3 situation. He knows that Envy is right around the corner here on the lane, but he's gonna fall on back. And so, have to go big here, but Envy's gonna shut him down to get the lead at the end of the half. Hashira up 7-5, and
Switching
you know,
sides.
Nico, he did burn his, I mean, it was the last round already. He did burn his Hunter's Fury there to try and delay Hashira from pushing on up. You can see him actually kind of aiming it towards that B main position, towards that lane, to try and make Hashira, okay, kind of second guess themselves. Do we push on in? It's a late round situation. We have like, what, 8 seconds to get on the site. Was the right thing to do, I think. Maybe could have landed a bit more, but still, very, very valiant effort for the Pirates side on that round. It could have went their way if that Hunter's Fury, I think, landed a bit more damage, or maybe got a frag or two here on Hashira. But Hashira, as they move over to the second half, up 2 rounds, this is actually a map where they do quite shine in a lot of situations.
I just love the shot calling there from Hashira. They lost Rabbit, which was the penultimate kill there from Senior Carl. If you were looking for a target, it had to be that Omen. And honestly, that would have been the round-winning kill if the res wasn't there. But the call to go for the res and bring Rabbit back to life was upon us. Hashira, they didn't completely panic. They brought back the captain. They said, okay, next plan, next step is to play from the shadows to that side. While that happens, Hashira, they siege on in, clear out the site as much as possible. Rabbit also TPing somewhere safe rather than Sori. And since he didn't get sent back, they were able to put that spike down. They put so much thrust there onto their Omen. They trusted each other. And that's what you want to like to see in a team. You gotta get that communication on point. And Hashira, they figured it out at that very last round. So kudos to them. But the Pirates, if it was only a second later, or if it was just only a bit of a spot onto the Shadow of the Omen, that would have been such a great round for them. You're seeing right now the strength shining yet again for these two teams. The Pirates, though, they're on the comfy side here, Black and Blue, as they love the attacking side, and they're at it again.
Now the pistol comes on out Dax, and you know, you kind of hit the nail on the head there. Team games like this, tournament situations like this, competitive teams like this, it works like a relationship, right? You need that trust. You need, of course, when you make a mistake, you're like, oh, it's mine, my bad. I was the one who made that. And right now, that kind of like self-awareness and recognition of that, and trust in your, I guess, teammates here is, I think, going to be a huge factor, because miscommunication, that can be solved, but to be able to do that, you have to, of course, kind of recognize which exactly was the problematic link in all of that. And so, as right now, a problem that could happen here for the side of the Pirates, if they go for this B site,
Here.
will be the fact that they don't have too much market control. They can
Here.
flood this B site where there's only a single player waiting inside. That's going to be Hatred, and so that is a good thing for them. But if they cannot block off the CT, which they do with a smoke, very, very fortunate for them, it can turn on their heads. And so Senior Carl taking on 918 HP already, and that's a good opening pick here for the side of Hashira. That's a triple actually going their way.
Player standing.
Snowball from this point in time, Black and Blue, but Farsighten, he's not done. Goes with the VAR, and you can see that overheal really helping him out in a round like this. 1v2 frenzy in hand though for the Reyna, and if anyone can do it, it has to be Farsighten, but time is ticking, and the Reyna needs to go onto the side. Angel's gonna get thrown over there, and he still gets the kill anyway. Dismiss right now to get into the boathouse, and it's do or die time. He needs to get the kill. There's no time to put that spike down, and Hatred, he knows it. He still gets the flick anyway, and Hashira will win that round by the skin of their teeth, because the rampaging Farsighten was at their doorstep.
a split second more, I think Farsight would have had that. You already got the dink, the opening dink there in the Hatred, and the follow-up shots on the Frenzy would have just stolen that round away from the hands of Hashira, but here we are. They push on in through CT very heavy-handedly to kind of counter-push the Pirates. I like the fact that what Hashira did there, they didn't necessarily wait, and then play for the retake. They waited, and then mid-push, when Pirates were focused on getting towards the side, they came barreling on in, got them shot in the back on the sides, and they just won all the aim duels, and sometimes that's what it's about. In this case, Hashira, they know the way.
I mean, they're the ones who have paved it by this point, Black and Blue. The pioneers of beating Bren in VCT. Just the combinations, these guys have been able to innovate immensely in the Philippine scene. And they are just really making a case for themselves to try and play into the region. They're up by 3 right now versus a hungry and absolutely on fire Pirate squadron. If you look at this Farsight getting that kill, you can see that the efforts of the Pirates have not gone to waste. Every single week, they've gotten better as a team, as a whole, and they've finally made it to the promised land, to the finals. They basically have a 50-50 chance at making it to the region itself and trying to go for that Iceland spot. 2766 though, helping out the Hashira cause instead. It's going to be 2 in a row here for Hashira. Once more, 2GE in the meantime though, finding Hatred. So after everything's said and done, it's 3v3. Even though we have Pirates on the lesser buys, Hashira still losing members here.
Left.
They are, and still, well, Jeremy's able to kind of swing things back the way finally with the man advantage, but Nico, what a great shot to find 2766, clear on the site, and they will get the plant. Lets him retrieve the Spectre as well. And so now it's kind of a very even situation here. 2GE, 2K. He is quite low on that health here for the side of the Pirates, and so they're going to have to go swashbuckle on more if they want to bring this one home. Envy has an Ares, and he can spam this green box right beside him to find 2K, especially that he's low, but there it goes. They find the double opener for the site on the retake, and Hashira take a 9th on the board.
Never count out Hashira, but also never count out the Pirates. There are so many rounds where you just say, what if the Pirates had the guns anyway? Then Hashira might be on notice. But one thing that Hashira have really observed so far here, Black and Blue, is when they know that their opponent is on a lesser buy, they love to do wackier things, aggressive things that can catch you out for a surprise. But the thing is, Pirates, they're very quick on their reflexes and very quick at getting the shots anyway. So it's still a bit of a gamble regardless. So Hashira now up by 4. Bonus time here for the defending side as Pirates will whip out the guns. 4 rifles and a Spectre. We'll see what they can do with that. It might be a B take here as the Spike is left behind on the west side. Guiding light now from Envy though to confirm that someone is here by a main. And the thing is, Hashira, they've been playing such a info gathering game. It's all about trying to figure out who's got mail by this point. And they want to be as secure as possible before committing on the rotations.
I mean, you can't really blame them because they have been caught out by it, but here, Farsight just great opening pick to find Rabbit. Still though, there are like 3 players inside the site actually here for Hashira, and that means that it's still going to be quite difficult for the Pirates to walk their way on in. Now, Jeremy kind of flirting with that short position there, almost giving away his shoulder, but he's going to play it a bit more close to that flower pot of his, well, rather the plant pot, I guess you call it anything. But case in point, he's holding short, not giving it on up, and they do have control of it. But the important thing here is this mid kind of pizza control that Hashira, rather Pirates, are taking away from the side of Hashira. And as Hatred goes down, that's the B side right for the taking. They stack the A side here, Hashira, but it's actually B who has come under siege, and they should get a safe plant.
It's time to go over there to the pit yet again, and
30
Pirates,
seconds
they've
left.
made the path for themselves, and right now they're really looking to DP up that loop and put down the Spike for future generations. Spike now set on up, as we mentioned, Farsight by the staircase, waiting for someone to peek from the market. It's a fire sale here from Farsight, and someone, come on, come all, and get into my sightline, says the Reina. But in this case now, Envy. Interesting angle by the Sky, waiting for the dark cover to dissipate. He does get the kill on the far side in there. Spectre in hand, looking to play a danger close. Hashira in the meantime, they're already rotating over to the main angle instead. And I think for Hashira, it's not about winning this round anymore, Black and Blue. It's all about the exits instead. Pirates, though, they are aware there are people still alive. Envy gonna get on the board. 2GE with the response onto 2. And even though there was an attempt by Hashira to try and punish that main retreat, it's not going to happen thanks to 2GE. 9-6. Hashira, though, will survive with Envy still alive.
I think that was the right idea there for Hashira to do. Maybe just a bit of miscommunication on timing, really, at the end of it, with Jeremy swinging a second too early. It should have been, I guess, delaying just a hair more so that 2766 can capitalize on that from that angle. But still, they're up 3 rounds. They do have this small cushion to work with. They are, of course, on this defensive side, which should be the more favorable one right now. And just like the Pirates, they don't play a heavy-handed mid, defense. You can see them once more. 2 main, 3 here, rather the third towards short for the A site, and then they just have a player kind of play the rotate game, or in this case, it's going to be 2766 towards that mid CT position, just in case there is presence towards Pizza. And it has been something teams have been doing more and more often, giving up that whole mid pizza position, realizing it's not too important. And here comes a showstopper out. Does not do too much. Actually, it does tag up Fireside quite a bit, but as he's the Reyna, if you can get the frag here, you can get that on back and regenerate from that still. Envy, no worries for that. He can regenerate anytime. He's a Sky. They fall on back towards the A site, and with that early aggression, 3 damage done. Showstopper, no frag, but still, they kind of dissuade the Pirates here from going towards A once more.
Get off my lawn and get off this site, basically, from Hashira. They're still being the pillars of the defense here on Ascent and looking to commune together and hold down the line as much as possible. Spike, though, left behind by mid-link, but it's going over to B instead, and Flash with the catch on the Hatred. Seems like the Stage ill-prepared. Senior Carl trying to duel, but 2766, he's gonna fall there, and Pirates right now doing the Pirates things, basically. This is exactly how they want to win. Go for the contact and go for the fight and win it out. Proper timing versus the Sage, trying to set up the slow orb, and just a clean round here from Pirates. Duel me, fight me, keep it up, and go again. Seems like the Pirates are whipping out a lashing here for the Hashira squadron, and now it's Hashira on the back foot in terms of the money.
I think a problem that Hashira has had in some of these few rounds, and especially that one, was in what was, or is rather, because we're still in the game, is the fact that they should kind of realize when they're in a losing situation on that type of post plant, if it ever got to that, which it should be. So in that case, there was like 2 of them out of position to actually hold on to the side. They should have potentially just fell back and played, I guess, the retake here, because the 3 of the other players were all the way towards a site that were not there ready to help yet. And so there wasn't really too much of a point to, I guess, give your life, even if you went 1-for-1 in that situation. And so I think that it could have been something that they should kind of address here. Hashira, a bit too, I guess, trying to do a bit too much, and I get it. It's like, okay, this is my site, this is my chance. They rarely come B in, so now's the time for me to actually do something towards the B side, but that's not how you kind of want to play sometimes, even as a B side player. If you can go 2-for-1, then yeah, sure, but it isn't always, I guess, the most reliable thing to have come on out unless you're absolutely insane and cracked. And in this case, while these players are really good at that, you can see it won't always turn out, and Hashira are once more on this light buy decks.
You know, Hashira as a team, you don't usually catch them napping, but that was the one moment where they had a bit of a microsleep where the alarm didn't sound. And like I said, you know, Hatred, Slow Orb was the one out and about. 2766 couldn't protect his teammate at the same time. And the Pirates, these guys are always alert. These guys are just all coffeed up and ready to go by this point. And they're just so hyperactive with their play. They're just so hyper offensive when they're on the attacking side. And you'd love to see how clean their takes can be with just how the shots do fall. So as we are in a bit of pause, let's check out that scoreboard. We got Nico over with 14, 13 for 2GE, Farsighten with 12. So this time, Farsighten clocking into the office a while ago in the Haven. He did step it up in some clutch rounds, but it wasn't really the FSJ show that we have renewed time and time again. Hashira, in the meantime, Jeremy, honestly, a very consistent player in him. He has pretty much been top frag after top frag after top frag here for the side of Hashira. If you need to rely on the raise, you can look at Jeremy there. Envy, of course, he is on that Sky with 13, Hatred with 10. The thing is, for Hashira right now, I know you said a while ago that there is no hard sentinel. They need to rely on Hatred and his setups or whatever kind of utility they can use to flush out the competition. If they have no way to manipulate the battlefield or they're too late to it, then that's the problem. Pirates just come in and they see the door is wide open and they say, is it our time? Is this for me? And they just take it. It's really how Pirates can be so domineering here, Black and Blue. And if this keeps up, wouldn't be surprised to see the Pirates tie it up again.
I mean, I think they chose the perfect name here, Pirates, because they're so good at seeing maybe, oh, I guess the waves are calming on down now. We find an opening and we're totally just going to hop aboard on ship and just take it away from you guys if you guys are caught sleeping. Like in that previous round that we just saw in round number 16. And for the side of the Pirates, that is kind of what got them this far here to the grand final. Of course, it is their first time here in the grand final here at VCT. Hashira, this is their second time. They obviously during that week 1 were able to get here, and so while they might have that experience, they can be one upped here by the younger Pirates, at least in terms of younger in terms of experience. But still, the Pirates, they are definitely no slouch on here, and you can see them. They've brought it here now to map number 3, and Senior Carl, as he's looking towards short, this is an angle that he actually is, well, very proficient at winning gunfights in, so they have to be careful about that too. But as that does get expanded there, that Tasmanian Tiger towards mid for the information, Envy knows that he has to play a bit more passive, or, well, I guess conservative here, otherwise he might get run over.
He knows exactly that there are people into the courtyard having a bit of the picnic. And while that's happening, Hashira, they say, okay, let's make a wall here onto A main, prevent Pirates from going for the push here and now. Farsighted though making some noise and some mind games here from 60-45 Pirates. But while that's happening, the doorway gonna get broken onto the market side. This will tell to Hashira that this is gonna be a scatter shot approach here from the side of Pirates. Hunter's Fury though is the call, looking for the tag and looking for the takedown. B site is right for the taking here as Envy will fall. It's up the rabbit hole to try and hold the line. Senior Carl though able to stick by the wall and stay alive. The wall bang is there to get the headshot. 2766 though will get a kill. But despite that, it's just the Pirates in firm control of a round like this. And as soon as they unveil their hand, black and blue, you know it's going to be potent. For Hashira, they need to stay one step ahead, or they're basically be one step to being dead in these rounds.
I like that. One step ahead, one step closer to being dead. Well, in this case, it'll be Pirates bringing home that bread, as Hashira have been losing their heads. Jeremy, he's going to be last one left alive. Sheriff can do lots of work. He can definitely steal some kills every now and then. He's going to have to land the shots, though, to make it happen. But here right now, an exit or two, damage to the economy of the Pirates is all he can really bank for. He will get that opening pick on the far side, and very, very nice shot. We know that he's very capable of doing that. Nico there, trying to flirt to this angle, will not be able to get anything more. And Tuga will shut him down. Pirates, they're only a single round away from boarding the Hashira ship. That plank is looking, it's ready to be topped overboard, and see if they can actually, well, take this one away from Hashira. This is their map pick here, the Pirates, so they're looking to make the most of it.
I mean, come on, they're charting a map to the region here, black and blue. The Pirates, they want to just round up this run with a championship, with a slot alongside Bren Esports, and a taste of what SCA has to offer. I read the news before that the Pirates, they even went to their local government officials, right? And they were like, okay, you know, we're doing this and we're planning this. And there is that notice from their hometown. You gotta love that kind of feel-good story for the Pirates. But the thing is, they still need to earn that slot if they want to make it to the region and if they want to make it to Iceland of all things. Hashira, though, they have the guns, and coming into this matchup, you can see that they have that pedigree behind them, just being really one of the top teams in the PH scene. That championship win against Bren Esports. So the cards were on the line, and it felt like Hashira would have that advantage versus the Pirates. But no, the Pirates have kept it close. They won at the previous map. They're keeping it pretty much all tied up, albeit one round here for Ascent. And over to B side we go, and Hashira, they're gonna fall for it. They all stack up onto A, but B is right for the taking. And knock knock, who's there? Absolutely no one. It's the Pirates now putting the flag down here on B.
No warrant needed for the Pirates, considering nobody's even home. And they will get that safe plant off. Of course, the Hunter's Fury has been burned here by T766. Not going to find much of that, though. And they will get that spike finally planted. 35 seconds. Well, here comes a retake. Still a full 5v4, at least 5 for Hashira on this retake, and so they can play the trade game. The thing is, this flank coming in actually from Senior Carl is going to be huge. He should get that free pick on the Rabbit, and he does. He's going to find a second on the Envy, a third on the Jeremy, give him a fourth, and he does the ace! Coming in from Senior Carl! Senorito, what a great clutch from him. Coming in from behind, coming from the market, a fire sale going his way, and they get a 9th round to tie things up.
Ay caramba, that is how you use the Blade Storm there, ladies and gentlemen. What? An ace from Senior Carl. Just a knife in the darkness, just a blade from the shadows. And no one from Hashira just expected this whatsoever. Everyone's too busy with the firefight, and the dash there just wasn't read correctly by 2766, as well as Hatred. The Pirates, they tie it up, and with an ace like that, Senior Carl, he's really feeling it. This is just so good for him. He got out of the bench and back into the main roster in week number 2, and he has just been all sales here with the rest of the Pirates roster, really helping out Far Cyanogen, making such a good name for himself. And from 1 strong duelist to 2, that's really the Pirates roster right now here, Black and Blue.
Dax, what? Just what happened here? He just totally went full storm ahead and found everything that he could. But now, things are tied up. Hashira on that eco once more. They're gonna have to bring things back here. They do have that kind of classic 3 A site hold that they have been putting to good effect, but now they actually go for a bit more of a 2-on-2 here, committing Jeremy now finally towards mid. His flash, he's actually going to get pinged up here by that recon ball, could not get it off, and so 2766 has lots of information to work with. They do have the paranoia here to try and flush out Hatred as well from Market, but Jeremy is holding that cross. Now, they're going to have to play their positions and timing here perfectly, Hashira, considering the fact that they are low on that economy. And so here comes the Lear, here comes the paranoia out to counter one. And Jeremy, he will take a bit of damage, but they will kind of tag Senior Carl and Co up here quite a bit, and that forces him out of bottom mid, actually. Flash from Nico, you're going to finally get those frags, but some damage being done, no frags confirmed for Hashira.
Yeah, Hashira, they're in a slump right now, and the Pirates, they're just happy to ride the waves and go for that lead. Spiking it, planted, it's Rabbit all alone. He has a sheriff, but he is just gonna get red this time. He played too much of the smoke criminal in a few rounds ago, so this time the Pirates say, we're 5, you're 1. We will shoot the smoke everywhere and anywhere. Nowhere to hide, nowhere to go, and it's Hashira now on the back foot.
Pirates once more take the lead, and I mean, Ascent, we know that both of these teams are great at it, such as they were on Haven, and it's looking like another overtime game. It's been back and forth. No team getting too big of a lead. Has been completely like a slugfest here from both of these teams. One punch from one, the other does throw a counter immediately. And with this, actually, they're able to deny it quickly, and so Jeremy, he's still going to get found by Senior Carl here. Dog comes on out to get that information. They know where they are. And now this main position is being heavily contested by both to start things off with, but they backed off here. For decided the Pirates only leaving Senior Carl to be the, I guess, dealer of the duels towards a main, which in Envy, he doesn't want any business among that.
Senior Carl, he just refuses to stop. He has just been on fire on a map like this, and he's been getting kill after kill after kill, playing the entries, getting that ace with the Bladestorm a while ago, and really giving the edge here to the Pirates roster. But here comes 2766 back to his old tricks. He's going to be going for the Recon Dart into the Odin, but Pirates smart enough, like I said about this team, both of these teams actually, watching the tapes, understanding what the other teams are trying to do, and really studying as hard as they can to counteract those small little nuances. So Pirates, now they're going to be stacking on the B lane because they have an idea that the Sova isn't going to be there to spam it down anymore. The Spike is with them here also. They got a lot of success over onto the west side of the map time after time. But I like the adjustment here from Hatred. He's behind the wall when he goes for the slow. It will just be the zone out though here from the side of the Pirates. And Hashira, can they actually keep this one up? Hatred though going to get hurt by the Nazswarm. He will push on over. And Nico, he's moving over to the side, but he will get backstabbed eventually there by the Phantom of Hatred. 2G though with the catch. Far Sergeant also with the kill. Envy though in behind right now, and he's the only one left. It seems like the Pirates have overwhelmed the site, but it's all up to this guy right now. Senior Carl though, he's back to play the angle. He's flying on high, and Envy cannot get the tracking on. Reload right now, 36 HP. It's do or die time here, and Envy, he's staying, he's slowing it down here, Black and Blue, but Far Sergeant, he's repaired onto the right-hand side. There's the peek from the doorway. There's another one from the left side. Right, left, choose your door already, Far Sergeant, and the demise from Senior Carl will seal the deal. The Pirates now up by 2 and are 2 away from taking this map.
2 away from taking it, a single one from match point. And the Pirates there, well, Envy was caught in that situation without much ammo in the mag, and now even worse, they don't have much economy in the bag either. And so with this eco once more, Hashira, they haven't been too successful in converting these eco rounds into something that can actually, help them moving on forward, whether it's doing lots of damage, whether it's, hurting the Pirates side in terms of economy, or even winning the whole round entirely. Their ecos here for Hashira have not necessarily been something that's too, I guess, how do I say this? It hasn't been working too well for them. Like, they don't get too much from it, and that's something that's a bit of a concern right now if you're going to be a Hashira fan. As the short push comes on in, Senior Carl will be shut on down, so it's a good opening pick from Rabbit. I think he kind of felt confident there, Senior Carl, with that, but here comes on the counter, and Fireside will shut him on down in return. Jeremy, though, with the Guardian, keeping them, well, safe.
I think what you're looking for is that clutch punch here from Hashira, and I get it. It really feels like it's more of a jab rather than that fist of fury that we expect from them. And the thing is, if you cannot match Pirates and their pace, or cannot stifle how they move on the round, then you can see how much mechanical prowess they have, how strong they can be in the duels. And for Hashira, they had that recipe of success a while ago already on the first map, but that res, that's just goodbye and good night. But Hatred of Bucky out of nowhere, set. It's just a catch on the far side, Jin. The saddest of all sad trombones for the Reina there. And it's 4v2 for now. Can Hashira keep this up, though? They have
seconds
2
left.
rifles and a Guardian for Jeremy. Nico and Flash, though, still keeping it up. And as of yet, B site is going to be the take here, Black and Blue.
B site is where they're going to be going, and, well, it's a 2v4. Hatred is quite low. He will be able to heal himself up, though. He will get the spike planted, and here he goes. Granted, it is a 2v4, and so Flash will have to go big here once more, channeling the Speed Force. He's going to find a second. Will he find a third? No. Hatred swinging with a ghost. Nico could not get the confirmation afterwards, and Hashira are not going to concede match point just yet. They bring the lead down to just a single deficit.
That would have been so big for Fireside if he not only got the kill onto the resurrected target, but also Hatred. But a Bucky out of nowhere. Who buys a Bucky in this day and age? Apparently Hatred does. And that's the thing. The right click has been neutered to oblivion, but the left click, that proper shotgun shot, it packs such a big punch that really brings in the crunch. And Hashira, they are 1 away from tying it up. They needed a round like that, Black and Blue, because they were at that low eco state. They were once on the back foot, and they made things like the Sheriff, like the Guardian, and like the Bucky work. This is the confidence boost Hashira needs to make that wish and make it 11-11. The Pirates, they're still 2 away from winning this one. They want to get to that match point, and we'll see what they can do as they vie for a bit of that mid control.
A mid control hasn't been something that neither of these teams have been too heavy-handed in trying to take. That you can see some kinds of inklings of that in every few rounds here in Seoul, but for the most part, they're both kind of considerate about giving it on up, and you can see they're actually being very careful here for the side of the Pirates, droning it on out with that owl drone just to be safe. They smoke off short as well to make sure that there's nothing to come their way. And here for the side of Hashira, just playing the patient game. They have the Odin here going towards that B main, and so they know as long as there's information given towards B main, they can just, I guess, completely shred them on down. The meat grinders are where they're going to be going through, and naturally Pirates are going to try and contest this, and so they have to be very careful here right now as the ping comes on out. Hatred and 2766 will find one apiece, the latter coming from that wall bang. Of course, the Odin, that's what we were talking about. That's the power of that here, especially towards B main, and they find a double opening pick to kind of put Pirates on the back foot with 35 seconds left on the clock.
Breath of Odin, wallbang to oblivion. Just what some style there from 2766. He just lets it rip, shreds on the competition, and now Pirates are on notice. But Nico, this is the proper timing to get the shot, corrects it at that last little bit of the recoil, and gets the kill onto the Rays. But Envy, the Jellyfish Brigade, is upon us with the Seekers there. He does get the kill onto Nico. 2766, still the master of the Odin, but Senior Carl, he just has his own world right now, Black and Blue. He is just getting kill after kill for the team of the Pirates, but can he actually hold the line? That's the question. He will get the spike planted, sure, but it's 2v1. Rabbit gonna be on one side, Envy on the other, and that's the crunch, and that's just the clutch that the Hashira needs. They got the pinch in time, and they found the right targets in the right moments. Envy from above, those rafters there, so essential with the Seekers to confirm that this was a B take, and here we have it, 11-11. Hashira and the Pirates are all tied up.
They're looking for the crunch, but really what Hashira need to do to be able to bring this map on back is kind of soften just how, I guess, hard Pirates sometimes push into a site and overrun things. In that case, they were able to tie things on up. They did have the 2v1 at the end, though, so good for them with that man advantage. But in a lot of these situations where maybe they're playing like a 2-4 towards a certain position of the map, or maybe a 3-4, they do kind of give openings here for Pirates to, I guess, slip on by and just capitalize on those openings. And so Hashira, especially here towards kind of like their mid hold, that is, I think, where Pirates are kind of recognizing, okay, that's where we can go. That's where we can try and open things up. They're not heavy-handed in holding it, which is fine for any defensive team, but they're not heavy-handed in trying to take it back either or deny that. And so for the Pirates, I think this is where they're looking at. You can see them really kind of interested with droning out towards mid and getting that mid control time and time again. You've seen them crawl up towards catwalk and play right by that box. And because they want to cut off short so they can either go towards 3 or have that confident mid take. And right now, that seems to be their game plan here for the Pirates. At least that's where they're recognizing the openings for the side of Hashira. Now Hashira seems like for the first time in a long time are going to try and do something about it with this aggressive peek here towards that B link.
This is a late op for Jeremy. We've seen the operator do wonders there on Haven, and it was basically the clutch factor for Hashira when the duelist has this gun in hand. But now, during such penultimate moment, during an 11-11 scoreline, Hashira will bite the bullet, invest in a gun like this, and it does feel like we're creeping closer and closer to another potential overtime here, Black and Blue. But if one of these two teams can just run away with the next 2 rounds, then they will be able to seal the deal. And for Hashira, their plan is to go for that Ascent variant. Odin plus the Operator, 3 rifles going to be into play. Sage Wall, though, going to be set on up here and now by Hatred, and does force Flash to break it down. Storm going to be there as well, and look at the stall here from the side of Hashira. But the thing is, it's just to be a bait and switch. It's over on the A side. We have the spike. Envy though with a kill on the Senior Carl. Big deny onto such prime target. Jeremy right now with the showstopper. And it's Envy on the roll. Nico though with a catch on the Rabbit. Flash in the meantime with the kill on 2766. Hatred though finds out one over FB. So even though there's action on both fronts here, Black and Blue, it's still gonna be 2GE playing the flag. And it's all up to Envy right now to hold the line on A side. He will need some reprieve here. Hatred is already coming. But Envy, he's a man on a mission. He's playing the clutch. He's got a 3. He cannot get that 4th. And here we have it. 1v1. Will Hatred pick up the off, or will he catch a 2GE? But oh no! It's time to go for that express delivery. Over O and out to B site we go with the From the Shadows.
He took the Express all the way towards the B site and dropping off at the perfect stop here with just enough time to get the spike planted down. He got that ult charge, by the way, from that last frag on the Envy, but as Hatred walks on in, he's gonna win that fight on the 2GE. It took him so much effort to even get into that 1v1 situation, finding Envy, going for the long flank on that Rafters, teleporting his way, using his ult here to get towards the B site pit. But in the end, Hatred, with all the fury that he's got, walking up on here, marching like an angry dad after you just left the milk jar open, saying, well, we're gonna get the round on the board, let's bring it on home.
It's okay, Nico. I don't. It's okay. You're safe here.
That was very
You're safe
specific,
here.
wasn't it?
Yeah, you're very safe here. Don't worry. I'll send you some milk after this cast, man. But yeah, Hashira, they needed a round like that. Envy waking up yet again to play the clutch. Hatred just winning out the duels here on B site was a big factor that we didn't really see on cam. And just that last stand really by the Sky doing so much there. But the Pirates, I love the effort. Unfortunately, they forgot to stick a stamp in that location. And now the Hunter's Fury is trying to prime up another target, 2766. Will catch out this counterpart. This is big because Nico had the Hunter's Fury a while ago. He couldn't use it now because of his demise. And the thing is, this is a big advantage here for Hashira. They'll have more intel to utilize coming into this round. Shock darts for the default, gonna be effective as well. And the Pirates, they might be forced here. Will they go on to A site? They have the operator right now for Senior Carl. We'll see what it can do as he's looking for a target, but no one to call a victim for now.
Well, 2766 did go fishing there, and they definitely got more than a bucketed sham or a boot out of that one on, well, at the end of the hook. Now the smoke does come out here towards short, which will stop Senior Carl from pushing on in, but I think if the bigger factor here is he's alone with the operator. You never want to have that. You at least need one rifleman with your operator. In this case, Hashira, they could capitalize on that if they play this closely enough, and they will give up the spike here towards this Jenny position. Shock Dart will tag him up quite a bit. Fire Sergeant down to 53 HP, and they're going to be playing the retake right now. They do have that man advantage, of course, and Fire Sergeant is quite low, but if he can get that frag, and here comes on the Jellyfish to swim them on in. Now, finally, Hashira looking to make a move. Dax, take it away.
And here we have it, Hashira indeed over to the high ground. Far side Jindo will get one. Sucking that orb drop, getting another one, and flashes there as well. It's 2v2. Here comes the op, and here comes the shot. Jeremy gonna go on down, and can Senior Carl stick it yet again? We'll see if the operator can do it right here, right now. Flash in the meantime by the Arcway, and 2766. He's gotten a triple kill, but is there enough time? Is there enough space? It seems like we are gonna go at it yet again here. Black and 2. Overtime is the way to go between Hashira and the Pirates. 12 to 12. Deuces here, ladies and gentlemen. We're not done. We're not done at all.
Bro, this series, I swear, it's gonna go longer than my college tenure ever was. It keeps on going. We're going to another overtime match once more. You can just see how much of a level playing field we have between these two teams. Now, Hashira, arguably, after week number 1 here of stage 2, they kind of went down a bit in power levels, even though they were able to beat Bren, but they kind of have been not looking as confident as they did on that first week. And Pirates, every single week here, from week 1 to week 2 and now to week 3, have been steadily growing, and now they're at a very even pace. And so the storyline at the end of this series is whoever wins, it's going to be Hashira who are going to finally assert the, I guess, take the win that they should be, because they should be the higher power level team. Or are the Pirates going to capitalize on this seemingly small slump that Hashira have been during this, at least this past weekend? They're able to get here to the grand finals, yes, but we all have to, I guess, kind of agree that they haven't been looking the same. They haven't been looking the same, and that's going to be a big factor, especially against the very hungry Pirates.
The Hashira team we've seen this week for stage number 2, it's been a bit hit or miss. The hits have been great, and you see the roster that beat Bren in those times, but when you look back, the quarterfinals, right, versus Galaxy Racer, they looked just so lost from that first half. Eventually, they made one of the best comebacks ever in Philippine VCT history, right? But the fact of the matter is, it happened that way, and you're seeing it. There are some shades at Hashira. It feels like they're just not doing as much as they should, as much as they can, and as much that has really allowed them to push forward and become really one of the best teams in the Philippine scene. And the Pirates, this is a roster that is hungry for the kills and hungry for accolades. You can see that they are just so on point at getting the punishes, at getting the kills as soon as possible. But Hashira right now, they're walking into the setup of the Killjoy. They're running out of time, and the Pirates right now are just trying to run out that clock. But Raven, he is in command, and he's gotten to, oh, Captain, my Captain. It seems like it's Hashira right now keeping it up. There's the Paranoia over onto Flash, and that's just gonna be running out of bullets. Classic in hand. Jeremy, though, turning around to get that takedown. That's the Hashira way we know and love, and they're looking to secure it with a flawless win on the attacking overtime.
That's why Omen is so scary, not just because he's the only, I guess, agent here that has both a smoke and a flash, but you can see he just completely negated all those nano swarms that was placed to try and stop them back because he has the TP. And with that, finding a double opening towards Senior Carl and Nico, two of the biggest fraggers here for the side of the Pirates, two guys with the longest swords, and that way, Hashira, now they take the lead. And so Rabbit, he has been going up. I realize now that, like, okay, he might be in the bottom of the scoreboard, but he's been getting very, very, very high impact frags. And you can see just at the space that he was able to give here and rather take for the side of Hashira, just coming in huge for them as they look to close it out here in the overtime round.
High impact frags plus higher level paranoias. The flash game has been on point for Rabbits. It's really been helping out Hashira in a pinch time and time again. But as we are going to get into the Pirates on the attacking side, now, we keep mentioning it, the Pirates love the attack. You can see that their fangs are buried heavily when they're on the offensive salute. And the fact of the matter is, they love to define what the battlefield is going to be. So for the Pirates, wouldn't be too surprised if they can get this one, but Hashira, that was the form they were looking for. And if they can keep it up, then they should be able to seal the deal. We'll find out as the barrier orb going to get placed. This is only the first overtime, ladies and gentlemen, and the Pirates, they're actually forced to play slow and steady. They're going for the mid control, but Hashira has already seeded it for the time being. And this is going to be Pirates looking to play onto A site if ever. Cubby control now going to be the answer, but someone is waiting by the tree. His name is Jeremy, and he's looking to climb that one up. Senior Carl, though, still cracked and still getting those shots anyway. Rabbit gonna go on down, but Jeremy's peak might be the defining factor here. Never mind. And here comes Pirates black and blue. A bit of a brawl, a bit of that close range engagement, and Jeremy with the kill, but it's 2, make that 3 in favor of Pirates, making it 4v1.
They've cleaned things up here towards his A site, and 2766, he's just gonna be the last piece of germ to be. I'm not calling him German. That's very mean of me. I'm just
Oh,
trying to make a cleanup analogy here, okay? Because right now, Pirates, they just swept things through like the janitor on an early Tuesday morning, and so as we move into another overtime, Dax. How long is this gonna go? I think we're gonna go the distance once more.
Okay, so last time on Haven, I mentioned it was just because it was big mistake after big mistake by the two teams. And then somehow, someway, Pirates with the amazing, magical, mystical operator shot plus the amazing clutch by Flash. But this time, it really feels like it's the strengths being basically bearing fruit in these overtimes. So whoever can overpower the other one or stifle whatever the playstyle of the other team is the one who's gonna win out the overtime here and now. 2GE though, that's a good start here for the Pirates. Jeremy gonna get caught on out. You know the raise is such an impact in these situations, and the shock darts now forcing Rabbit and Hatred to scatter on away. A bit of the damage there. High ground though being taken by the Pirates, and here they come, Black and Blue. Even the flank from the Omen from 2GE if they can make it.
Well, the flank is going to have to come in big here, coming from 2GE. He is very far away, though, from helping up what is happening on the site. And as Envy is actually inside here, he's going to have a lot to do as well. But still, they do get that spike plant down. The problem is here for the side of Hashira, they do not have a good post-plant position. And you can just see that all capitalizing on it. Fireside will get a double. Nico will get the 5th here on the board for the side of the Pirates. And they go up in the lead once more here in overtime number 2. And the question is, Dax, OT3? Or is this a second map for the Pirates?
Match point.
So the Pirates, they're mad lads. They're just insane with their shots. And one thing I've seen them do, which almost no other team does, is that naked up. Overtime, you get 5,000 creds, right? But it doesn't matter. If you buy an op, that's pretty much all your money. No utilities for you except the default one. And you are going to have no armor. But they're willing. Senior Carl, he's been such a stalwart here. He's really just been such a shining light for the Pirates. And like I said, I'm glad he's off the bench and back onto the main roster. I'm glad he's able to focus on the game right now, because the Pirates, they deserve and need a guy like this on their roster right now. 14-13, Hashira though. We all know the tricks and trades on the defensive side is very, very wildly. That Odin yet again from 2766, he's been essential in some of these defensive rounds, especially catching out people with the Hunter's Fury and going for those frequent darts into the wall bang shots. Hatred though, that's gonna be a wall, but it also allows him to go for the push. He's trying to bait someone to go for the orb, but Flash, he is one step ahead and one shot too quick. Farside Jin though, oh Envy, you are gonna get flashed, and oh Envy, you are gonna get dashed on down by Fireside Jin. Things are looking so much in favor of the Pirates. They're just winning the fights here, one at a time, Black and Blue. And whatever Hashira had planned, it just blew up in their face.
Well, the fastest man alive, the Flash, finding the opening, finding the third, and the Pirates, they're looking to close this one home. What a round it would be if they do. And so Rabbit, he's able to find that pick on the Fireside, but at this point, it's a 4v2. It's definitely possible here for the side of the Hashira, but I think the Pirates, this should be a round on the board for them. They've been doing so good. And the Pirates, well, swashbuckling onto it. Jeremy and Rabbit are going to have to do and go insane here to bring this one back. You're gonna have to find two apiece, maybe. Reconnaissance has been given out both ways. Flash, the fastest man alive, as we said, will get that third, and Senior Carl will
win.
salsa, will do the cha-cha. Actually, no, it's gonna be Flash getting that wall bang. I almost thought it was gonna be Senior Carl bringing it on home. In the end, though, the Pirates will sail on to a very deserved map number 2 in second overtime once more, and they're looking to close this series out and represent here PH to go to the grand final of those challengers.
This is the biggest win we've seen from the Pirates so far. Just that last round, deny every little bit of the Hashira way. Your steps have been read, and now it is going to be the duel time there for the Pirates. These guys, they aren't walking the plank anytime soon. And we've been talking about that map draft, Black and Blue. And for Hashira, they had their bearings and they had their sights on a win on Bind and Ascent. So they got Bind, but they didn't get Ascent. This is huge because this flips the script. It's now 2-1 in favor of the Pirates. And if you want to go to what Hashira wants to write on down here in their journal, Black and Blue, is if they get the lead from Ascent, they go to split. And time again, here in VCT, they've ended series on a map like that. But now they have to survive there And if they win split, they go into pirate territory, which is Icebox. So this is gonna be such an interesting test here for Hashira, since they have just been read like a book by pirates in this map. The pirates, they've evolved, they've gotten better map per map, round after round. And even though they look so shaky against the playstyle of Hashira at the start of the series, now they're in command, and it really feels like it's just ahoy matey, let's get on this crew.
Yeah, I mean, they have full wind under their sails right now. It's at full mast. It's all the way down. And you can just show them just how impressive Pirates are at winning gunfights, finding the openings on Hashira, which there have been a lot, and they're fully, respectfully, all capitalizing on those mistakes. And so, very, very much props to the Pirates, but they're going to have to close it out here. Maybe map number 4 is going to be theirs. Will they be able to do that? We'll be back after the break. Guys, don't go anywhere. VCT will be back in a hair.
By land or by sea, we are delivering you a series to remember. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Challengers Philippines Stage 2, week number 3. I'm Dax, joined by Black and Blue yet again. And my friend, that was just an incredible Ascent match. We already had Haven that went the long haul, Ascent, it even showed up in overtime as well. But in the end, when the dust settled, apparently the 7 Seas are calling to us. We can hear the Mermaids already celebrating a little bit because it's the Pirates with the lead versus Hashira 2-1. And the thing is, they've already gotten through the gauntlet of the first 3 matches: Bind, Haven, and Ascent, and they've taken 2 of it. So as we get into Split, which is a Pirates map pick, and Icebox, which basically was the map that defined Pirates as a team to compete into the playoffs, things are looking good map-wise now for the Pirates and Hashira. They need to bring it back. They need to remember their way, and they need to remember how they clutched out on a map like Split time after time against teams like Brand, Galaxy Racer, et al.
I agree fully here, Dax. I mean, I think it's like full sail ahead right now for the Pirate squad. They were able to win 2-1 on those first 3 maps, which I think are huge. The fact that they were able to take Haven and Ascent away from the side from Hashira is such a big thing, because coming into Split and Icebox, I believe that both of these maps are actually a lot more heavily favored towards that Pirates style. The Pirates have been quite good on Split. I mean, Hashira has been okay too, but especially on Icebox, this is where the Pirates shine. And if we ever go into that 5th map, now mind you, I think on Icebox is where Hashira also kind of beat Bren, but at the same time, I think 6 of 45 Pirates they're just better at it. We saw them do it first towards Bren. We saw them do it a lot earlier on, and just their whole play style and how they've been performing on Icebox has been kind of a terror, honestly, for any team at the VCT, Bren included, all these other teams included. It has been quite a problematic situation to be up against the Pirates in Icebox. Those icy tundras, now normally ships and I guess huge icy tundras don't normally mix well together. You're not supposed to sail through it, but in this case, they're very adept at that. And as we move into map number 4, Split, I think it might just be the Pirates bring things home here.
This is really it, because the thing about Split is, while Hashira has made their moments and made basically the ends of their highlights, right? It's like, oh, this is our championship run. Oh, this is our win. So the caster says, Hashira wins. It's been on Split, but the fact of the matter is, it's always been contestable. It's always been a contest, no matter what. When you see that team on Split, just to reel everything back, and the Pirates, they picked it for good reason. They know they can beat Hashira on basically the coup de grace that Hashira has been bringing into the VCT. And that kind of confidence, that kind of setup, you gotta love it here for the Pirates. They have the lead right now. They have all the momentum. They have everyone supporting them on their side of the locality. And that's the thing. I love that we also see here, Mr. Black and Blue, that I believe Pirates, right, they're mostly from Cebu and pretty much that Visayas team, if I know my geography right. And then Hashira, it's a mixed match. I know there are a few people from Mindanao as well. It really goes to show that the evolution of the Philippine scene is not just catered onto Metro Manila, not just in Luzon, right? Everywhere across this country, people are getting on with their game in Valorant, get better and better. And one of these 2 teams will represent, of course, alongside the Titans that are Brand Esports. But right now, the Pirates, they're looking for that match point. Hashira looking to stay on the live. And the thing is, in this scenario, Hashira shows us the 6-man rotation. For the next 2 maps, fully expecting Amix in over 2766. Let's see what his breach can do.
That is right. When it comes into Split and Icebox, these are the maps that typically they pull Amix out here for, to kind of flex that whole 6-man lineup. For the previous ones, we saw 2766 on in. You just sub him on out now. Amix, it's his time to shine. He will be on that breach once more. Tried, true, and patented, and it has been working for them to get them here to the G finals. But I don't know, man. I think Split is a map that the Pirates have proven themselves time and time again, and especially Icebox, to be super formidable in. And I wouldn't be surprised if we go into a full 5-map series. It would be super apt for that to happen. But the Pirates, man, they're looking so good right now. They're looking to bring things home here, and I guess complete the reverse sweep on Hashira as we move in a Split.
Here we have it. Split's gonna be our locality, and the question is, will we see the Pirates be able to hoist their flags up top these towers, or will Hashira be able to break them down with the breach in tow? Thing is though, for Hashira, again, a few of the low points of the game has been exposed in this series. The highs have been amazing, and Hashira, when they're on point, They're just on point. That's it. They look unbeatable. But the thing is, the Pirates, they find the moments. They find those small little openings that where Hashira is struggling and making some small mistakes like flashing themselves or moving on around in the wrong areas. The Pirates are there to capitalize. So if they can keep this up, if this momentum is left unchecked, the Pirates will have a good chance to just put a big warrant of eviction here against Hashira because it's the Pirates on the attacking side, and we all know by this point that Split is a defensive side of map. If Pirates gets a good amount of rounds here, it's gonna even be better for them. And the thing is, they're a lover of the stars. As we said, 2GE back on the Astra. It will be double duelist plus the Sage and the Killjoy as well. On the other side for the defense, it's double duelist with the Raze and the Jet, Killjoy, Omen, and the Breach, as we'd mentioned.
The Pirates, actually, as we said, they're very adept here on Split. And so if they can get at least 5 rounds, that should be enough for them to make the comeback in the second half. If they can get more, then even better. But right now, Farsighted does give up most of his life away. We'll be able to get some of it back if he can get the frag on it. But you can see, as soon as that information was given away there by Hatred, him playing in male, he fell back to try and hold the crossfire here with Amix on that breach towards that heaven position. And now, that tells the Pirates, they're like, okay, we have 30 seconds left. What do we do? It seems like the idea right now is for the A site. They can go up to ropes towards that heaven or towards A site. In the meantime, it seems like that's the plan here, Dax.
And so we have it. The plan of action is to go over to A, but surprise, Hatred says hello. Door to your face, gun to basically your temple, and this is gonna be Senor Carl. He's still feeling it, black and blue. Hatred though will shut it down. The Pirates, they're able to make it onto A side in time, but Hatred, he doesn't want to be left behind. He hasn't really been the biggest point of conversation right now in this series because he's just been on that stage and he's been doing a few things here and there to keep the team up. But seeing him back on this jet, looking to just go ham and go for the takedowns, love to see it. Can Hatred get that momentum? But as we mentioned, it is gonna be duos versus duos, and Hatred gonna get 4. He's 4 HP and he's just 1 away from the ace, but Rabbit, he says, no time for games. We're down a map. Let's kill this guy and get the round. Hashira for the first point on the board.
Great help there from Rabbit to basically cover the back of Hatred as he went towards peeking that elbow. He could have swung there, Nico, but in the end, Rabbit will get him on the marker. And so Hashira, now with that opening round on their side here on the defensive, it's a good start for them. The Pirates, of course, as we said, they only really need like 5 rounds. Honestly, even if it would go 4 to 8, it will be difficult, but I still think it's something that the Pirates can do if they can go 4 to 8 here in the first half. More importantly, you really want at the very least 5 to 7 to be, I guess, quite optimal. But yeah, as we talked about it, the Pirates, they are going to try and play kind of the round game here, taking things round by round, get as much as they can. So when they switch on over to that second half, they can actually make the comeback happen. And with them picking this map, they know how to play this. And right now, this mid push coming from the Pirates, it is looking well. But I'm very curious to see how Hatred will answer. And Rabbit, he's going to find a pick. Hatred, a second going his way here for the Hashira squad.
And Hashira right now keeping it up with the gun advantage. And the thing about having a 6-man roster, as they only need to deal with 2G left into the garage, is you get that extra voice. It's not that 2766 has had a hard time in the series. No, he's been exceptional. But the thing is, his role is a bit redundant on a map like Split, especially in Amix. He will bring in a bit of infusion here for Hashira to just get back onto the momentum as they will get this round and get that 2-0 lead. And you'd love that. You'd love to see it. You'd love to see a roster that maximizes the slots that they have. And Hashira right now, good to see Amix back on the board. Pirates though, it's their time to shine. Rifles are abound.
Well, now they have finally, hopefully, found that shiny pearl they've been looking for, the Pirates here, because on this attack, this is a round that they desperately need to be able to, get at least one of those 5 on the board that they so required to make that comeback happen if ever they go down here in the first half. And so Hatred, he has been initially pulled by this gravity well, and the turret, it's actually barely under that smoke. Still enough concealment for him to be able to walk on and cross here, and he does have that crossfire with Rabbit. With Rabbit holding that on in, they have firm control now of B main. The Pirates are trying to steal that male position away, but with that smoke coming on in here from Rabbit as well, kind of sways him from that further on, and they look to take their sights here towards A, but Flash, he will get taken down. Hatred, a good opening pick from him, 30 HP, but he can fall on back safely.
He's waking on up. It seems like the CD has been popular, black and blue. The heavy metal is playing in the background here for Hatred right now, and with the Blade Storm, he's keeping up that momentum. Flash already gone and down. The thing is, the Pirates, even though 2GE is all the way on the other side of the map, he still has a star to help out his team. Thing is, though, I'm very curious about Pirates because last time I saw the Astra from them, it was just okay. It was mostly the Nebulas, but usually when you see an Astra, it's about the Gravity Wells and the Nova Pulses. 2GE had a few good sucks and a few good stuns as well, but
30
it
seconds
just
left.
isn't as much as you'd expect. So if Pirates can maximize more of that star value, it will be even better for them. They're on the A site. The thing is, Hashira, they have the man advantage, and those Spectres, if they come close, they'll be packing quite a punch to rip apart the Pirates.
Well, they have some of that star power to play off here, Pirates, with that Astra still online here. Lots of smokes to be given away. But with Hatred going on this flank, he might just shut things down. And oh, he whips a
Hatred.
shot! And what a great flick to counter on that 2K. Just telling Hatred, oh, well, you missed once. That's your only chance. Senior Carl will find one here. Rabbit will get a double. Actually, it's going to be Envy finding that second. And Farsigen will get the double frag on him. He does just miss on out. And they know where Jeremy is here towards his elbow position. They can pincer on him, and they will do exactly that. Farsigen going hot where there's smoke, there's fire, and he does get the first round here for the Pirates.
You know, for Hashira, they'll say to Hatred, it's okay. It was just bonus. Don't worry about it. But that's a record scratcher there because that Hatred has been popping for the past few rounds, and then he whiffs just like that. We talk about momentum and how big it is, especially for duelists. We saw it from Jeremy in map number 1 and 2. We saw it from Senior Carl, especially in map 2 and 3. And right now, it's Hatred back on his signature jet. And he went off to a good start, but he needs to keep confident with his shots time after time, or he's going to be doubting himself. And that extra half second that you take, just really getting in your way in terms of mental game, it will cost you your life. But Farsigen, this guy, he is just absolutely no slouch. It isn't the noisiest game for Farsigen, but he's consistent with the shots anyway. He's consistently good, and he's going at it with the Rampage on the Empress. So 2 in a row ready for Farsigen, looking for a third, but Senior Carl is there instead. There's the spot on the Rabbit, and this leaves Envy to his own devices. He up-tapped the tower, trying to get the catch, but as I say that, Sheriff gets the tap on the flash, looking for a second, and there we go with the dings. Can we get Envy be as invincible as can be? He needs to go for a superhero effort here, Black and Blue, and he spots at the stage, but by the box, we got 2GE, by the staircase, we got Farsigen, and Envy will do it again! It's another one here for the Killjoy. Things are popping up and heads are falling. Phantom now in hand, but no, too much to handle. The Sheriff taps, though, were a masterpiece there, Black and Blue, but the Pirates able to tie it up.
3 taps, 3 frags. Nico does get dinged up from that Phantom. Maybe if he had the Vandal, it could have been a 1v1 situation at the end of things. And look at that. It's great shots from him. But still, the Pirates, they're going to get the round on the board. Now, Farsigen, he did burn that Empress on that. Maybe didn't necessarily have to, but it helps confirm things on the board for them. They've tied things up once more, as we said. And, well, Hashira are going to finally be able to buy up. And with that, now they're looking to finally get this stop and slow down the momentum of the Pirates, because Farsigen, he's just been going so hot right now, and they have to kind of quell his flames. Otherwise, Pirates, they could run away with this if they let them get that momentum. The Pirates are really good at that, you know, building that steam to get full charging on ahead. And Senior Carl, he's gonna start the engines here.
Senior Carl again. It just feels like, so for Hatred, right, you have that metal music playing, and Senior Carl, it's just a constant mariachi band. He's keeping tempo, and his entry game has just been so on point. It really feels like he's stuffing it against Hashira right now. The Pirates, they want to keep this momentum, and there you go again. Senior Carl, let's just stop it. The duels, every single time Senior Carl says, let's fight, he's the one who gets the win, and here comes Farsigen also on the board. Cloudburst now dissipating, and the Pirates, they keep it simple and clean here, Black and Blue. They move on through the smokes onto the site, and they now have the 5v1, but Envy, he's at it again.
Does get that frag. Will he bring it to another 2v1 here? I mean, he's been very, very good at doing that and isolating the fights. In this case, though, Senior Carl will finally shut him down. A triple for them, and a third on the board for Pirates. That gives them the lead now, finally, here. And Hashira, once more, are going to be in quite a weird situation economically. You can see them. Sheriffs, maybe a Bucky, Judge, even, is all they're going to really force on. So, jury's still out on how this round will go for the side of Hashira. Their ecos haven't been too successful recently. Their light buys hasn't worked out for them too often, and that will be a concern if you are on the Hashira side. So Pirates, they should be able to bring this to a 4v2. I mean, yeah, 4-2 on the board. But the thing is, while they're playing on split, that means there's lots of very close compact angles where the shotguns and the sheriff can make some work, and you can see exactly that. Hatred finds that opening pick here, and well, it gets an man advantage to start things off. Hashira on this eco.
A masterful shot there from Hatred, and the thing is, he's not only looking for the kills, he's looking for that Blade Storm, and a good way to get back onto the momentum here for our Jets. We do have the mid point of split though being contested here by the Pirates, and now they're playing it slow and steady. They feel like something is amiss there from Hashira. They know that the opposing side is going to be on the lesser guns, and they don't want to give it up whatsoever. Thing is though, since we have this time, I really gotta commend it to the Pirates. They gotten better and better at the openings of these maps. First map, it really was just all Hashira, and then for the second, it still felt that way. The third one, they kept it close, and now it's the same case, 3-2. They're the ones in the lead also, and the Pirates, the evolution is still not done. But here we go now with the lockdown, and that Judge, it's not gonna get anything done there because of that smoke dissipating. Nico on the board, Senior Carl with the opening over onto B side, and he's rushing on in. Far Sergeant though on the board there, and then inside the Nebula, seems like we are gonna get a tag, not the Jet, but Spike planted, Pirates already on B, and here we go with Hashira, only with 3 members left.
4, we got 5v3, actually, yeah, 4, as Envy finds that pick, so very, very well on the timing of that, but still, only Sheriffs in hand. I don't think this is going to go their way. The Pirates should have this one. They have good post-line positions here, and there's no way that the Hashira can really force their way, aside from hitting nutty shots. Envy once more doing it, but it's going to be Hatred left alone here. Blade Storm still up for Senior Carl, a single Kunai left on him. Gonna walk up the ropes. Hatred will land that. It's a 2v1, but they know where he is. There's no way he really has enough time to, I guess, delay here. He finds that frag, almost finds a second, but luckily, Tuge will get it finally confirmed here for the side of the Pirates, and they go up 2 rounds now here over Hashira. So the Pirates, as we said, Mandax, you cannot let them build a steam here right now because they're going to keep that train chugging on through, and Hashira might just be in a bit over their heads if they cannot get a stop here.
Yeah, Hashira, they are on the back foot and they're on the defensive side. Gotta just mention though, the Sheriffs. This has been the Sheriff game apparently. This has been the Sheriff series, and we've seen tap after tap, hit after hit with the revolvers, and honestly, the Pirates and the Hashira have tried to take advantage of that fact. But the Pirates, you mentioned it already, the momentum is in heavy force. I think of a time, you know, if the Pirates back then, they used the sails, they used the winds, and compared to now, if you can put like a jet engine on your boat, that's pretty much the Pirates. They're setting sail for greener pastures. They're looking to make it to the region. And this is one of the best growths we've seen in the PH scene. No matter the result, I'm going to give it to the Pirates. From week number 1, stage number 1, they were just that, okay, they're there, cool. They probably made it through the bracket. Week number 2, stage number 2, week number 1, whole different case. Is like, oh, they earned their slot here, but it feels like they're going to be having a good matchup for them to propel them into the semifinals. And then week number 2, stage 2, playing as a team, showing on up, getting some help for FSJ and Flash. And now, here they are in the finals with a 1-map lead. This growth isn't just an overnight thing, an overweek thing. This has been the Pirates taking it step by step, and it's wonderful to see just the fruits of their labor being, you know, drawn on at, but the Hashira way on the other side. I'd say they also have that same kind of story, but I don't have that kind of time. We're back to the round here as we're done with the pause, and Black and Blue Pirates scatter shot approach. They're looking to see where they can get a hit.
Well, Flash is going to start things off here onto Rabbit, and that opens the B main position up now for the Pirates, but they're looking their way towards the A side here, and there's lots of utility already committed by Hashira from that Killjoy of Envy to hold on towards the A side, and so he's going to find that opening pick, but Nico here with a good trade-off on that. Fire Sergeant will go down though, so it's still a big pick for the Hashira squad, but the Pirates, they do have the numbers advantage here. They can overswarm the site, especially since Hatred is the last one here, and they do find him off. That operator is going to be taken down, and they should have, well, basically full site control right now in the 4v2. And once more, Pirates in this very dominant situation where they should secure the round on the board. I think they will, with Flash getting that second. It should be a done deal here. Amix walking on around. And behind the spawn, will he find Flash? No, Flash will find him first and gets that round on the board once more. Now they're up 3.
If this keeps up, this is going to be the heist of the VCT PH scene. This is just highway robbery at its finest from the Pirates. Hey, it's a highway. But exactly that. The Pirates getting so much momentum here on the attacking side. Senior Carl still feeling it from that previous map. And Farsigen, he's back to his usual form. He's just been there, chilling on us like, you got this team. I trust you all. And that's the biggest thing about the Pirates. Their evolution is just in that simple statement. The trust in each other, the firepower in this roster has just been so sublime. And Farsigen, he doesn't need to go for those Herculean efforts anymore. But when he decides to go for those athletic feats, then it looks even better for Pirates. 5-2 is the scoreline. Hashira though, they're getting their utilities here, Black and Blue. They have Sheriff, sure, but their ultimates are coming online. And if anyone can make wonders out of ults, it has to be Hashira.
Well, in this case, the ult economy is heavily favoring the Hashira squad, but they don't necessarily have too much firepower instead of everything else. Hatred does have a Blade Storm here, and he should be able to get the trade. Yes, nice click on Senior Carl, who did find that opening onto Envy. It's a good pick either way for both sides. Still though, it's a 4v4 and this should typically favor the attacking side of the Pirates. We're going to see if they're able to make work of that. Amix though, a good frag to find Farsigen, and as he could potentially find a second, he does retrieve that Phantom, and another flashpoint. He's completely blind, Nico. Feels so bad for him. He just could not see anything in that fight, and Tuge will get that frag. Very amicable from him, but Hatred, a triple to close it off. And a good thrifty round here for the side of Hashira. I think this is one of the few actually eco rounds we've seen for them actually turn out.
And that's what we're talking about. Ultimates get so much value from the Hashira way. Hatred with a Blade Storm. And Amix, he got a beautiful tap on the one. And then a bit camera shy. We go to him and he's whiffing the shots, right? So he's like, okay, I think I'm being watched. Maybe I'll back on that from the mail room. Go for the flash again. And Nico, he tried. He tried to go for the swing, but you could see the blind in his eyes. Gave enough time for Amix and then the Blade Storm to wrap it all up. Hashira still in this game. So no matter what, we are going to get a contest here from these two teams. Pirates, Hashira, these guys have evolved all throughout the Challenges Philippines. These are byproducts of the official circuit plus the community. And honestly, these two teams, their final forms, they were just built this January. Hashira is an old name, sure. It's a name within the top 5, really, top 3 of the PH scene, but it was a different iteration back then. And the biggest question about Hashira way back when was, is it still going to be that same potent team? And they showed up in Challengers and they basically said yes. Pirates in the meantime, yep, finalizing the roster all the way in January, adding in one more with Nico a little later on, and then you have Senior Carl back into the main lineup. So acclamation and anticipation. Here we have it. Pirates versus Hashira, a classic in the PH scene. Farsigen, though, already with the first mark in this round, with the kill there onto Jeremy.
Well, it's a good opening pick here for the side of the Pirates, and I think to say here, I guess kind of encapsulate how much the Pirates have done to get here. They've grinded so much. I think they've improved out of almost any other team we've had. And Envy, he's going to find that opening pick, but the great trade-off from Tuge to shut it down, not let him get more. But Amix, a double kill from him. They now have the man advantage because of that, and the spike has been dropped towards that main position. Farsigen, he's going to have to find his frag, and he does, with Nico also finding one. So it's all into Hatred. He does have the operator, which can net him a pick, but you don't necessarily want to have that sniper rifle in your hands in a 1v2 clutch situation. And so he's gonna have to go big here, maybe get this pick. He does let the shot ring out. They know where he is right now. And Farsigen, they can play the pincer game here. If he lands a shot, he can play the trade and capitalize on it. But Hatred, he finds that one, able to dash on the way. This is the power of the jet right now here, coming with Updraft, and he's not able to land the shot as Farsigen will get that clutch on the board, almost being taken here by Hatred. But Pirates, they're like, nah, this is ours.
Did you see how Farsigen slid on into the scope there? He was just a pixel away from getting shot there. And Hatred, he had such a good lineup, but Farsigen taking one step even better, and he just found a way to crown the jet immediately. The duels between the duelists have been incredible in this series. And now with Hatred picking up that duelist hat, he has 14. Farsigen, though, with 13. And Mr. Consistent Jeremy, he is the one being shut down right now. No kills on the board as of yet. And for Hashira, they know they can rely on that raise time after time. He's been incredible in the first 3 maps. But he needs to wake on up because Samurai is bound. This is really do or die time here for Hashira. Everyone needs to be on the same page. There's the lockdown, though, being set on up. But here we go again with Pirates with the mind games, and Hashira, this is another time they look like they're gonna fall for it here, Black and Blue.
They might just do that, and honestly, the Pirates right now, they're doing so good considering they're on the attack and 6 rounds up. But Rabbit, he's able to find that frag on the flash, and Tuge, he will get the trade-off. They will be able to also get this spike here planted for the Pirates on towards this A site as all the action is happening towards B. They open things up here, and they have another good post-plant position. Now, the Astra here on the Tuge, he's down to 6 HP, but he has a very far angle with that Astral Divide now. He should be able to get a flank on here. Nico, a great pick to find Envy crawling in from A main. They know now that he's going to be there, and they will use that pain shell to flush him on out, but he's able to retreat successfully. But Hatred will catch off Tuge coming back into the site. Now, Fireside, a great frag from him. Not able to find a second, but he will dismiss on the way. Senior Carl will get that, and Hatred, it's off to him once more. Will he be able to bring up the 1v2 clutch again?
Hatred, can he do it? That is the question, but Farsighten, his rival on the other side, and Farsighten, he just bursts through those winds and gets the change on. Now, that is going to be a round taken here by the Pirates. They did get blown up, though, by the spike, a little unfortunate, so their economy isn't going to be at the best state. But a win is a win, and being 7 points on the attacking side of Split, it's already such a good sign. If Hashira needs a wake-up call, it has to be here. It has to be now. But then again, wouldn't it be irony and would it be just poetry if the Pirates can take that Challenger's final slot away on a map that Hashira has made historical strides on in the PH scene? We'll find out. We are not done. Hashira, never count this team out whatsoever. You've seen them make history in being the first team to beat Bren in the Challengers Philippines. We're not done, as Senior Carl now, Bladestorm. Will he get denied? No, he won't. He just destroys Jeremy, but Envy with the refrag.
He's able to get that opening pick, but yeah, Envy, quick on the trade there. Seeming like a cowboy with a sheriff in hand. It's a 4v4 right now, and the Pirates, they should have the leg on up. They have the weapons. It is a 4v4, which does typically favor that attacking side. And for them to go 7-3 already, Dax, this is really good for them. We said they only really needed 5 rounds to be able to make the comeback happen, if ever, on the second half, because the defensive side is the favorite side here in Split. But here, right now, with them getting 7 to start things off, they can definitely storm barrel this. And Envy, he's going to get found. Nico, a great opening pick to open up A main once more. But A makes a good shot from him. They get the res on, but he will not be able to fall back successfully, as Nico will get on an A mix. It's a 4v2 once more. Make that Hatred again in the clutch situation. 3rd time in a row, he's going to be put in this spot. He will get 2GE down. Tuge, let's get taken off. And here comes the Bladestorm. Immediate shutdown from Nico, and that's an 8th here for Pirates.
I really don't agree with that in A mix. That was so dangerous to do. He saw the res right in front of him. He might have just accidentally clicked the Rolling Thunder, and he was like, you know, screw it. Might as well commit and try to make a play. But luckily for him, I do believe he still has it. He wasn't able to cast it in time, and Hashira right now, they were the ones looking to take that slot alongside Brain. They're the ones who said, okay, we won a championship already. Let's try to do it again. But the Pirates, they've thrown such a big wrench in their plans right now. It really feels like the tools of construction are more for the Pirates rather than the Hashira side. But we are not done here, ladies and gentlemen. Never get up on a team like Hashira with Farsighten. You can never count him up as well. He is just on fire right now. This is Pirates back into peak form. And if you are going to beat the Pirates right now, not only do you need to deal with the FSJ show, or the Senior Carl show, or the Nico show, or the Flash show, or the 2GE show, you have to deal with the Pirates show right here, right now.
Well, they're definitely putting one heckin' show here, the Pirates, because they've taken the series back, and now they're up 2-1. Single map is all they need, obviously, to bring it on home. And Fireside didn't go. They're looking to do exactly that here towards the A side. Lots of utility being placed, but he dashes on through. No care in the world for those nano swarms. He does successfully take control of that A side, and Fireside, he's going to follow on suit. They know Envy's up here in the rafters. He's going to shut him on down, and a quick heal on the regeneration from Fireside, giving them the site. It's a 5v3. There should be another round here on the board.
Yeah, Rabbit, though, gonna be able to get that kill. Rolling Thunder into play to try and play the retake. But 2G and Senior Carl, the stars do align, and the lineups are there for the Pirates. 9-3, a 6-round lead over Hashira. This is match point, bracket point, C, Challengers Finals point, if we can see the Pirates make it to 12. But look at that. We talked about 2GE and his infrequent gravity wells, but We get it on stream, we get it on cam, and we see how effective believing in the Astra can be. For Hashira, though, this is where they can shine. Flash dash combos between Hatred and Amix. Jeremy, incredible on the flights, especially as I think he has one of the records of fastest from mid to B or from garage to B in the PH scene. I don't know. I'm just looking into what we remember so far. And Envy, of course, Clutch God plays a lurk on the A side. Rabbit, a TP master himself. But they need to work on those titles. They need to work on the craft right now. And with Jeremy fending off Senior Carl to start things off, at least it's a good opening here for the side of Hashira.
Well, Ling's rice cooker did say don't stop believing, and I'm telling you, Dex, seems like I'm looking to be a believer. What a great shot from Jeremy, though, to land that one. Actually, I thought it was almost Hatred who landed that flag, but still, a good opening pick, and the Pirates, they can still bounce back from this. And you can see Nico, he finds that a great trade here from 2GE. It's now a 3v3, but 2GE still holding strong here. We'll find that fragment Amix. Hatred will find a second coming his way. It's a 2v2 right now, but he's very, very low. Fireside and Flash, they have good positions here to actually go on this because you can see coming from mid, Envy is still not on the site. They have picked up the spike here, but Fireside, if he can find this frag, he could potentially go their way, but they fake the retreat here. Hatred runs out B main and comes on back looking to strike once more, and they do have a position here to try and make something happen for the side of Hashira. Envy, you can see him playing on top there towards those that rafters position, but crawling his way into CT. He might just be bit in between them.
Left.
Now Hashira trying to guess, trying to feint a move. Where do they go? It seems like B is going to be that.
Exactly that. And there we go with the Cloudburst. I love what Envy did. He went to the tower, just breaking expectations as many people know how he goes on to A instead. But Farside Jin, he cannot secure the kill. And the alarm bot will help on that for Hatred to get that takedown. Low HP though, but Envy doesn't care. That is just the perfect headshot to wrap up the round. Hashira defying the norms and defying what they usually do. And that's exactly what they need to do now, because Pirates, they're looking at the playbook of Hashira and saying, oh, that might be that style of Hashira coming our way. It was a good chance and a good catch for Flash, perhaps, if we saw Envy go all the way from A to B on the backside. But there you have it. Micro adjustments are necessary here for Hashira. Jeremy, it's been a tough road, and at least he's gotten a kill. But 20 frags right now for Hatred. He's happy to be back on the jet, and he's proving it with these kills.
Well, Spectre is in hand all throughout here for the side of Hashira. It should be a cleanup round for them. On the other end of things here, 2GE, he will find a great pick to find Jeremy and keep him in check, really. Jeremy seems like he was going to go for that free pick onto Tugi instead, but here, he's answering on back. They do get that ult charge, and he does kind of feint his, I guess his knee on that jump peak to try and get them to bait the shot out, but they're trying to take control here of mid. Hashira smoke out towards that vent position, and they once again double back here towards B site, which will be under attack once more.
Here we have it. They're moving on closer and closer. And Nico, he's caught out there by Envy. Hashira taking the high ground away from the side of Pirates. And this is really good for them. They have that staging ground to get all the sidelines of the world and more. They have that gun advantage. A shorty and a classic here coming their way. And Envy, he's still setting on up. The more kills the Killjoy can get, the faster he can get that lockdown. And Hashira, they're going to be looking to take a page out of the playbook of the Pirates. Maybe a few fakes here and there, but for now, the shorty of Senor Carl is coming closer and closer. Senor Carl, though, he knows someone's on the left-hand side, but Envy will still get that kill. Ult line a little too late to help at the Killjoy, and Flash will get that takedown. Try to go for that Spectre. Will you? Hatred will deny it. It's 2 in a row right now for Hashira, but the test now is upon them. It's a final exam, perhaps, because it's Pirates now getting the buys that they need.
Finally, Pirates will get that economy their way. They still have this like 4-round cushion between them and Hashira. Still though, they cannot get complacent with that. We know that Hashira, these guys have time and time again made insane comebacks as well. We saw that earlier in the weekend versus GXR. They did that versus Brent too, and now it could be a repeat situation of that. So the Pirates cannot get complacent with this cushion that they have. Still though, they do have a bit to work with, and with that, with them going away from this. Senior Carl will find an opening pick on the Jeremy and a dash up here on Hatred. Could he find Senior Carl? Ooh, what a turret frag on him. He finds a double off of that too. Hatred and Amix both go down. That's a great play coming there from Flash and Envy. He's gonna find one return. A double coming his way. Rabbit will chime on in to find Nico. It's now a 2v2 lockdown coming in here from Envy to apply pressure. And so the Pirates on this defensive side are gonna have to make a move. They're gonna try and destroy it. Fireside just dropping on down, destroys the lockdown as well. They know where he is, just misses on out, and 2Gay will get the frag. Pirates 2 rounds away from match point.
Pirates at double digits. At the end of that one, though, battle bound between Envy as well as Flash. Such good positioning with the turrets. Envy setting it up to help at him in the A main siege. It's like a bit of a dull peak when you have the turret helping on out and getting those shots upon your opponent. But Flash, just how he put that turret really denied anything from Hatred. Hatred desperately trying to make it through the Cloudburst to break that sight line. But the turret, it got the burst close enough in the first place, bringing in the damage, removing that fall off, and you can see that Hatred fell just because of it. So a good read there from Pirates yet again. From what I've told you in the series here, ladies and gentlemen, if the Pirates get the read on Hashira, they're able to overwhelm him and take those rounds. Hashira, though, they're still not done. You have 4 different guns plus a Sheriff there. Hatred, though, lifted on up, and it messes with his aim too much. Farside Jin gonna be able to get that takedown. And without the jet now, it's all up to Jeremy to play the entry. Can he do it? A bit of blind just for a little bit there. Nico, in the meantime, moving on away, and Hashira, they're a bit stuck by the mail. They're trying to stuff themselves in, but Farside Jin is prepared, and now the Astra of 2GE looking to help on that as well.
Nade on out by Jeremy. That was a very unfortunate and very awkward fight, honestly, coming from Hatred, with that wall kind of messing his aim up and his lineup. And so Jeremy will try to force the issue here. He only has a Spectre in hand, but Rabbits can find that opening pick. Good here for the side of Hashira. Now, Pirates, they still have a bunch of players on site, and they cleaned on up, just finding everything. And the Hashira squad, they've taken full control of the B side here. It's on the Pirates right now to make this comeback happen, to make the retake happen. And Flash, he's only got the Spectre in his hands. In this case, I don't know if it's going to be enough in a 4v2.
4v2 indeed, and Hashira, at least they're able to overwhelm the opposition and give them a fighting chance. Pirates, in the meantime, still gonna be 1 away from each of the ultimates available for them. Senior Carl needs to get a kill. Flash needs to get a kill as well. We'll see how this is gonna work. Senior Carl, though, gonna get swung heavily there by Envy as wide as he can into the takedown. Another one there! And Envy just really been the shining star of Hashira in these moments. They need someone to basically put on a pedestal and say, what is gonna be our directive? What is gonna be our standard? When the going gets tough, Envy has done it time and time again. This stage has been his showcase, and honestly, his stock, his Sentinel gameplay, plus his Sky, and all the things he can flex into has been incredible for Team Hashira to help them out. But they're gonna need more than that here, Black and Blue. They're not done. They're 4 away from tying things up. Amix doing a really good job with 10 assists, helping out with the breach. I'd love to see more kills here. I'd love to see a bit more potency and a bit more speed from the side of Hashira. But the Pirates, they just get in the way time and time again. And Farside Jin just stepping on the hopes and dreams of Jeremy, taking care of the Rays there.
Well, a great opening pick there coming from Fireside, and Sheriff is all he needs to lay things down. And they have the man advantage now, Pirates, on this defensive side. This can be a round that they can convert into a very successful one to maybe get that 11th on their side. And so, mid control here being taken by Rabbit, early smoke on that, but Hatred playing it, Senior Carl playing it very close. They've retrieved the spike, and it seems like for now they have an intent to go towards this B side. You can see for the side of Hashira, Envy has crawled his way up here towards this like rafters position. Still though, he hasn't found much information to play off of. There are 2 players there waiting, and yeah, they drop the gun to be like, okay, you guys, you're not taking that home.
I love that. I love seeing how well the pro players can do it, because you try to do it in ladder, right? It takes so long just to try to toss it away. That was just quick. But Flash, turret getting a kill there onto Envy, that is going to hurt the chances if you're a Hashira so far. Over to B side we go, though. Rabbit does have the spike in hand, so he can plant it here, but 2GE, right idea with the Spectre, try to play danger close, but Hatred gets the catch with the Phantom instead. 4v3. Lockdown now gonna be into play from the alleyway so far. And Nico gonna be on the high ground. Senior Carl dropping on down. Flash though dropping Rabbit instead. And as we see the retreat there from Hatred to go for the garage, it's not gonna be enough. Amix though with 2 so far. He needs to get closer and closer to that spike. He doesn't have the HP though, and the Pirates will just snuff out any chance there for Hashira. They will take it away with a steal, as thrifty as can be. And they're just 2 away from taking the series here, Black and Blue.
1 away from match point, 2 from bringing it home and representing PH, being the second team to represent PH in the C Challengers finals. Man, the Pirates, what an accomplishment it would be, and just basically what great, I guess, progress they've made here at the VCT, all the way from stage 1 to now. They've just been every single weekend getting better and better and better, and right now here they are, 2 rounds away from bringing it home and going to the Challengers finals. Such a great story to tell here for the Pirate squad. And so Hashira, they're gonna have to pull out all the stops. You can see them. You can try going towards this A site. Lots of utility placed here by Flash to hold on to the A site. There's lots gonna be hampering them. They do have that dash though to try and bypass it here. Hatred. So Jeremy, as he walks on in towards his rafters, he's gonna have to try and get a very cautious position, although there is a bot there waiting to give his position away. Senior Carl's gonna have to go big. He's gonna have to find his frag, but no, Hatred will get that opening pick, and now things could be swung their way. Fireside though going 1 for 1.
Yeah, Hatred looking for the backstab against Flash, but Flash has done the damage already, and Farsigen is there yet again to bring in the reckoning. It's up to Hatred and Amix to figure things out, but there's the Leer into play, danger close, and Farsigen will hit his marks. It's all up to the breach right now. Spike has been planted, and Amix will get 1, but he will get hit from the side by Farsigen. 4 kills, and now it's just 1 away from Pirates to move on to the region. I don't know about you, but these guys have set sail from Cebu before, and now they're looking to set sail into SCA instead. But before talking about the Pirates here, Black and Blue, you know, Hashira, they're no strangers to the highs and lows of a team. And we've seen they've had quite a roller coaster ride here in week number 3, but don't count them out as of yet. If Hashira Way wants to will it, they will do so right here, right now. Last chance for Hashira. Pirates, though, 1 away from taking the win.
This is do or die for Hashira, and with the economy that they have right now, it's not looking good. They've got, what, 2 rifles, 2 Spectres, and Sheriff to work off of. Hatred does have his Blade Storm up, and so he's going to have to pull it out now if he wants to really make this happen alongside his team. And so, Pirates, man, they're at the cusp. They're literally smelling that win here right now in this round. They should be able to take it home. But let's see, how are Hashira going to adjust? It is possible to make this comeback happen. 6 rounds between them and the Pirates, but still, I don't think it's too plausible. We're going to see, though, if that's exactly what's going to happen now. Look at this B main hold coming in here from this Hashira squad. They know now it will be the B side under siege. Paint shell on out. That's going to be information given away. And here they come on with that rolling thunder. Here comes a showstopper as well. Nico in this corner. Has to be very careful. He can be flushed on out. He's going to have to find that frag, but he won't. Jeremy, a good opening pick. And that is the B side right for the taking.
And Jeremy, he couldn't do his usual flights because of the gravity while breaking his momentum, but Hashira still is there, and the alleyway is not safe at all with Hatred whipping out the blades, and it seems like the will of the duelists are gonna be the way to go for Hashira so far. It's 2v5, we're not done. Flash, though, he's gonna be able to avoid the first 5, but Jeremy there for the retribution, and 3 for Jeremy. He needs to wake up, and he's doing it so right now. Seems like his alarm clock has finally struck through, and he's gotten 3 kills in that round. Hatred needed some reprieve, needed some help. The Rays finally there to do so.
A good round from Hashira, but they've expended a lot of ultimates to get that round on the board. Showstopper out, Blade Storm as well, and Rolling Thunder. 3 of them popped just to take that 1 round. And of course, they had to. They kind of had to, because they didn't have any other way of doing that, considering they had low, I guess, firepower on their side. Now, only 5 rounds away from tying things on up here. Still, though, it's going to be a very tall hill for them to march up on into if they want to get this round. And so the Pirates, they went for this kind of very heavily handed A stack. Hashira are once again going to try their luck towards B.
Yeah, Hashira, they rely on this B side heavily. Like I said, if you look back into some of the previous VCT runs they've had, it's always been that B side to seal the deal. They feel comfortable with how to move around in that area. But the Pirates, They've watched the tapes. They've really taken those strategies to heart, and they know that Hashira have these biases near these clutch
Spike
situations. But
down,
Amix
B.
gets one. Farside though with the response. Cosmic Divide can be into play. Here comes the lockdown right now though from the side of Hashira. They tried to move on to the B side here and now, Mr. Black and Blue. Can they actually make it pretty much scot-free? Hatred, though, able to trigger the traps. Here we go with Flash and 2G coming on in. But Jeremy, he's trying to go for that flat, but he's caught out in the Nano Swarm. And that's a free kill for the Pirates. It's 4v3. Hashira, thinking about it, are they really going to commit onto this? Eventually, they decide, sure, let's go again for B.
Nano Machine, son. Flash gets that opening pick there. Farside, he does have an Empress, and Nico does have a res, and so they could potentially swing things down to a 5-3 even if they can get that res on up. Flash, he's gonna find that frag, second frag for him now. Nico will find one. It's all gonna be in a rabbit, and he's taken down as the Pirates will get the map here, winning the series 3-1. They're going to be going home to move on over to the SEA Challengers Finals, being the second representative of the Philippines. What a great performance. What a reverse sweep from the Pirates.
The Pirates, unbelievable. Champions of week number 3, and who would expect a lineup like this? 6-0-4-5 Pirates, they have hit their mark, they've gotten the hats on, and they have set sail for SEA. So confident in the shots. They knew the playbook of Hashira by heart, and they just studied, hit their marks time after time, and just an unbelievable sight from the Pirates. It was them on the uphill struggle in map number 1, tried to get it closer in map number 2, and took it away from Hashira on overtime. You get in the scent, it's overtime again, but it really felt more convincing for the Pirates. And here on Splits, it is just poetic justice, Black and Blue. Hashira, my heart goes to you. This is a team that made the biggest strides at the start of this month, especially in the coup de grace that is Split for them. But they are the ones on the chopping block this time. They're the ones forced to just jump off the ship. And the Pirates, they are going to be our other rep here alongside Bren Esports. What's a story? And don't stop believing at all.
I mean, man, Dax, the blood was in the water here for Pirates. As soon as they were able to get those first 3 maps 2-1, we saw Split, we saw Icebox coming on up. We were like, oh no, this is looking like a bad time for Hashira. These are very, very heavily handed 6-0-45 Pirates maps. And well, they have improved so much every single week here. I think as far as any other team goes, they have grinded so much through these weeks that they have, I guess, had the most progression from where they started to where they are right now. Is such a big difference, and that is the reason why they're going to be going over into this finals, the SEA Challengers Finals, to be the second representative, along with Bren Esports for the Philippines. And man, oh man, just how it's so insane how just big of a difference we've seen here. 6-0-45 Pirates this weekend as compared to every other single weekend. They have been steadily growing up that ladder, coming up on it, and they've been increasing their power levels every single time. And now, well, they just go insane. Super Saiyan, Fire Saiyan, he's just been doing really great things here. Both teams, actually very valiant effort for them, but in the end, only one shot prevail, and it's the Pirates who will get all the looty of the booty.
Yeah, indeed. It's time to celebrate there with those gold coins, those doubloons and all. But the Pirates, that was the game for them. That was them actualizing the finals. Everyone popping off, doing their job. And it's not just the carry anymore. It's everyone carrying their own weight and going beyond that. So an incredible, incredible set from the Pirates. Absolutely happy to call them our champions. And honestly, the gradual and step-by-step progress by the Pirates is really one of the best things we've seen here at VCT and Challengers Philippines. It's not any kind of sudden jump that, oh, this team is suddenly there and then the next week they're not. No, you could see the efforts from Pirates. You could see how much this team has really worked together, and now they have made it to SEA. The region, though, a completely different beast, so they need to be on that split game. They need to be on their A game as much as possible if they want to keep on up. But this time, they deserve it. Farside making the right decision for today, and an incredible run from the Pirates. Kudos to Hashira for giving up a good fight, but the Pirates are your champions and are your second rep of the PH for SEA Challengers Finals. One more turn away from Iceland, if ever, but we'll see if that will be a reality in the future. But from us on the casting desk, it's time for us to sign on out. I've been Dax, he's been Black and Blue. The panel will break it down, the unbelievable run of the 6-0-45 Pirates. The beliefs are there and the wins are there. We'll see you guys later on.
What did we just see? A shocker, a turnaround in one of the most upsetting and crazy fashions. The Pirates plunder and pillage and take their victory up against Hashira, the dominant favorite in this tournament, to take their place and get their seat in the Southeast Asian Challenger Finals. And what an amazing run they had. One of the most improved teams we've seen so far, going from barely qualifying to now winning and taking home the trophy and going to the SEA Challengers. What a massive improvement for this team, and I'm so excited to see what these guys have got. We're ready to speak with one of the players here, the man himself, the guy who's turned things around for his team. Senor Carl is joining us right now on this interview. Welcome to the
Hello, sir.
Updraft. Congratulations, man.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh my God, how are you feeling? How are you feeling, man?
The serotonin is just flowing in my brain. I can feel it. It's so
Yeah,
hype.
I can sense it. Oh, dude. Okay, we gotta talk, Senor Carl. Here, we gotta talk.
Yes, yes.
How did okay? You guys barely qualified before. When you guys, you didn't, you struggled to qualify in VCT, and you go from barely qualifying to actually winning. How did you do that? How is it the growth? How is the progress of your team going so fast?
There's only one thing I can say to that. Practice makes perfect. Everything we do, we all trust on our teammates. We make everything possible because of practice. And just trust your teammates. That's all you need to do.
How, I can just feel the emotions right now from you guys. How's everybody feeling right there? Are you excited for the Sea Challengers?
Yes, we are excited, but um I don't know. I, I'm
Yeah,
out of words.
it can
Speechless,
be
speechless.
overwhelming.
I'm very speechless.
I understand completely. Let's talk a little bit about Hashira here. You guys
Yes.
seem to know you beat them twice in overtime. You didn't get tired. What happened to that? And it seemed like you knew how to react to whatever Hashira did. Did you study them? What was going on, and how did you beat them so cleanly?
Yeah, we did study them, but the main thing, the main reason why we won is because of the morale. We keep the morale up, we're winning.
Yeah. And okay, so next question for you guys here. You're going to SEA alongside Bren. Did you imagine at the start of this whole VCT that you would be qualifying and going to the SEA regionals in just this short amount of time?
We didn't expect to qualify to win the championship because all we want was grand finals. But even though we won it, I'm just so speechless. I can't say anything.
Man, I am so happy for you guys. Honestly, big fan of whatever you guys are doing here. Before I let you go, you guys, you, Senor Carl, the whole team, it's your moment. Anyone you want to shout out? Anyone you want to give thanks to?
Thank you to the fans, the manager, my friends behind me, the people who support us. Yuki, our coach, this guy, the young guy, and every Cebuano, the whole Visayas. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lord.
And you guys are doing so well, not only carrying the Philippine flag, but the flag for all of Cebu. So proud of you. I'm amazed at what you guys are doing. Good luck in the SEA finals, man. Thank you for joining us. And good luck, man. See you, Carl.
Thank you for having me. Have a good night. Shout out daw sa mama niya.
Shout out to you.
Thank you.
And all right, thanks, guys. You just heard from him yourself. Senor Carl, welcome back to the show, everybody. This is the Updraft. What a game! What a game! Two overtimes and then splits. Viminal. Senor Carl was at a loss for words. I'm at a loss for words.
I
Help
mean,
me.
dude, what an incredible series, man. I mean, we were sort of split in our predictions coming into this match, but I believed in the Pirates, and now it's just so beautiful to see that these guys dared to dream big. These kids dared to dream big, and now their dream has become the dream for every Filipino Valorant fan out there coming into the C regionals. Just an incredible series.
Man, I mean, it wasn't just a few weeks ago that there was like a lot of non-believers on towards Pirates, and pretty much everyone has
Non-believer.
been convinced.
And
Vividal, I cannot be wrong on this.
I've been
Can you
convinced.
freaking imagine them even
Dude.
making it to Challengers 3?
Right.
Ling, I blame your rice cooker.
Oh,
Take
The
that rice
knows
cooker,
all.
throw it. The rice cooker predicted the Pirates. Throw it out the window right now. It's. Oh my God. I am.
No. He- Here's the thing. They are no longer the underdogs. I've touted them as the underdogs since they've appeared here in VCT. They've pretty much been built from the ground up in First Strike and now VCT, and there are numerous appearances here on VCT. Now, finally, we can all say that the Pirates are no longer the underdogs here. They've definitely stepped up and rose to the challenge, and now they're going to represent the Philippines. Incredibly proud of this team.
You know what I actually noticed though? Then this is something that I think plagues a lot of Filipino teams, a lot of up and comers. But holding on to that top spot, that's difficult. That happened to Empire. That happened to Hashira, who's currently struggling right now as well. 6045 Pirates, there is a chance that this happens. I'm hoping it doesn't happen. I'm
Yeah.
hoping they can keep playing this well. I'm hoping they can keep representing Cebu and they can keep representing the Philippines in such a wonderful fashion.
Yeah.
But I feel like the problem is with local teams, they're so new. They're just not used to winning and being at the top for so long. The only team that's really been consistent this long is, I don't know, Bren. What would you say about that, Mimilo?
Yeah, it's just that Bren, again, collectively has the most amount of competitive experience, decades of competitive experience
Oh,
spread
yeah.
across the entire team. And that really pays out in the long run. But then again, it gives me chills down my spine right now, man, when we have these young teams just stepping up and being so successful here in the VCT.
And honestly, I would definitely love to actually the teams actually view this as competition, more of like a good thing for them. And being on the top is great, but innovating is a completely different story. We've seen teams like Hashira being able to shine after beating up the likes of Bren, but then again, they have finally found another challenger, and this has basically left us
Oh my
at all
gosh.
on what Pirates can actually do, especially with that play from Senior Carl. The
ridiculous,
new
dude.
bloods are just completely insane right now. I mean, we did have this conversation a while ago, man. Back when we were around their age, we played not as good as them as FPS. I gotta admit, we played like shit. But then again, I have high hopes to this generation of players and high hopes to this team as well. Very promising indeed.
Absolutely.
And honestly, yeah, go ahead, Vimino.
Yeah, it's just amazing. They had so many clutch moments, so many amazing highlights here throughout the series. You know, after they had a rough game number one, you gotta admit it's the morale and their mindset, their mental fortitude was just able to be kept up the entire time, and that allowed them to succeed here.
Yeah, and that I feel like that's a very big deal. This is something that I think Hashira truly didn't really have coming into this, that mentality. They were going all, I think they were a little bit too hard on themselves. And we heard it in the interview,
Yeah.
you know, Ling. They were just, whenever they won, it seemed like they weren't happy enough. They weren't allowing themselves to ride that momentum. And on the other side,
And it's a complete
know,
opposite. Yeah.
it's the complete opposite, because you see Pirates and they're breaking down, they're crying, they're barely containing themselves. But when Hashira wins, they're kind of like, yeah, but we kind of suck too. We should have did this better. And I feel like a lot of it had to do with that mentality, that approach to the game, where they should have been saying, yeah, we won, we earned it, we deserved it. Next one.
Yeah.
I guess.
Oh, Ling, sorry, I was trying to get to you on that one. But
I mean,
yeah, I think it was a mentality thing, you know.
Yeah, it is definitely a mentality thing. And then again, we definitely see Pirates making it this far is already a huge deal to them. Probably why they have this type of reaction. And might have to say, even though that they have been continuously barred during the qualifiers, I mean, qualifying for the representing the Philippines is definitely a huge step coming up from their team. And might have to say, who wouldn't be proud of these boys? Who wouldn't feel that ecstatic during the interview after going up against a team to beat, which was the usurpers from Bren Esports? And then again, oh man, this is a completely different era right here.
Yeah, this is, you know, you're right. A completely different era indeed, Viminal, because so many new teams are stepping up, and they're all so good, and they can all barely keep up with each other.
I mean,
And-
this is the effect that I was talking about. VCT has this sort of incubator effect on a local scene. No matter what scene, I'm sure it's happening around the world. And this is why the Challengers Tour, the Championship Tour is just incredible.
Agree. It's just creating this atmosphere, this biodiversity is what we're seeing right now in the ecosystem of Valorant here. We got teams not just in the pro level that are sprouting out, but we got collegiate teams also that are insane.
Yeah.
Like it just feels like I'm part of this I'm part of this ecosystem where my job is to watch these guys grow and play amazing Valorant.
Man.
I mean-
Sit back, get some popcorn.
I mean, not gonna lie, it's a pretty cool gig you got there, man. But yeah.
It's a good spot. Yeah. Well, we all got. I mean,
But
And-
really,
By the way,
Uh-huh.
Viminal, since we haven't talked about it,
Yeah.
Viminal coaching for the collegiate scene, that's also something that's super amazing because I feel like I said, the ecosystem that we're at, I feel like we are at this point in the Philippines in competitive where we can have a good system, an ecosystem that fosters growth that we can eventually maybe compete with NA and EU. Hopefully our SEA teams do well in the upcoming Iceland in Reykjavik. So, Ling, I'll go to you on this. Do you feel where do you think we're at in terms of like getting to that barrier of beating NA, beating EU, or even Korea?
Man, with how much they've shown in terms of the difference of playstyle and basically offering a new flavor on what the Philippines is about, I have high hopes that this entry or this team might actually have better chances, or rather have another entryway or provide their way to even cross that border, or rather break and breach that wall that we cannot exactly go through. And side by side with Bren, I mean, they're both great teams, but then again, Pirates is in a completely different level. I might have to say that it's hard to compare against Bren, but then again, they just have their own flair right now.
Yeah. I agree right now. But, an amazing series. And we do have to keep talking about it because, there's so much still to break down. We just saw the stats here. And, while the stats were interesting, I just, honestly, for me, it's just the story about these guys, like how far they've grown and how quickly they've grown. It's just been an amazing journey so far, Viminal.
Yeah.
But my question is, before I get to my question, let's take a quick gander at the MVP of this game. So let's take a look here and see which of these players on the upcoming roster 6045 Pirates did claim that MVP slot for today. And to nobody's surprise, Fireside, despite him having a bad first game, every other game after this was a winner, right, Vim?
yeah, absolutely. He was able to bounce back, keep his composure in check in the succeeding games. But really, as Dax mentioned earlier, the whole story here for Pirates is that each and every one of the members of the Pirates team was carrying their own weight. In some map, in one map, Tuge was the MVP. And then you have Senor Carl just having his moments of greatness as well. Everyone was carrying their own weight. It's no longer just a Fireside show. And this is what they needed to really excel and break that ceiling.
Man, and it's just Pirates overall just looked a lot more refined from that usual puggy style that we used to see on them. They have a better approach to the game itself, and I might have to say, it didn't, like you said, it didn't revolve around Fireside Jin. And with Senior Carl back on towards the equation, I might have to say, not only do they have extra firepower, but they also exercise a lot of discipline in their actions, and this is where we actually don't see them get punished too often here.
Yeah, I agree. And let's go ahead and move on right now. We do have to take one last look at where we began and where we ended, the tournament bracket and the tournament, exactly how it all fell into place here, as we now find ourselves crowning a new grand champion here in the Philippines. Hashira definitively overthrown, usurped by the new usurpers, the Pirates, 3-1, claiming their booty. Just absolutely dominating the competition, 3-1. I don't think anybody expected a 3-1. You guys said 3-2, fine. But the Pirates, emerged victorious here. Ling, what a journey we've had.
Indeed. And for Pirates alone, for a momentum-based team, like how we discussed earlier, I mean, that initial setback after losing that first map was actually their first step to actually propel their way towards this victory. I love how they kept their composure, and just like in their interview that they mentioned, they are taking their W's a lot greater, and they have rather a different type of mentality that I would love esports teams to actually exercise. And this again, man, these kids are built different. There's something else right now, and the positivity, even for just looking at their faces, makes you happy as well. And yeah, the victory, the W, the taken away is
Yeah.
completely mind blowing.
I agree completely with you, but let's go ahead and move on here. We've witnessed the very end of the tournament, but unfortunately, we have to draw the curtains at some point because we could go on all day long and talk about this, but we have to talk about you guys, the winners at home. So congratulations, Viminal.
Yeah.
The moment we've actually all been waiting for. Who gives a rats about the actual winner of the grand finals, but the winners of the giveaway today.
Yes, the giveaway. And the names are now flashed on your screens right now. Congratulations to the 10 winners of 1,500 Valorant points. Tyrone, Joshua Mendoza, Ryle Guanco, Earl Austin, Jarek Ramorden, JP, Ulaklak, Enzo, Clemente, Kenneth, Katang, Darlene Alisa, Sai Crisostomo, Tonio Cardenas. Congratulations, everyone. Not only the Pirates are celebrating tonight, but you guys will be celebrating with them alongside your 1,500 Valorant points. Congratulations.
Yeah, well, there we have it. Very end of the day, we're about to head on into the Challengers SEA finals this weekend, and that's gonna be one heck of a show. I'm so looking forward to it. You can catch us there, I'm pretty sure, and just tune in for that broadcast then. But before we go, I want to get your last thoughts on the day. Viminal and Link, close it out for us here today.
Here's the thing. This VCT weekend was but a stepping stone for Pirates. Now they have a bigger challenge, a huge milestone in front of them, and they're going to rise up to that challenge, and we're going to see how they stack up against the rest of the region. But the ship has sailed, and it's heading to Southeast Asia. Again, cannot be prouder than how I am right now for these boys, and I wish them the best of luck.
Man, I'm just gonna cut it short to if Pirates can do it, your team can as well. And yeah, what happened here
Oof.
tonight, what went down, I'm pretty sure that gave hope, a beacon of hope for everyone else here. An aspiring team that want to qualify for VCT. Man, the story that Pirates had for us was just quite inspiring, and I
Yep.
do hope it has the same effect on each and everyone here watching the broadcast.
Well, the Hashira beat Bren, and
That was a
6045
Cinderella
Pirates
story
beat
too. Yeah.
Mhm.
yeah, and 6045 Pirates beat Hashira. Does this mean 6045 Pirates is the new number one team in the Philippines? Well, we're gonna find out maybe at the SEA finals. But again, thank you all for tuning in. I gotta let you guys go right now. Viminal and Link, thank you for joining me on the panel. It's now time to say goodbye to you guys here. But now let's go back and talk about our sponsors. Big thank you to everybody who's made this possible. This amazing run that we've had. Thank you to PPGL, the largest multi-game esport league in the Philippines, organized by Mineski, Philippines, and Globe. Hashtag reinvent exciting victories in Valorant with the new Sylvanas bundle. Get yours now on Coda Shop with Globe. And Globe Virtual Hangouts, which will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get hashtag OL together now as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And thank you as well to our official gaming and laptop partner, Predator, hashtag summon your strength. And don't forget to like us on our social media. It's PPGLGG on Facebook and on YouTube, and on Twitch, it's PPGL_VCTPH. And don't forget to check us out on TikTok. It's at Hello PPGL. So yeah, that's been it for us for today. Thank you all for tuning in. I'm going to bring the panel back to say goodbye to you because it's going to be a while before we say goodbye. We'll see each other again. An amazing run. Everybody it's going to be time to see how the Philippines does in the Sea Challenger final. So for the last time here today, I'm Illustrato. This is Viminal. This is Ling. We'll see you guys next time on the Valorant Challengers Philippines. Good game and good night.